Mr. Amitabh Kant, Ambassador Saki Sakis, welcome and thank you for joining us at the Global Technology Summit 2022. Mr. Kant, perhaps I could start with you, sir. Speaking at the closing session in Bali at the G20 Summit, Prime Minister Modi said that the principle of data for development would be an integral part of India's G20 presidency. What does data for development mean, sir?
So that's a very, very important question. When the Prime Minister spoke about this, he was referring to the rapid pace of digitalization in India and the global economy and how it is closely associated with a rise in the volume and the importance of digital data and how data can be used on a real-time basis to transform the lives of citizens. So data and data flows can help generate greater insights into progress towards sustainable development goals and support the development of various digital solutions to global developmental challenges. This was not possible earlier. Today, it is possible to get data on a real-time basis on performance. We can compare different geographical areas, whether it's blocks, districts, states, countries, put it in public domain, make these geographical areas compete with each other on outcomes, on health outcomes, learning outcomes, and make, the people will come to know whether a particular area is competing, whether it's performing or not. And therefore, the people who are responsible for delivery on ground will be responsible to the citizens. And therefore, data for development means unleashing this vast potential of data and data flows to foster growth and innovation towards sustainable development goals, especially in the global south, by bringing the power of digital technologies and data-driven insights to areas such as agriculture, health, education, and the green transition. In India, we run a program called the aspirational districts, the most backward districts, where on different indicators, we get data on a real time. We rank these districts. We put their performance in public domain. We name and shame them. And this has led to huge, huge transformation in these districts. It brings in transparency. And therefore, applying big data, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, to data sets can help identify gaps and highlight potential action areas for focused intervention. This includes using satellite imagery to improve poverty mapping, using sensors to monitor infrastructure projects, estimating crop yields and crop damage for insurance, etc. From the success of India's digital inclusion program, we understand that government have a very, very key role in catalyzing digital transformation for inclusive growth. India's focus on data for development is based on the approach that digital technologies have the potential to impact all sectors of the economy. And data-driven tools have allowed India to become more resource efficient in government interventions. Now, during India's G20 presidency, we propose to have data for development as a key priority and bring together a common understanding amongst all G20 member countries to give it a political and a huge economic momentum at the international level. We want to focus on capacity building and bridging the digital data divide. We hope to have productive discussions with G20 countries and bridge this data divide. And actually, these efforts will come together to help accelerate progress on SDGs and harness benefits of digital and tech transformation for all, including creation of opportunities in all developing countries. Thank you.
So thank you. Ambassador Saki, I want to stick with one term that Mr. Kant used, which was common understandings. And I also want to just quote to you what the Indian Prime Minister said at Bali. He said, that the proper use of digital technologies can become a force multiplier in the decades-long global fight against poverty. Clearly, digital transformation, technology, infrastructure, principles, and values are going to be central to India's G20 presidency. With Brazil joining the G20 Troika, how will Brazil work with India to make sure that the common understandings can be sustained in a G20 agenda to 2023 and beyond?
Thank you. This is a very important question. Definitely, Brazil and India share a common agenda on the digital transformation. The digital transformation can enhance our inclusion programs, both social, economic, and environmental inclusion, so to leverage from these technologies. We are fully committed to the digital economy agenda here in Brazil. As defended by also the Indonesian presidency, digital transformation and digital inclusion is instrumental to bridge development gaps and ensure that no one is left behind. We welcome this priority during the Indian presidency to foster digital inclusion as a means to achieve the SDGs. Brazil underwent a huge modernization which facilitated the access of its citizens to over 4,000 types of services online. We've made important progress in the sphere of public service in the digital, with digital technologies. A lot remains to be done in the agricultural sphere, in the private sector, and so on and so forth. And definitely, I'm sure India is going to lead us forward in that domain. We believe that we have an opportunity to put forward the data for development agenda. Data governance, I have to stress, is also a crucial issue, and we believe it should be addressed multilaterally. G20 has to recognize that and promote multilateral negotiations on this matter.
Thank you, Ambassador Sakis. If I could switch back to Mr. Kant.
Yeah.
Mr. Kant, if I could turn to you on a question of financial resilience. We're living in a time of massive global and geopolitical upheaval, food price rise, global inflation. And Bali, and unsurprisingly, the leaders' declaration highlighted the need for coordinated action to advance strong, inclusive, resilient global recovery. Under India's presidency, what are the kind of steps that may be taken to unlock investments in developing countries, strengthen financial resilience, and deliver sustainable development goals?
Public sources of funds, to my mind, will not be alone to bridge this investment gap in developing countries. The developed world needs to do a lot, huge amount they need to do from public sources, but that will not be adequate. There's vast pool of funds are available, and private sources of funds will also be very critical in this endeavor. There's a recent study by OECD which has found that the low uptake of private and blended finance in developing countries was due to some high perceived investment risk. Concerned around capacity, a pipeline of projects, and policy uncertainty were some of the reasons cited by OECD. So there is a need to look at ways of enhancing credit flows to developing countries to reduce risks, and therefore pooling of risks is required. And multilateral development banks have to play a critical role in this regard. Rather than direct lending, multilateral development banks have to play a crucial role in creating an enabling environment for private capital to flow. Therefore, their role must shift from direct lending to facilitating the flow of credit. The Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, MIGA, is already a part of the World Bank Group and provides credit enhancement services to developing countries. Now, the global financial system can effectively leverage this expertise. And credit enhancement is one such avenue, along with technical support to build up the governance and policy structures needed, where multilateral development banks can unlock SDG and climate finance for developing countries. And blended finance and first loss guarantees are other avenues through which funding could be scaled up. And blended finance is really the future, but this would require massive reforms in World Bank, IMF. All these institutions were set up in the post World War II period, in the Bretton Woods period, and they need to be restructured for SDGs, for climate finance in today's era. And therefore, capacities, while that is necessary, I would also say that we need to build capacities in developing countries, a pipeline of investable projects, digital governance, policy certainty. All these are important prerequisites to attract private and institutional capital. Now, India has made impressive strides in this regard. Our public digital infrastructure and governance model has been lauded across the world. Financial inclusion, digital health, and digital delivery of government benefits are just a few areas where India can help the developing world. And I think this is necessary. So action by the G20 towards changing the very nature of multilateral development financial institutions and building capacity on the part of the developing countries, both are important.
Ambassador Sakis, from blended finance and health security, if I could come to the critical question of food security or insecurity. Now, India has done a variety of things to promote natural farming, repopularizing nutritious and traditional food grains like millets, for instance, with the view to create an ecosystem for sustainable food security. What are the kind of steps that Brazil might be expected to either take forward or introduce on its own in 2023? Again, trying to push the boundary of consistency when it comes to the G20 agenda.
Thank you. Well, Brazil has a very important interest in that matter as an important food producer and food exporter. This is a priority and should be maintained as such, and also be at the very center of the trade and economic agenda of the G20. Sometimes developed countries would mention agriculture only in the context of increasing self-sufficiency in their ill-fated quest for food sovereignty as a villain for climate change, in their attempt to masquerade protectionist agendas. We need to take the opportunity to deal with agriculture in a manner that effectively contributes to sustainable development, such as food security, enhanced efficiency and productivity, and reduced trade distortions in agri-food systems. Again, as in other agendas, that agenda of food security should be one in which there is no one-size-fits-all approach. In any scenario, according to national strategies, agricultural trade will definitely play a central role in ensuring supply of products and inputs and further diversification and strengthened risk management agenda in this regard. So trade should be a part of that. Countries should put in place actions and measures consistent with the WTO rules, so to also strengthen their diversification and food security national strategies.
No, thank you, Ambassador Sakis. Again, the hope, of course, very much is with Indonesia, India, and Brazil holding the presidency. It is exactly these issues that will get the kind of global resonance that it deserves. But let me conclude with perhaps a slightly light-hearted question. From the photos from Bali, it looked like the majority of Sherpas seemed to enjoy some amount of Badhomi. It really looked like a group of troubleshooters. Is that the case, Mr. Kant? You were in Bali. There were these great photographs of you with all the other Sherpas, and it really looked like a group of serious troubleshooters who can get in a room and solve real-world problems, while at the same time keeping in mind that obviously India has played quite a critical role in building the kind of consensus that we saw out of the Bali Declaration. Is that the vibe that you have also felt within in Bali that you hope to sustain through India's presidency?
So Sherpas act as the envoy of the leader. Their job is to really take the leaders on top of the peak. And Sherpas actually are, the word was coined in the context of taking the leaders on top of the Mount Everest. So our job is really troubleshooting. Our job is to build consensus. Our job is to be forward-looking, be progressive. Our job is to ensure that despite the various crises, we are able to take the leaders up on the mountain. And despite all the challenges, all the crises of post-COVID era, of geopolitics, of climate action, of global debt, of SDG having regressed, all these are challenges. These are all real-world challenges. But the admirable thing in Bali was that all Sherpas worked together. And it was important that Sherpas from the emerging markets, the developing world, particularly India, Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, Saudi, many other countries joined us. All of us worked together to ensure that the statement was balanced, there was a good consensus, and that it was forward-looking and progressive. And I would also like to give credit to G7, to Russia. Everyone joined hands and collaborated. And we eventually, despite all the challenges and despite over 15 ministerials having failed, all the meetings that had failed earlier, the Sherpas ensured, and I would like to particularly compliment my great friend Sakis, who played a key role along with India. And therefore, Brazil and India played a very major role in this initiative. And therefore, we could, because we worked together as a team, emerging markets worked together as a team, we were able to convince G7 to come out with a balanced statement. And we could then finally convince Russia and China to agree to what was being arrived at. And therefore, without the emerging markets, this consensus could not have been arrived at. And therefore, I would really like to appreciate the role of the Sherpas, and all Sherpas played a very positive and constructive role.
Mr. Khan, Ambassador Sakis, thank you so much for joining us at the Global Technology Summit 2022. Ambassador Sakis, I believe you will soon perhaps be on your way to India, to Rajasthan, and we look forward to welcoming you here. On behalf of all of us, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Today is a very special day as India takes over the G20 presidency. To mark this day, Carnegie India was privileged to share a conversation on the G20 Troika between the G20 Sherpas of India and Brazil, the upcoming G20 president. Over the course of the summit, we have also had addresses by Amitabh Kant, India's G20 Sherpa, and Harshvardhan Shringla, India's G20 Chief Coordinator. Please log on to Carnegie India's YouTube channel to access all these conversations. Welcome again to the third and final day of the Global Technology Summit 2022. I am Kanika Monga, Senior Coordinator, Communications and Strategy at Carnegie India. Today, we have a whole day of engaging discussions for you on today's theme, fragmentations and its effects. Lots of coffee and tea to keep you energized. But before we begin, a few notes. We have short, dedicated tea and coffee breaks. However, we do have all these refreshments available just outside the venue, so feel free to step out for a coffee or a quick bite. We request you to keep your mobile phones on silent, but do encourage you to use social media to comment and contribute to our conversation online. Please stay connected to social media via #GlobalTechSummit. In case you are not able to attend any of our sessions later, please watch the discussions online on Carnegie India's YouTube channel. Before we begin, a word of thanks for our co-host and partners. It is our privilege to organize GTS in collaboration with the Ministry of External Affairs as co-host. We are also deeply grateful for state partner, the Government of Karnataka. Carnegie India also acknowledges the gracious support of Tata Trusts, our philanthropy partner, which has helped enable our work in India. The support and encouragement from Salesforce, Meta, Intel, and Amazon as our summit partners has been wonderful. The support from our session partners, NPCI International, Microsoft, and Google has been critical in putting this summit together. Our knowledge partners, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Rainmaker Group, NTI Bio, and Reserve Bank Innovation Hub have helped deliver an informative agenda. Our academic partners, IIITB, Kautilya School of Public Policy, and ISPP have helped us socialize the summit with a new generation of scholars. Finally, we would like to thank our broadcast partner, Biocon, our digital partner, The Print, and media partner, AsiaNet. Their support has helped discussions at GTS reach audiences across borders. We are delighted to have a ministerial address by James Cleverly, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom. He has previously served as the Minister of State for Europe and North America in the Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Office, and the Minister for Middle East, North Africa, and North America. Unfortunately, he could not be with us here with us today, but we have a virtual address from him now.
Namaste. It is a great honor to be speaking today as India takes over the G20 presidency. The theme of India's presidency, One Earth, One Family, One Future, perfectly sums up the future of global technology as well. At no time in history have we seen faster development of new technologies. Emerging tech is fundamentally reshaping our economies and our daily lives. It's unlocking previously unimaginable gains in global health and prosperity, while also presenting new challenges to our values and security. Something that I spoke about at the UN Committee on Counterterrorism just last month. India and the United Kingdom are ideally placed to use our science, technology, and digital leadership to meet these challenges and maximize these opportunities. Next year, I'll launch the UK's first ever international tech strategy to set out our global vision. As the world's largest democracy and a powerhouse for talent and ideas, India will be at the front and center of that. My friend and colleague, Dr. Jaishankar, and I are taking forward our comprehensive strategic partnership and delivering our 2030 roadmap. Our vision is to re-energize our relationship through trade, investment, and renewed collaboration to improve the lives of all our citizens. Tech runs through it like gold zari. Together, we are a formidable team. We top our region's rankings in the Global Innovation Index. Bengaluru is the fastest growing tech hub in the world. London is number 2. Our two countries both believe in innovation as a force for good. Last year, the UK attracted over a third of all the tech investment in Europe. India and the UK have one of the biggest herds of tech unicorns in the world and some of the greatest AI capabilities. We have a superb academic and research base, and 4 of the world's top 10 universities are found in the UK. The number of Indian students coming to the UK has more than doubled in the past 3 years. We want to make Britain even more attractive for tech talent. So we established our global talent network in Bengaluru this month. This complements a young professional scheme that will open in early 2023, offering young professionals from the UK and India a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to benefit from new professional and cultural experience. The UK is India's second largest research partner across 200 projects, 175 institutions, and 100 companies. And now we are increasing research and development funding to £20 billion by 2025. We expect £1.5 billion of digital services to India, and India's tech giants like Tata and Infosys support over 30,000 UK jobs. We're already working together in so many ways to mobilize technology in our shared struggle against disease and against climate change. But I also want to see democracies like ours address other challenges, the sinister side of the digital age. We've learnt over the past 20 years that without the right values built in from the start, tech can create serious problems. And there will always be those who see in each new opportunity or new innovation a new opportunity for crime or repression. Just as we want to protect our natural world for our children, so we need to ensure our digital world is free, safe, and peaceful. In the UK, we've introduced an online safety bill, placing us at the forefront of effectively regulating social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. And the UK launched our new national cyber strategy earlier this year, and I'm excited by the progress we can make towards creating a free, open, peaceful, and secure cyberspace, including by securing our digital infrastructure. I hope that our upcoming free trade agreement and strategic tech dialogue will unlock great opportunities for both our countries. With the talent of our people, our democratic values, and our global connections, India and the UK can use the transformative power of tech to overcome the world's biggest challenges.
Dr. Ruda Chowdhury, Director of Carnegie India, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to address you at this Global Technology Summit. Digital technology has transformed our lives, and data is a critical resource that can generate significant value in the digital domain. Innovative applications of data can drive the digital economy, inform policymaking, and improve the lived experiences of our people. Many have described data as the new oil. Like oil, data needs to be processed before it becomes useful and requires good infrastructure to enable reliable access. Yet in many ways, oil is a flawed analogy. Unlike oil, the nature of data is that it is not finite and it does not deplete. In fact, it is quite the opposite. We can unlock new value by resharing and reusing the data. It can bring benefits to many organizations concurrently. The free flow of data across borders enables our businesses to digitally serve many markets, creating efficiencies and driving innovation. In fact, excessive restrictions on data sharing can be counterproductive. At the same time, there are legitimate concerns about our personal data being mishandled or abused. Data breaches and scams can have a devastating impact on their victims. Businesses' reputations are at risk and can affect their services to customers in both the digital and physical domain. Each country will no doubt find its own unique balance between these competing objectives of data innovation and data protection. India, I understand, has a new draft bill, the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill, that recognizes cross-border interactions as a defining characteristic of today's interconnected world. In Singapore, we have our own data protection laws since 2012, as do many other countries in the world. In managing this important resource, we have taken a balanced approach, putting in place a progressive governance regime, one that allows for fair access and circulation of data, enabling cross-border data flows, and has appropriate safeguards to protect people from harm and unfair practices. Today, I want to share with you 3 approaches that Singapore is advancing together with international and industry partners to facilitate trusted data flows across borders. First, Singapore works with international partners to converge on standards to facilitate cross-border data flows. Even as we differ in our data protection regimes, it is important that countries work towards interoperability between our systems. Within ASEAN, we have worked together to create practical transfer mechanisms such as the ASEAN Data Management Framework. The ASEAN Data Management Framework provides businesses with a step-by-step guide so that their data management system has proper safeguards to protect data. We also have model contractual clauses, which are a ready-to-use template that help businesses meet the requirements for data transfers. Businesses, especially SMEs, can then reduce the amount of resources spent on negotiation and compliance. We welcome the opportunity to work with India and other countries to encourage more of our businesses to utilize these data transfer mechanisms. International certification mechanisms are another useful data transfer tool. An example is the Cross-Border Privacy Rules or CBPR system, which harmonizes standards to reduce barriers to cross-border data flows. Singapore is one of the founding economies of the Global CBPR Forum. We are working with government and industry partners to facilitate the adoption of the CBPR system globally. Another way that Singapore is advancing trusted cross-border data flows is through working with industry and research partners on privacy-enhancing technologies. We are exploring ways in which businesses can extract value from data without exposing sensitive personal data. For instance, banks can now pull data from their operations worldwide and build AI models for better fraud detection while protecting their customers' information. We have just launched a privacy-enhancing technology sandbox and hope our experience will contribute to the development of a more trusted and innovative data ecosystem. Earlier this year, Singapore also launched the National Digital Trust Centre with R&D commitments. It is an initiative that allows businesses to experiment with emerging technologies in a safe and secure manner, enhancing trust between companies and citizens. A third way to advance trusted data flows is to invest in infrastructure platforms that allow for data exchange across sectors and borders. An example of a public-private infrastructure platform is the Singapore Trade Data Exchange, or SG TradeX. Consider it a secure data superhighway that aims to tackle supply chain inefficiencies by connecting partners in the ecosystem. It is expected to unlock more than $100 million in value for participants by 2026. We invite businesses around the world to utilize SG TradeX and to work together to develop more of such platforms that enhance business productivity. 3 months ago, I was in Bali for the G20 Digital Economy Ministers meeting, where I shared Singapore's balanced approach to data and the importance of allowing for cross-border data flows. India's G20 presidency comes at a critical juncture. India's strength in the digital domain, for example, the India Stack, puts it in a good position to lead global efforts on digitalization through the G20 fora. I look forward to working closely with India and the rest of the world in harnessing the immense potential of data and the digital economy. Thank you.
We're grateful to the Minister for her address. Moving on to our first panel of the day on Save the Data, Localization as Democratization. This discussion will unpack why arguments for localizing data persist in spite of the benefits countries have reaped from the free flow of data. Please welcome our speakers, Melinda Claiborne, Privacy Policy Director, Legislation, Meta; Ralph Sawyer, Deputy Head, DG Justice and Consumers Unit for International Data Flows and Protection, European Commission; Audrey Blanc, Head of Division, Digital Economy Policy, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, who will be joining us virtually; Rahul Mathan, Partner, Trilegal. The panel will be moderated by Anirudh Burman, Associate Research Director and Fellow, Carnegie, India.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this discussion on data localization. I think Minister Teo's address very neatly encapsulated the benefits and the approaches to free flow of data, and I think it provides a good introduction to the discussion we are going to have. Now, very briefly, data localization is about imposing some kind of restriction on the cross-border transfer or flow of data. And there have been many arguments made about why it's necessary in certain contexts. And in India, we've had our own set of discussions and debates about what motivates this and how appropriate it is to impose localization requirements. 2 weeks ago, we've had a new draft of a draft personal data protection bill that takes a significantly different approach to localization from the previous iterations. So I want to start with Rahul and ask him, what do you make of this change? What do you read in the bill about the government's approach? Because it's also a little ambiguous. And especially, how is it different from the previous versions?
Thanks. I sort of feel for Carnegie because the program was decided before the bill came out, and to my reading, the bill completely reverses the idea that was started by the Justice Sri Krishna draft around localization. And I say this because if you look at the evolution of the law since the first draft to its current stage, we've seen a steady whittling away of the localization imperative that started in the Justice Sri Krishna draft. That was a localization of personal data. The next draft had a localization only of sensitive personal data. And this draft actually doesn't even use the word localization. It says that transfers will be permitted to certain named countries that are presented in the schedule. And if I look at the trend I would say that this is we've reached a position where virtually there is no localization, that the government is now going to move to an approach where it is going to identify certain countries to whom data may not be allowed to be transferred. And we're still to see that list of countries. But it's not an obligation to keep data here. It is more an obligation not to share data with certain named countries. And I think there is still a lot to unpack, because there is a provision in terms of what conditions there are that may be prescribed with regard to which countries will be on the list or not. And so that's a level of detail that we need to unpack. But I think it would be remiss on our part as the panel to ignore what has happened since the Justice Shri Krishna draft, which is the moment the draft law was made public, the Reserve Bank of India introduced a payment localization obligation. We've seen similar sectoral localization obligations coming up in various other sectors. And so I think the question that we will perhaps need to continue to ask ourselves, despite what this draft says, and if this draft does get enacted, what the law says, is that sectoral restrictions on where data can be kept may still be a factor that we have to contend with, particularly since most financial institutions have already complied with the RBI payment mandate. It seems unlikely that, having complied with what was at the time a very difficult engineering lift, that they're going to now easily unwind it. And so there is that factor that we also need to consider. But to answer a specific question, I think if Carnegie had maybe a few more weeks' notice, we may not be sitting here, or we may be sitting here discussing something completely different.
That's a very optimistic assessment of the bill. Just to push you a little bit on that, because there is scope for imposing terms and conditions for transfers within the bill that the government has reserved for itself. So it's not going to be a pure whitelisting process. There might be additional requirements that are imposed. Do you think that there is scope for that?
I mean, I read it more as terms and conditions that may be prescribed for how countries get onto the whitelist. And that would be very different from the terms and conditions that would be imposed in order, even though you're on the whitelist, to still transfer data. Now, and I'm sure Ralph will come in a lot more detail on this, this is not the way Europe, and as we heard, Singapore does this. And I think there is merit in considering just this whole concept that Europe came up with, which is adequacy, considering how do we ensure that the protections that we give to our data, the data of people in India, is adequately reflected in the countries to whom that data is transferred. There is certainly merit in considering that. But my view, and Ralph and I have had the benefit of a long conversation over breakfast, so I'm going to paraphrase briefly, is that India is where Europe was in the 1980s. India has no experience of data protection. And so I think we need to get our internal house in order first, our domestic house in order first. And we've got to build the nuts and bolts and the pipes and the plumbing for us to be able to do this right. And then after that, I think we can certainly graduate to these considerations of adequacy and things like that. So personally, I think the approach, which is quite frankly no different from the approach that exists up until now, because we have no law and therefore we have no restrictions, to let it lie for a little while. We have a law but still no restrictions, and then graduate into trying to impose perhaps some sort of barriers, such that when we've protected our data to a certain level, we don't, through transfers, affect the data protection that individuals are accustomed to in India. But I think we need to grow into it, and I think that would be the sensible, measured approach given the current state of our data protection jurisprudence.
Thanks for that. And I think we'll come back to this question of a whitelist and a trusted geography that's been going around in our second round of questions. I'm tempted to go to Ralph, since Rahul's mentioned some potential disagreement between the two of them. But let me turn to Melinda first and ask you for your views on the bill, and also, does it solve some of your apprehensions or issues with the previous versions of the bill?
Thanks. Okay. So I think on a larger level, in terms of this draft of the bill itself, I think we've seen a lot of really positive developments. Specifically, I think this draft of the bill is retains, focuses on a principles-based approach to data protection without being overly prescriptive. And so there is a kind of streamlining of concepts, particularly around the definition of personal data and kind of the removal of some of the categories of critical personal data, non-personal data, which were very unclear in prior drafts, and more aligns this draft framework with other international standards. I think we've also seen a really helpful introduction of explanatory, examples in the text of the law, which provides a lot of guidance. And so I think that kind of simplifying the draft a bit to a principles-based approach leaves appropriate room for developing more specificity through secondary regulation, which hopefully will be done through a very consultative process as well, and providing that flexibility for future technological and innovative developments. With regard to the data localization provisions in particular, I obviously think, agree with Rahul that this is a very positive development in terms of removing the local storage mandates. And I think there are a lot of questions that still need to be resolved around what this whitelisting approach would look like. I think we need to keep in mind that it will be important for businesses to have certainty about where the data will be able to flow, and will be able to have that certainty sufficiently in advance of being expected to comply with the requirements of the law. What's really important here is making sure that the data is allowed to flow now. So any restrictions we place on that ability to have data transfer internationally need to be very carefully considered, made in a very transparent and clear way, with sufficient notice to businesses. And we can maybe talk a little bit more later about what those criteria for whitelisting would include.
Thank you. And before I move on, I just wanted you to quickly give a sense to the audience about what is at stake when you impose localization requirements. How does it affect the business model of a company like Meta, but also any startup, any small business that's basically storing data abroad or sending it abroad for analytics and so on?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all kind of inherently understand in our daily lives as consumers that we are interacting with businesses around the world and using services kind of globally, and in our daily lives of kind of making travel reservations or buying things from companies overseas. We are engaging in kind of the global economy. And I think we understand that on a very intuitive level. And so what is at stake here is the ability to be able to continue to do that in as seamless and as frictionless a way as we currently do. So very specifically, for companies to have to kind of store data locally, not only is it a huge kind of cost, which is a much harder hurdle for smaller companies. There are real technological challenges in terms of being able to provide seamless, real-time services in a consistent way globally. You run into challenges of kind of latency and copies, and real friction is added to the system if it's even able to still operate globally, depending on kind of the extent of localization and local storage that we're talking about.
Right. In some sense, it's the idea of sovereignty hitting up against the idea of business efficiencies, and we're just trying to figure out a good way to resolve that.
Yeah, I mean, just on the sovereignty point, I mean, I think that there's I think everyone agrees that there is a lot of value to be extracted from data, and particularly value for public interest and public policy making purposes. I mentioned earlier that the prior draft included this concept of non-personal data with the idea that value can be harnessed from that data. And I absolutely agree. And I think that there are privacy protective ways to take and leverage data in different ways for public interest purposes. But data does not need to be stored locally to achieve those goals. And so I think, I still do welcome a conversation maybe outside now, I guess, the scope of the bill around how to leverage personal data and non-personal data for those public goods purposes. But that's a different conversation.
Thank you. Ralph, if I can come to you now, what do you make of the bill, and especially from your vantage point with the GDPR that has a very different formulation on adequacy? What do you make of this bill?
So first of all, it works. Thank you very much. I think it's an interesting bill that shows a number of commonalities with what we have in Europe. Not in the maybe level of detail, that's for sure. But I think there are commonalities on some core principles, obligations, data breach notification. Just to one example, some of the essential rights that are in the bill. Existence of a transfer regime, and we'll get to that in a second, and an independent authority that is going to supervise that. So I think those are core elements of data protection law also in Europe. Also perhaps the in principle horizontal application to the private and public sector, although I think I would also have maybe some question marks around the possibility to then exempt the public sector. But so I think there's a lot to build on. Obviously, there's also a lot that's left to further sub-legislation. So it's not always, I find, easy to judge that bill or to assess it, to get a view on it, because you simply don't know the details yet and what is going to come. I think there's also maybe some provisions or parts of the bill where more clarity could be added. So where I certainly, but I mean, have looked at this for some time now, but certainly not at the level of detail that it probably deserves. So, but I think I have some questions around certain parts of the bill, and then there are probably also some question marks or perhaps concerns that it would have, but some of it might be related to unclarity, or there might actually be things which are of concern. I think when it comes to the principles, I don't see a clear purpose limitation principle there, which I would think is a core element of a data protection law. We had indeed this earlier conversation, and I was told that it's strict purpose limitation, so you have to stick to the, which for us would mean you stick to the purpose of collection. That of course would be a strict form of purpose limitation, but I didn't see it that clearly spelled out. I think on data retention, I have some question marks when it comes to the exceptions to that. So for legal and business purposes, which seems to sort of swallow the retention principle that is in principle there. Transparency, it's only for consent, so not for all the other grounds for processing, which are called deemed consent. And there's also not a lot, actually, because it's only about, I think, the type of data and the purpose of processing, so not much more information is given. And if you then see also the right to access, also there, on demand, on request, you wouldn't get much more, I think, because it speaks about a summary of some core information. I don't know exactly what it will be, but so I think individuals to have some autonomy over the use of their data and some control, I think, deserve to know perhaps more about what's happening to their data. So that's perhaps another point. On on deemed consent, and leaving aside, we had also a discussion about that, about sort of whether it's a fortunate term. I mean, we have, of course, other grounds for processing in our data protection law than just consent. I personally even have some doubts about whether consent is the best ground for processing, given how difficult it is to provide individuals with good information and to ensure that they really freely consent and don't do it because they are sort of pressured because they want to just get to that web page or use that service. So we fully recognize that there are other grounds for processing, but then there are some which at least I would have some question marks around. For instance, the one on which I think is called voluntary disclosure. So that's another point perhaps. I've already mentioned the right to access. There's nothing on automated decision making. I know this is something which you also don't find in certain other data protection laws, but I think it's something which is increasingly recognized when it comes to the use of algorithms. We have this only for completely automized decisions. So on a loan or on housing, on access to a university or something. I think if you look at the AI principles that the OECD has developed and which have also been sort of endorsed by the G20, there is something on explainability and contestability of purely automated decisions. So I think that's also something might come in another law. No, I mean perhaps it's not for the data protection law, so it might be in AI legislation that's yet to come. Just to mention that. And around the authority. I think there it's maybe a question of what will be in the sub-legislation in terms of the guarantees for independence. There's not a lot said now in the bill. And we also had a conversation on are the powers restricted to the handling of complaints? Is it all complaint-driven, or is there ex officio enforcement, which I think is crucial, and I assume that's what it's meant. It should also be possible. But it's maybe not so clear from the law. On transfers, which was the starting point, I mean, we have now heard whitelist and blacklist. I think at least from the wording of Section 17, it reads like a whitelist to me, because it's you may notify countries to which you may transfer. It's perhaps the question, what is the default? So is it a prohibition and with a possibility to allow the transfer to certain specific countries? Then of course, depending on how quickly this goes, for some time there will be, in a way, I mean, it's not a full localization provision, of course, but it means that it then cannot go to all these other countries. And then, of course, there's a question of what's the standard going to be for such, if it's a whitelist, what's the standard? What are the conditions to be imposed? And are they uniform, or is this then country by country? Is it a political decision? Is it a legal decision? Indeed, and in our system, adequacy, which is sort of our corresponding provision, is about making sure that there is a comparable level of protection, because that then in our system allows data to go to that third country as if it was within the European Union. It really assimilates the third country to a part of the European Union, to the EU internal market. But because of that, there is a rather demanding standard for an adequacy finding. So that will be certainly a question. And I do think that an international transfer regime is a necessary element of a data protection law. If you only regulate data protection domestically, I think in a world where data indeed easily moves across borders and where companies can bring it to other jurisdictions to process it there, I think there is, I mean, one needs to think about what happens then and how do you ensure continuity of protection. So those are maybe some open questions. This being said, I mean the EU is one of the economic blocs that has clearly positioned itself against data localization. It's actually part of our trade sort of approach to free trade agreements. We have a provision that spells out various forms of localization, which we believe cover sort of all the ones that are relevant. And which we seek to prohibit. So I think it's indeed, we also see it as a step forward that there is no longer this express localization requirement, but with some questions around sort of what is the new regime.
Thank you for that. But let me pick on one particular aspect of your comments, which is about the lack of detail. And I have some sympathy for the level of ambiguity in the provision. But let me give you my sense of the flip side. The GDPR has a well laid out requirement on adequacy protection, 3 or 4 clear grounds. And one of the consequences of that has been that European courts have been using that to strike down agreements with your transatlantic partners, right? So doesn't it sometimes create more regulatory uncertainty to have that level of clarity in the parent law? And it might actually be a good thing to have some level of nimbleness and flexibility in the Indian bill.
But I find this a curious question. I mean, if you believe in what our court was trying to do, I mean, first of all, it has only struck down one specific adequacy finding. It has done that twice, but it has done it for sort of the same set of questions with respect to one country. I mean, you might disagree with the focus on the question of what happens to data when it has been transferred and then is accessed by public authorities in the third country. It takes an expansive view indeed on sort of what is the continuity of protection and how far do you have to protect the data. So not just from possible abuse or mishandling by the receiving company, but also possible interference with those protections by the company, by the public sector in the third country. So, I mean, you might disagree on that, and I grant you that. But if you believe in that, then I don't know what. I mean, I cannot criticize a court for then looking into that, and if it thinks that we as the government have not done our job properly in that regard, then it has to invalidate such a decision, because that decision, as I said, means that data can go to that third country as if it was going between, I don't know, from Germany to France. So we completely trust into, I mean, or we build on the regime of a third country. There is no application of our own rules in this regard. We don't rely on the responsibility of, I don't know, a controller in Europe to ensure what happens to the data abroad. No, we completely trust in that there are good data protection rules, that there is enforcement, and that there is no disproportionate government access. Because, I mean, the point of the court was also not that government access or government interference in the third country is per se a problem. I mean, of course, we have public interest interference, if you want to call that, by the public sector as well. I mean, because there are tons of legitimate reasons for doing that. Criminal law enforcement, national security are just some, and then there's regulatory purposes. So that's not the issue. What the court focused on is, are there sufficient safeguards around that and redress possibilities, in particular for foreigners? And in that case, the regime, in the view of our court, did not ensure that, and particularly when it comes to redress, did not ensure that for foreigners, because that is essentially limited, was essentially limited to citizens. I think we have fixed this now, and I think we will hopefully then, going forward, have again a stable adequacy finding also in that regard. But so, I mean, you might not believe or share the underlying premise, but if you do, then I don't think there's anything problematic with what the court did.
Thank you, Ralph. And let me now turn to Audrey. And Audrey, thank you for joining us at 5 in the morning your time, and for participating in this discussion. You've been doing a lot of work at the OECD on data transfers. So could you speak to some of the work that you've been doing, and also from that vantage point, how do you look at the new bill in India?
Yeah, so thank you for accommodating me virtually. I'm sorry to not be with you in Delhi as was intended. So yes, as you say, we've been doing quite a lot of work, well, really for the last 40 years on privacy at the OECD, starting with the privacy guidelines, but more recently on in cooperation with our trade colleagues, looking at how transfer regimes are, or we're looking at commonalities between data transfer regimes across OECD countries in particular, but more broadly across different systems, whether they're unilateral transfer mechanisms, which we think of as imposed by a single party, or they're multilateral, things like the CBPRs that were mentioned earlier, or whether they're sort of principle-based approaches like the OECD guidelines. So we've mapped those out. There's a fairly well understood taxonomy around those different transfer mechanisms, and in addition, a couple other work streams that are probably of interest. One is on data localization more specifically as it relates to the privacy guidelines of the OECD, which we are regularly updating and providing evidence behind in order to help countries implement them. And I'll just sidebar to say that I think many of the principles in the guidelines are reflected in the draft bill, which of course on our side deserves a much more thorough study, and it's come sort of right before the meeting, as you said at the beginning. And then I think there's some things where, as Ralph and others have pointed out, we're interested in learning more about what is intended behind some of the concepts and the principles there. But we do see a much commonality, at least between the concepts and the privacy guidelines of the OECD and the draft bill. We've also been doing work and we'll be announcing shortly on the issue you were just speaking about on access by public authorities or by certain types of authorities to data once it's transferred or when it's moved across borders. It's what we call our government access work, and we've developed a set of principles which we're excited to be able to make public in the next couple of weeks at a ministerial meeting that we're having in Spain in mid-December. And those really try to focus on clarifying some of the processes and safeguards that are in existence for protecting personal data in the context of certain types of access, like for law enforcement or national security. So there's various different sort of lenses in which we look at data localization specifically, since I know that's at least the underlying premise of the topic, but of the panel. To your question about the bill, I think we're, in particular, my colleagues have already said all of the interesting things about the bill, but we're very interested in understanding more about the whitelisting provisions, in particular from the vantage point of the OECD, how that works with other regimes. So sort of the multilateral or other unilateral regimes. So we're, from our vantage point, we're most interested in the international component of things, and how we get harmonization or interoperability between different systems. So interested to hear how the whitelisting will work and how that relates to other regimes like adequacy or CBPRs or otherwise. So, and what's behind the whitelisting. I will also flag, we noticed that, quite a focus on consent, and I think others have mentioned the limitations of consent already, and so some further thinking about potentially a bit of an over-reliance on consent, or how that will play out in practice. But I think just commend your efforts to move legislation along. As was said, it's important to have sort of your national house in order and the national data protection regime, and I think it benefits a lot, as you can tell from just the reading of the bill, from many of the international instruments that exist out there. I think in terms of cross-border data flows and data transfers, I think at least from the OECD's perspective, we're very interested in keeping data flowing reasonably while protecting it at the same time. We don't see them as inherently against each other or that mutually exclusive concepts, but that we do know that in order for that to be successful, we have to have both strong data protection and strong data protection and privacy that work together across borders, or that are at least have commonalities that can be articulated, and are maybe interoperable or converging toward a set of standards that companies can trust. I think, and I'll close on this, some work that we're doing in the concept of data free flow with trust, as we know, also has come out of the G20 over the years, particularly under the leadership of Japan, where the concept of localization or the questions around localization appear most frequently, at least in our work. We have been undertaking a series of empirical studies, working with companies on their experience in data transfers. And I think it's not surprising that what we will find, and what the findings will say, is that stability and predictability is of the most important for companies. And one thing I do worry a bit about is in a whitelisting regime, you can have a lot of predictability in the sense that it's kind of a blanket. It seems to be, at least based on our initial reading, sort of blanket ability to transfer without much nuance. So it might seem good on the front end, because it might provide that sort of sense of stability. But as time goes on, it may be difficult to unpack how those protections work if they're not spelled out, or they don't interrelate with other international efforts to interoperate and to converge around principles for protection, particularly in the transfer of data. So just excited to be working on that report, which I expect sometime early next year to be made available and discussed in both the G7 and the G20. So.
Thank you, Audrey. And let me use that to start talking about whitelisting and what it entails. And Audrey made the point that some part of it entails a degree of interoperability and commonality of privacy standards. So Rahul, to begin with you, do you think whitelisting is a proxy for adequacy, or is it something different, or is it something in addition to adequacy?
So I just want to first start with the fact that every whitelist has an implicit blacklist. It's a yin and a yang. So I don't think we should be fussed about whether it's a whitelist or a blacklist, because it's just a little harder to figure out if it's a whitelist, because you have to go through a list of 185 countries to find the 10 that are missing. Or we can just put a list of 10 countries, and then all the other 185 are, I don't know how many countries there are, but you get the idea. So I'm not hung up with the difference between a whitelist or a blacklist, other than it's just an easier thing to do. But to answer your question around adequacy, I think I agree with what Audrey says. A whitelist is very different from adequacy. A whitelist is a list of countries to whom data transfers are permitted. It is not a process by which you stipulate, as Europe does, that you can only transfer to countries that are adequate, and then we will go through a process to figure out whether you're adequate or not, and then you can go. In that sense, it is, forgive the reiteration, black and white. You have a list that you can transfer to ab initio, or you don't. I think the point that Ralph and Audrey make are actually important to engage with, which is that the reason why Europe does this is such that its citizens or residents can enjoy the same level of protection that they're used to in their home jurisdiction if that data happens to be transferred out of the home jurisdiction, which I think is certainly laudable. And I think we've all around the world got to find ways in which we can achieve that. But I think we all got to recognize that that is, as we are seeing with Schrems 1 and Schrems 2, extraordinarily difficult, because it comes up against the point that you mentioned, which is the sovereign expectation of a nation state to be able to do what it will, what it wants with the data that either pertains to its citizens abroad or its organizations within. And this is a thorny problem, and I don't think it's a problem that a whitelist or a blacklist or an adequacy or BCRs or SCCs or any of the other, or CBPR or DFFT or all the other acronym alphabet soup that we've been dealing with for the last 10 years will ever adequately solve. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't keep trying. And I think some of the work that OECD is doing to come up with principles, and I think it's good to see both Ralph and Audrey recognize that some, if not all, the principles are reflected in this draft, is an indication of how we should go about this, which is, India currently has 0 because we don't have a law. If we can have a law with a large number, or at least some of the principles reflected, we're moving a step up, and the rest of the world is also sort of defining these things till it becomes actually de facto adequate to transfer it to all countries that follow the same or similar principles. And I think just to as you probably realized, if we had started this panel at breakfast, it would have been a much fuller panel because we've already discussed a lot of these things, and I don't want to rehash them. But I think it is extraordinarily important to recognize where India is, and perhaps people who are not in India are assuming India to be higher up the chain in data protection than it actually is, with good reason, because we've got very sophisticated techno-legal solutions that we've spoken about throughout this conference, digital public infrastructure, etc. But the actual practice of data protection in India is at ground zero. And we've got to allow India to build its internal mechanism before we can expect it to be at the gold standard that Europe is at after 30 years of doing this. And I think we have to allow ourselves the time to do that. If we don't, we are going to mess this whole thing up and be in an even worse situation than we are right now.
Melinda, let me turn to you next. So 2 questions. One, do you concur with Rahul's assessment? The second is, does a whitelist, blacklist, whatever it is, does it actually solve law enforcement concerns about getting quicker access to data, easier access to data? How is that going to play out if we go with this kind of an approach?
Yeah. So I agree with what you were saying. I mean, I leave it to you about the assessment of where India is in the progression of data protection law. But I think, I think generally the approach set out in the law is the whitelist, blacklist, is an opportunity for India to determine what it wants that to be. It has lessons to be learned from the EU. It has lessons to be learned from other places. It need not be, a kind of adequacy regime. Indeed, I think, trying to impose that level of review at this stage would be quite cumbersome. I mean, Ralph knows better than anyone how long the adequacy reviews process take. And so I think there are a lot of open questions about what should be reviewed as part of that assessment. You want to make sure you're making kind of apples to apples comparisons, and that may be hard if for some countries in the world. And so, I think it's an interesting idea to think about a blacklist approach. And default is that data can flow unless certain criteria are present, in which case it cannot. So I think it's, there's a lot of room here to explore really creative solutions. I also think it's important, if we just step back for 1 second into kind of first principles here, what we're trying to do is protect the data where it flows, and everyone agrees on that. If that's the case, we also need to give tools back to companies to be able to do that themselves, apart from the government's whitelisting or blacklisting. And so in prior versions of the draft, there were other bases for transfer, like intergroup schemes or contractual clauses, which do exist in the EU and which have now been taken out of the draft. And so I think if the goal here is to protect data, then we need to employ all of the tools to do that, particularly because administering the kind of whitelist blacklist regime is going to be a big task. So that said, I think on your question about law enforcement access, I mean, I think, again, it depends on what considerations are going to be taken into account as part of the whitelist exercise. Is India going to look at law enforcement access data issues? And so I think that's an open question. I don't think this inherently, I know that concerns about law enforcement access to data were a prime driver of data localization. Although, I think has been explored a lot in the last few years, localization does not solve that problem at all because of the legal regimes that us as a U.S. company have to comply with. It doesn't actually break that deadlock. And so that's why I think the work that Audrey was referencing at the OECD in terms of, coming to a common set of principles around trusted government access to data is incredibly important. And I think the more that we kind of converge in that space as a set of like-minded countries, it is going to chip away at some of those underlying tensions that are driving some of the data localization debate.
Thank you. And Rahul, let me come to you on the same theme, because I think it's something that is an important motivation for why we've been talking about localization. And you made that point in your opening remarks also, that even if you do have this version of the bill, we still have to worry about increasing regulatory requirements in other sectors, RBI, SEBI, IRDA, and so on, who are already insisting on some level of localization, and it may continue creeping. Right, so how do we solve that problem? Does whitelisting guarantee some kind of a panacea, or are there other mechanisms that we need to think about?
No, look, I think the sectoral regulators are going to have to take their own call as to what they're going to do with that. But I think I'm just hopeful that since the first draft of the data protection law gave the direction to sort of try this data localization, and having had such fulsome discussions, as Melinda says, went through this whole question of whether it improves access or not, and it seems like the government is walking that back. Perhaps that would encourage the RBI to walk it back. I have absolutely no hope that it will, but that's the only thing that we can expect. I don't think it's a panacea. I think what this law says will be with regard to the data that falls within its ambit to regulate. But if the Reserve Bank of India has a higher bar for financial information, then I think that bar, it's the prerogative of the Reserve Bank of India to do what it wants with that data. And I don't see this in any way rescinding the payment localization mandate or perhaps even the e-commerce and the other mandates that are coming out.
Right. Audrey and then Ralph, similar question, but what do you think are some of the other mechanisms that you see used bilaterally, multilaterally, or within the domestic jurisdiction itself that tries to give the level of access to law enforcement authorities to domestic citizen data? What is a good way to ensure this access? Audrey?
So yeah, thanks for the question. I think they're on the maybe separating law enforcement and national security, which we do not do in our work at the OECD. We have them together for various reasons. We have them together, but I think in the law enforcement sphere, there is much more activity and common or efforts and international cooperation in law enforcement at the European level, but also across borders. On the national security side, I think there's much less, at least in terms of international instruments, or maybe nothing. And so in that sense, I think our principles are unique. Also, the scope in which of the countries that they recognize. So it's obviously much of Europe, which is members of the OECD, but also Asia and South America and North America. So we've managed to compare a bit the systems for accessing data under law enforcement and national security laws in a sort of geographically diverse set of democracies, which is unique. And I think the first time you will see something common written about how what the protections are in these cases, which is what we're most interested in. We know that access needs to be sought. Ralph said it. All of our democracies have provisions, including, the draft bill in India for accessing data for the purposes of protecting the state, for the purposes of countering terrorism, for the purposes of enforcing the law. Those all exist, and they are usually carve-outs for general data protection law. They're usually exceptions to certain protections. It's the balancing, or the decisions of balancing rights. And so we know that rights often can need to be balanced, and that in order to infringe on a right, there has to be a justification and various things. So, for example, when the right to privacy is in conflict with the right to security, or the right to the protection of the person, that's the most sort of classic one in the realm of law enforcement and national security. So I think the question of what we're really trying to do is try to set a sort of baseline, to communicate a baseline of how this works today in countries, because it's maybe poorly understood or not easy to communicate. These tend to be complicated laws. It tends to come from a community of people that don't, whose primary objective isn't always to work with other countries. Obviously, it's not like the data protection community, where there is an imperative of cross-border cooperation. That, for example, is built into the privacy guidelines back from 1980, this idea that regulators would need to cooperate across borders in order for data to flow. That's less of an instinct in the national security and law enforcement communities, although perhaps a little more in law enforcement, because that's in order to enforce, in order to combat crime, there's obviously some cooperation that needs to happen. But so for what we're trying to do is to articulate how democracies deal with these protections, how they put them in place, and how they're executed, and in order to, I think ultimately be the beginning of a conversation about how they can be first leveraged by a larger set of countries. In the OECD, it's 38 countries, so it's significant, but it's small in terms of actual numbers. But that standard, that baseline doesn't exist. And so I think that we hope that's an important contribution, so that when we look at, should we trust this country, whether it's a whitelist or a blacklist, or whether it's something else. And I'll just take the moment to say that I do think it's it's a very significant question about if you go down this sort of blanket whitelist path and you have sectoral regulations, how you're gonna make those work together. But anyway, the principles on government access intend to sort of set this baseline for the discussion about how our democracies increasingly deal with that set of trade-offs that have to be made when accessing data. I think it was sort of not overtly referred to, but the Cloud Act approach, where a jurisdiction can get access, is another consideration. I think that Melissa mentioned it in her intervention. So these are various moving pieces to try to kind of get at this issue of how these type of authorities access data, and how to build trust in that, which is ultimately what we're trying to do. We're trying to allow data to flow, and trying to look for reasons to trust another place, another jurisdiction, another country's system. And in order to trust, you have to understand. And in order to understand, you have to have some amount of communication and transparency. And so, ultimately, this is the first step, at least in that domain, from our side in the OECD.
Thank you, Audrey. And before I turn to Ralph for a last comment, we have about 5 minutes left. So if anyone has questions, please come to the mics while Ralph gives us a response. And I think we'll be able to take a couple of questions at the end. Ralph, quick couple of minutes if you want to come in on the same question.
Yeah, maybe just 3 points. One, to come back one last time on whitelist versus blacklist. I see Raul's point in terms of once the full list is established, maybe the difference between a white and a blacklist isn't so different. But on the way there, I think it's a huge difference, because if you have a whitelist approach, transfers are prohibited until you're whitelisted, and then it depends on how quickly this goes. It's different for a blacklist. So I think there is a difference certainly in terms of timing, and I think Melinda's right. That then links to the standard that you apply. Indeed, it takes some time if the approach is to assess a third country's data protection regime and possibly beyond. It indeed takes some time if you do this thoroughly. So that's maybe the first point. If it's a blacklist, so if you basically just want to, I'm saying just, but if you want to indicate which are sort of unsafe destinations, which is something, one can certainly consider, but then I still come back to my question, so what for all the other countries that are then sort of indirectly or implicitly whitelisted? What are the safeguards that apply for these transfers? And I think I share Melinda's point on what about other transfer tools? Why are they not considered? And I don't think they necessarily have to be complicated or something that a country like India couldn't apply. If in particular I think about model contracts, model data protection contracts, which is something which ASEAN has now developed and which the Latin American data protection authorities have developed for the entire region, and which is just being picked up by Brazil now and Argentina. And which we have developed, and the UK and New Zealand. So I think it is a tool that can be used, and the beauty of it is they are pre-approved. It's a model contract, which in particular small and medium-sized companies can easily use because they just download it from the internet, fill in the annex, and that's that. Of course, there's compliance, but I don't think if it's sort of aligned with the standards that you have in India, then I don't see why that would be any problem. So that's maybe the second point. And the third one, Audrey has spoken a lot about the OECD government access principles. We have shared, 2 years work on this with a number of other countries. So I can only underline, I think, the importance of this document. I think it's really an achievement. It was not easy, but at the same time, I must say I'm quite surprised in a way, and positively surprised that it was possible to find common ground. Audrey said the OECD is small, but it's not that small. It's still a large group of countries that came together from across the globe. Including many from the Asian region. And yet it was possible to find a good set of principles which is sufficiently ambitious and still workable. So I think that's certainly for the future something that we can build on. And when it comes to law enforcement, I have done this before in an Indian context. I never receive a lot of enthusiastic response on that, but there is the Cybercrime Convention, which I think is a super important instrument for law enforcement cooperation across border, including with the second additional protocol, direct access to companies in another jurisdiction. So I think that is something, there is a multilateral way forward. Again, this was not an easy negotiation. I've also participated in that. There's a whole data protection provision in that second additional protocol. So also that was possible at multilateral level for an area which many countries, for them it's new to have data protection rules in the area of criminal law enforcement, but it was possible. So I think we should not despair. There's ways. You don't have to do this unilaterally, and I think indeed multilateralism is the way forward on these issues.
Thanks, Rolf. We are literally at the last 20 seconds, so one very quick, short question from there.
Yeah, I'm audible? Yeah. So, good morning, one and all present here. My name is Mayank Gupta, and I am a young ambassador, a representative of Kautilya School of Public Policy. So I just wanted to know, with respect to the DPDP bill, we see that the central government has the authority from rule setting for qualifying significant data fiduciaries, as well as determining jurisdictions for cross-border flow of data, which we have discussed in detail. But don't you think that this approach of the government being a dominant force in this legislation will lead to arbitrariness, and what could be the role of the data protection board, which has been mentioned in this bill with respect to cross-border flow of data?
Rahul, quick response.
So I think so there's been a lot of talk about the extent to which things have been left for later. And I have, for a long time, held the view that for a technology regulation, the only way to go, literally the only way to go, is to prescribe principle-based regulation and allow for agile governance after the principles are clearly articulated, largely because, as we've seen with GDPR and we've seen with various other laws that are perhaps, GDPR is principle-based as well, but it comes up against the fact that new technologies make it impossible to navigate regulation when the regulations are too hard-coded based on existing law. And so I'm actually quite in favor of having principles and then allowing for subsequent regulation. We've got to get it right. We can't allow this to, violate the principles of excessive subordinate legislation and inappropriate delegation of authority from the legislature to the executive. That's a line that we've got to very, very clearly stay on the right side of. But I think when it comes to technology regulation, there is literally no other way to go. As far as cross-border is concerned, I think, just to make it very clear, the reason why I don't think we have SCCs and BCRs and model contract clauses and all of those things is because my understanding of the way of the government's approach right now is a blacklist or a whitelist, but whatever the list is at that point in time, it is the list. So if you are not yet on the whitelist, it means you are on the blacklist. And so in all those cases, I think the government's saying that yes, data will not be allowed to transfer to those countries, not through a BCC, not a BCR, not through an SCC, not through anything else. And so my sense of how this is going to work, and I'm not sitting, in the government seat, is that we're going to. That's why I think we're going to have to start with a short list of countries to which data will not be allowed to be transferred, and that. Whether we do it by exclusion or inclusion will determine whether it's a blacklist or a whitelist. And then for everything else, data will be allowed to freely transfer, which is why we don't need to worry about having SECs or BCRs, because you only have SECs and BCRs when there are some restrictions on transfer. That's the way I think, just reading the tea leaves, this is going to end up. But you can call me next year for Carnegie and prove me wrong.
Thank you, Rahul. A great note to end the discussion on, very constructive. And I must thank all the panelists for a really engaging discussion. Thank you.
We are now delighted to have a virtual ministerial address by Sanai Takaichi, Minister of Economic Security of Japan. Sanai Takaichi currently also serves as Minister of State for Science and Technology Policy, Space Policy, and Intellectual Property Strategy.
本日はお招きいただきありがとうございます。インド外務省の協力のもと、カーネギー国際平和基金が主催するグローバルテクノロジーサミットに参加できることを非常に嬉しく思います。デジタル技術が世界に大きな変化をもたらしている一方で、ますます多くの人が経済安全保障の重要性を認識し始めています。このような国際情勢の中で、こうしたフォーラムが開催されることは非常に意義のあることだと考えます。最初にコロナ禍とロシアのウクライナ侵攻に触れないわけにはまいりません。この2つの出来事は世界のサプライチェーンに大きな影響を与えました。世界経済はグローバル化によって大きな恩恵がもたらされた一方で、経済効率性を重視し、国際分業化を推し進めた結果、地政学的リスクを考慮しない形でサプライチェーンが多様化、複雑化してしまいました。その結果、重要な物資の他国への過度な依存や、それに伴う供給途絶リスクを高めてしまったのです。今回のコロナ禍やウクライナ危機は、各国とも危機に直面すれば、自国のための物資の確保を優先するのみならず、自国に有利な環境を創出すべく、 サプライチェーンにおける優位性を意図的に利用する国があるという厳しい現実を見せつけました。有事を見据え、平時からサプライチェーンの強靭化や戦略物資の確保をいかに進めていくかは、経済安全保障の大きな課題の一つとなっています。私は岸田政権の下、本年8月に経済安全保障や科学技術、イノベーション、宇宙政策を担当する大臣職を拝命しました。最近、経済安全保障という考え方が徐々に広く知れ渡るようになってきましたが、私としては経済安全保障とは国家及び国民の安全、さらには繁栄を伝統的な安全保障のツールだけではなく、経済的な措置を講ずることによってしっかり守り実現していこうという新しいコンセプトであると考えています。伝統的な安全保障の世界では、国家や国民を外交や防衛という手段によって守ってきましたが、技術革新などにより安全保障の裾野が経済分野まで広がり、安全保障は安全保障、経済は経済と分けて考えることが難しくなってきました。そのような状況を踏まえ、我が国においては岸田政権の最重要課題の一つである経済安全保障推進法を策定し、本年5月に成立しました。私自身も当時は与党自民党の政調会長としてこの法律の策定・成立に尽力いたしました。この法律の下、サプライチェーン強靭化、基幹インフラの安全性・信頼性確保、特許の非公開化に加え、先端的な重要技術の官民協力による研究開発を強力に推し進めていきます。AI や量子分野などを念頭に、今後5000億円規模のさまざまなプロジェクトを推進していきます。今申し上げた重要技術開発支援にも関連しますが、科学技術イノベーションは経済成長の原動力や気候変動など地球規模課題の解決に資するものであるだけでなく、経済安全保障確保のための取り組みを進める上でも重要な要素の一つです。イノベーションを促すためには、自由でオープンな研究活動が重視されなければならない一方で、研究活動の基盤となる価値を守るため、研究インテグリティを強化していくことも必要です。現在、我が国は国家安全保障戦略の改定作業を進めています。2013年の現行の戦略には、経済安全保障の考え方は示されていません。年末にも策定される新しい戦略に、この極めて現代的な課題である経済安全保障の要素をしっかり位置づけていく考えです。以上のような経済安全保障を進めていくにあたっては、第一に我が国の経済構造の自立性を向上させること、第二に我が国の技術などの他国に対する優位性を確保・強化し、さらにそれを強化し、我が国の国際社会における必要不可欠性を拡大していくこと。第三に、基本的価値やルールに基づく国際秩序の維持強化に向けて、同志国との協力を拡大・深化させていくことという3つの目標を実現していくことが重要であると考えています。ルールに基づく国際秩序の維持・強化の重要性が増す中、同志国との連携強化は極めて重要です。経済安全保障に関する我が国の国際連携については、インドを含めた日米豪印の取り組みを通じて活発な議論が行われていることを非常に喜ばしく思います。本年5月には、日本がホストした日米豪印首脳会合において、重要技術サプライチェーンに関する原則の共通声明を発表するとともに、 5G サプライヤー多様化およびオープンランに関する新たな協力覚書にも署名しました。また、オープンラントラック 1.5 イベントを通じたものを含め、 地域におけるオープンで安全な電気通信技術の実装に関して共同する方法を探求しています。日本とインドは共にインド太平洋に位置していますが、インド太平洋地域は世界人口の半数を要する世界の活力の中核です。インドは日本にとって自由・民主主義といった価値観を共有する大切なパートナーです。本年は日印国交樹立70周年という記念すべき年であり、日印がそれぞれ G7、G20 の議長国を務める来年も経済安全保障に関する協力をさらに深めていきたいと思います。最後にこのような機会をいただきました主催者とインドのご支援とご協力に感謝いたします。誠にありがとうございました。
We are thankful to the Minister for her perspectives. Moving on to our next panel, the recent Russia-Ukraine crisis is the first conflict that deployed a combination of kinetic and digital weapons to gain supremacy. While many of the technologies used by Russia and Ukraine are not entirely new, their deployment in the recent crisis might place emerging tech into the military mainstream. We take the conversation forward in this panel, Lessons from the War in Ukraine. Please welcome on stage our speakers, Raj Shukla, Member, Union Public Service Commission, Joshua T. White, Non-Resident Fellow, Foreign Policy, Brookings, Ashley J. Tellis, Tata Chair for Strategic Affairs and Senior Fellow, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Lauren Kahn, Research Fellow, Council on Foreign Relations, will be joining the panel virtually. The conversation will be moderated by Indrani Bagchi, Chief Executive Officer, Ananta Aspen Center.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to what I think is probably the most exciting session at the Global Technology Summit. It's, we did, as Shruti pointed out, we have been seeing a deployment of digital and technology weapons in the Russia-Ukraine war. My view is we actually had a preview of what the next generation war might look like. If you remember, not so long ago, the most recent conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and that in many ways, I would say, was a precursor to what we might be seeing, what we have been seeing for the last 8 months in the Russia-Ukraine theater. I have a panel which doesn't need introduction, but I will introduce them to you anyway. Ashley Tellis, Raj Shukla, Joshua White, and Lauren Kahn, who's joining in from Washington, D.C. Welcome, Lauren. Do yell out to us, but we do see you, and welcome. I'm going to begin with Ashley, just because we always begin with Ashley. Ashley, we've brought back nuclear threats in the Russia war. We in this subcontinent are no stranger to nuclear threats. We've lived with them for decades, and but how concerned would you be, or are you, about escalation, nuclear escalation? And we've seen this play out over the last couple of months. So how concerned would you be about this?
So thanks, Indrani. Before I address the issue of concern itself, let me make a couple of points that bear on the answer that I want to offer you. I think the Russia-Ukraine conflict has been a rude reminder for the entire international community that nuclear weapons still matter. After the end of the Cold War, the central nuclear competition had receded into people's consciousness. And as recently as a few years ago, President Obama was actually emboldened to think in terms of a world without nuclear weapons and so on and so forth. I think what this conflict has done is that it has shown that nuclear weapons have never really left center stage, even if they were somewhat recessed. Now, having said that, there are 2 or 3 dimensions of nuclear interactions that I think are worth flagging. The first lesson that I think vulnerable states will take away from this crisis is that you cannot do without nuclear weapons. And if you are a state like North Korea or Iran, the argument for giving up your nascent nuclear capabilities becomes less and less attractive as a result of what has happened in Ukraine. In other words, the challenges for non-proliferation have simply gotten magnified because people will draw the conclusion that a state that was imprudent enough, as Ukraine was, to give up its nuclear weapons, is now paying the price for that strategic decision. Now, obviously, there were many factors that bore on the issue at the time of the signing of the Budapest Memorandum and the great power guarantees that were offered to Ukraine for its security and so on and so forth. But the bottom line is, when you abstract from all the details, people are simply going to say, those documents matter less. The fact that Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons have now put it in this position of great vulnerability. So that's point number 1. Point number 2, and this is far more troubling, is that what we've seen in Russia's use of nuclear threats is a remarkably blatant form of nuclear blackmail. And it's another way of driving home the point that if you possess nuclear weapons, and if you are a willful state willing to manipulate the threats of their use, you can get away with a lot. And you see that because in the Biden administration's response to Ukraine, for example, one of the central drivers that has shaped US response has been the fear of escalation. The manner in which we have supported Ukraine has been very sensitive to the question of thresholds, very sensitive to minimizing the damage that Ukraine could do on strategic Russian assets. And all these factors are driven by the fear that if you push the Russians to the wall, we might end up with a nuclear conflict to which we will become party whether we like it or not. So the fact that the Russians have now demonstrated that nuclear coercion pays off, in the sense that you can shape the responses of both adversaries and bystanders in a way that advances your core political interests, I think is actually a rather unsettling lesson that this crisis is going to leave for the international community.
Thank you for saying that. Just as a reminder, after Gaddafi was killed, I think we had a conversation between Iranian leaders and Indian, and that was one of the reasons they gave for never giving up their nuclear weapons. So just to buttress what you just said. But you are watching what you were watching in Ukraine, and the use of technology. How do you see that playing out in developing warfighting strategies, warfighting concepts by militaries? And you've been a student of this for many years.
When people ask me that question, and it's an obvious question that is asked because of the severity of the crisis, I'm reminded of the apocryphal tale, Jean Lau's comment on the French Revolution, too early to tell.
Too early
right?
to tell.
Because we are still watching this in slow motion sort of evolve before our eyes. And there are so many dimensions of the question. I mean, there's a strategic dimension, there's an operational dimension, there's a tactical dimension. Let me just say a few words about the operational dimension, because that, I think, comes closest to addressing the question you asked, which is what are the lessons, for military forces as they go along. And let me offer 4 thoughts that I think are worth thinking about. The first is the exotic capabilities that we think about, cyber and so on and so forth, have clearly made a difference, but they have not displaced the primacy of heavy metal in war. This is something to keep in mind, because one of the things that we've realized, particularly when we think of these exotic instrumentalities, is the fragility of the instrumentality. That is, cyber operations, for example, work splendidly when your networks are unprotected. But if you have protected and resilient networks, actually it is not clear to me that they can produce strategic effects. And any military worth the name, or any government worth the name, if it doesn't attend to the business of protecting its networks, then it shouldn't be in the warfighting business to begin with, right? So in our focus on the exotic, we should not lose sight of the prosaic. So heavy metal matters. The sort of normal accoutrement of warfare has not gone out of style. It makes a huge difference. The second thing that I would flag is the absolute importance of ISR. You cannot fight an effective campaign if you do not know what is on the other side of the hill. And this is where I think new technologies have made a huge difference with respect to collection, more importantly with respect to fusion, because you have diverse sensors which are picking up signatures, with using multiple sort of phenomenologies. But to be able to fuse that information and provide it to the operator in a relatively quick, at a relatively quick pace, so as to enable the operators to then deliver firepower on targets, literally sometimes in a matter of seconds, right? So US ISR systems, the Ukrainian ISR systems are able to identify very small and discrete targets like Russian artillery batteries, even if they are mobile. Identify the geocoordinates of those batteries, cycle that data in machine-readable form to the firing batteries, which are 40, 50 kilometers behind the line. And these batteries are then able to fire salvos, literally in an operating cycle that can be measured in seconds. So ISR has a huge impact. And, one cannot afford to shortchange ISR investments, even at the expense of sort of pointy instruments. The third point that I think is really interesting is that precision-guided weapons are extremely expensive, but in the long run, they're turning out to be far more economical. Because even though the upfront unit cost per weapon is much higher than a dumb weapon, the fact that you use so little of them to actually produce operationally relevant effects has a huge economy. And then the last point I'll make is that this war has shown us that munitions disappear faster than anyone imagines. And so the old adage that, amateurs talk strategy, professionals talk logistics, really hits you in the face. Because modern warfare is a consumption-intensive form of engagement. And the amount of money you have to put in maintaining a long and robust logistics tail is something that this war has shown us. And it's not just shown us for Ukraine, it's actually shown us for the United States, because the US has taken responsibility for supporting the Ukrainians with various forms of, kit. And so you cannot afford to forget about the things that nobody sees, which are things in your inventory, things in your, storage facilities, and so on and so forth. So.
Thank you, Ashley. It's interesting you spoke about inventories and munitions. Raj, you will, of course, wear your military hat. But my question to you is, what are the lessons that the Indian military has taken in terms of technological leapfrogging from the Russia-Ukraine war, not about the veracity of Russian weapons or the greatness or otherwise of their military strategy, but just on the pure part of technology, the role that technology has played, and what does that mean for us, for the military, for the Indian military?
Before that, Indrani, if I may just make a quick point on the nuclear transitions that
Yes,
Ashley was talking about. I just want to make 2 to 3 quick points, and that is one, at one time the nuclear debate in India was very deep and rich. Over the last decade, it has somehow been pushed to the periphery. And it is my view that we must revisit the parameters of that debate, because given the sophistication of the Chinese nuclear arsenal, in things like tonnages, precisionary, hypersonic vector through FOBS, the fact it's my understanding they have a strategic nuclear force which is signaling to the to the US mainland, and a tactical nuclear force which is signaling to the LAC and the bases around. These aspects need to be revisited in great depth. Simplistic dismissals that tactical nuclear weapons are not required or they won't work may not be true. That was just one point I wanted to make. Now, returning to technology, though the lessons from Ukraine are mixed, in fact, the lessons of Ukraine are that technological sophistry is very important, but it cannot be at the cost of basic readiness. In fact, the principal lesson is how this great Russian military unraveled as a military instrument because it lacked readiness. So before I come to technology, I just want to make this one point, or these 2 points, that what Ukraine does, it has shown fresh light on where the instrument of force should be in your power calculus, in your strategic calculus. So to me, it seems that because these norms of territorial conquest have been breached, the instrument of force is returning to the center of the power calculus. 1. And 2, if it returns to the center of the power calculus, creating an instrument of force which is ready, and in a very high state of readiness, and a war-winning instrument. Now, that is a huge challenge. I'll just elaborate with one small example. The Indian military, it's very obvious now for decades, it needs to be joint, it needs to be technologically enabled, it needs to be calibrated, which means optimized, and it needs to be ready. Now, each is a one-word descriptor, but look at the time these things take. We've been struggling with jointness for the last 30 years. And in the meantime, what's happened, even as we are debating, theater commands, which are really structural corrections, today you need to set up digital theaters. So this is how these things are happening. Look at readiness in the manner that the Russian military has. So these are the 2 points. I'm just coming to technology. Let me first speak about the Indian Army.
Right.
So the Air Force and the Navy, at least in the public perception, and perhaps rightly so, were supposed to be the leaders in technology, and the Indian Army was some kind of a laggard. But over the last 5 to 6 years, I think thanks to General Rawat, General Saha, and a host of others, major steps have been taken so as to, shall I say, in the Indian military, to get this whole technology thing going. So things like outreach to, academia, IITs, the private sector, startups. It was unheard of when I was young that startups would come, but they are here. In fact, one of the first well-known startups, drone swarming, which has been done by Samir Joshi, was a thing given by the Indian Army. Having said that, the challenges of technology are so much. So let me give you one example. While all the things have got going, look at Ukraine. The precisionary was the dominant theme, and it was being challenged by EW. Now here we must learn from the Chinese. They have this rocket force, which is a very sophisticated ecosystem of precision strike, and the SSF, which combines space, cyber, and EW. And if in thought they are so many years ahead of us, look at the Indian challenge. We haven't yet set up a rocket force, and we haven't yet really, done something about EW. So while these baby steps have been taken, a lot is being done. I'll just wind this technology argument with 2 aspects. I'll paraphrase the Prime Minister. When he talks about Atmanirbharta, it's not merely an empty slogan of self-reliance. He says that the forces of innovation, energy, enterprise must be released from the scourge of process and procedure. So this is where technology is stuck. Trying to align it with an outdated DPP, it just won't work. So these things are happening, but they need to pick up space. So I would say that in a lot of this stuff like digital combat, loiter, ISR, these things have got going, but we really have to step it up. Gati Shakti, speed and scale, that really needs to happen, and that is the challenge about us. And just one last point, look at this whole challenge, about just look at how the character of war has been upended. In India, we were saying the days of all-out conflict are over. Are they? In India, we were talking about, it had almost got into our bloodstream. Ki ladai nahi hone wali, ladai ho rahi hai. So these kind of issues, have this business of short, swift conflict. It's been drilled into every army officer, short, swift conflict. So we thought, Pakistan army 8 to 10 days, really? 9 months. So we have to visit a lot of these paradigms about the character of war, logistic sustainment. People were questioning whether 40I was excessive. And as Ashley tells us, 90I have proved to be inadequate. And look at how, just one last example and wind up. In the first 2 months, the Ukraine artillery and the Russian artillery were perhaps equal in terms of strikes, counter-strikes, because of the ammunition availability. And then Ukrainian stocks went down. And not one country in NATO could rejig those stocks in time. So logistic sustainment, industrial capacity, whole lot of challenges. These are the lessons from the Ukraine conflict.
So we, of course, have a very singular lesson from the Ukraine war, given our dependence on Russia. But something that you spoke about on the nuclear front and how we thought that the nuclear debate has been behind us. I think partly Ashley is to blame because, after the nuclear deal, we all thought that was behind us.
He didn't write a book for a long time.
It's all on him. And but the second is, and I noticed how when the Pakistanis developed their own TNWs, the Nasser, for instance, and we, in many ways, the discourse in India dismissed it as, in quotes, the jihadi edge to their nuclear arsenal. But it's clearly a lot more than that. And I think one of the things that the Ukraine war has shown is how we dropped that particular debate just by putting it into a different box. But you talked about fusion, and it's not only China's civil military fusion that we should look to, but where does the Indian military get its technology? Government is famously skeptical of the private sector. Technological advancements, you talked about the startups. The technological advancements are coming out of these startups. How responsive or how open is the Indian defense establishment to incorporating new ideas, new technologies into the Indian military, tailored to the Indian military situation? How are you working on this?
So see, there are two aspects to it. One is that the traditional organs like the DRDO and the DPSUs, they need to smarten up greatly to give us our technological requirements. So that is happening in some measure. The TDF program of the DRDO is being looked into. We've had some revamping of the DPSUs, most notably the OF. See a good example, the ordnance factories, they are these massive ammunition behemoths, but what are they producing? Dumb munitions. And the central lesson of Ukraine, as Ashley brought out, is not going. You have to be imaginative even in ammunition. So things like loiter, all this kind of stuff, smart munitions. And therefore now the Indian military is looking to the private sector and the startups precisely because the private sector and startups are supposed to bring to the table issues like innovation, creativity, energy, enterprise. So I would say the wariness of the past has gone. We have turned to them, but it needs to pick up. And I would just want to connect with yesterday's orders. See what's happening in the Indian context, two issues. There was a whole lot of talk of how to create policy incentives. Now we spend so much time in creating policy incentives that a better way, the best way to give incentives is to place orders. There is nothing like that. I'll give you an example of the Samir Joshi. So when we swarmed these drones with him, he was the only guy in India with a swarming algorithm. By the time we got to the second stage of orders, third stage of orders, there were 12, 14 guys. So nothing like orders. They are best incentives. So that culture of civil-military fusion has to grow. And not only, it has to come from the humility where you acknowledge that national security today is so complex that no single institution can do it on its own. Now, I can vouch for the senior leadership of the Indian Army. It does realize this. We do realize we need new talent pipelines in these niche areas like space, EW, cyber, new career mobility pathways. Now, all this there is a realization, but it's going to take time to execute. But one thing is clear. I've now heard the Honorable Raksha Mantri talk about it, the Honorable Foreign Minister talk about it. So the lexicon is picking up of civil-military fusion. So a lot of things can happen. For example, in today's day and age, why shouldn't the Ministry of Defense not be cross-pollinated? Cross-pollinated in terms of expertise, domain expertise, analysts. All this stuff is happening. It should happen. It's happening in some other ministries. It should pick up. And so really, what has happened, while we are still debating jointness and integration, I would say the debate has moved well past. It's now cross-pollination, civil-military fusion. It's China, Israel, US, Turkey. So it just has to happen in our case. So I would just sum it up by saying that the weariness of the past is behind us. We are turning to it. By the way, the Indian Army has done a lot of work with startups, R&D. I was GOC&C R-Track, about 120-25 crores to R&D. All has gone to these small startups and all that. But the scale needs to pick up.
Right. Lauren, may I come to you, because you Raj talked about new talent pipelines, and a lot of the new talent pipelines comes from the new technologies of AI and other emerging technologies. You've been looking at that very closely. In the context of the Ukraine war, what are the lessons that you saw, and how should we think about this going forward?
Absolutely. Thank you. My co-panelists bring up great points. I will caveat that while we're here talking about technology, technology is not a silver bullet. And I'll divide some of these technologies that we've seen, that we've spoken about, mainly into three buckets, I'll say, where we have technologies that we've had for a longer period of time and we've used and that have been used in conflicts, such as drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, but that are being used in innovative and newer ways. And then you've got a bucket of technologies that are a little bit further along in their development, such as loitering munitions, where we've seen also previously in conflicts, but not as commonly, and that are really kind of being used en masse for the first times in Russia and Ukraine. Finally, I'll say there's this cohort of really emergent and new technologies, like artificial intelligence in particular, that are very, very young, that are really only being used in very narrow applications, I will say, on the battlefield for the first times. And so I think a lot of this is happening and disrupting things and changing, because you're seeing innovation, not in itself of the technologies, but also how they're being used in general. States in the United States and Russia and China have all been speaking about these technologies for a longer period of time and have, emphasized that they're investing in these emerging technologies. But I'll say what Ukraine and the invasion of Ukraine and the use and reliance of technologies and precision and more of these emerging capabilities has really condensed some of those timelines, I think, for other states that are looking and watching, that thought they had 5, 10, 15 years before some of these technologies that we were going to be seeing. I think a really good example, loitering munitions. The United States, for example, was able to fast track the Phoenix Ghost munition, which wasn't even ready to be deployed for the first time in Ukraine. So again, we're seeing this increase in movement. And a lot of this, I think, is because these technologies are very different in that they're commercially based largely, or largely emerging from the private and academic sectors, and are not necessarily, the basic research is not necessarily military in nature. And so a lot of the development and such is required to a lot closer collaboration with the private sector that we've seen in the past, which is posing numerous issues in terms of attaining that civil military fusion. And I'll also say it causes a few unique kind of quirks and challenges when it comes to regulating and kind of putting controls on the use of these technologies. In particular, when it comes to software, I think putting export controls and putting how are they used when you by nature have these technologies that are supposed to be used in new and different ways. I think that's posing really unique challenges. So I think it's just the first kind of glimpses that we're seeing of this new kind of trend in warfare in general. Again, I will say that technology is not a silver bullet, and it's not going to be the end-all be-all and don't in it of itself constitute revolutions. However, the increased accessibility of these technologies, how cheap that they are. I mean, for example, some of these Iranian loitering munitions that were used a few weeks ago, while it cost Russia only about 18 million to launch a wave of the drone attacks, it costs about 28 million, one estimate said, to shoot them down. And so even if, they're not necessarily that technically successful, Ukraine was able to shoot them down at an extremely high rate because of the cost effectiveness. They're becoming a lot more useful and a lot less precious. And we're seeing that in general with some of these technologies, which is leading to more innovative uses and applications of them.
Thank you. There is a question that you always have to look at the flip side of this. And, I've just come from the fact that everybody looks at civil-military fusion as a good thing. 6 months ago, we were saying civil-military fusion was a bad thing, which is what the Chinese were doing to everybody else. But that's a different matter. So, but that leads me to my question. What's the point? Or how do we decide the point when technology is not used as not merely an instrument of war, but goes well beyond that to cause the kind of global instability that we ought to fear?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be increasingly challenging. I think a prime example is cyber and the emergence of, volunteer hacker armies in Ukraine, where right now they're being lauded as a very interesting way for individuals to kind of be involved directly in the fighting. However, long term, it's not really sustainable and almost removes the monopoly on the use of force from states. It gets to be a little bit out of hand, right? The classic issue of a vigilante and being able to control it. I think that will continue to be a challenge and will grow, especially when it comes to, again, artificial intelligence and software, where largely the technologies, again, can be as harmless as I'm sure many of you have played with the DALL-E 2 image generating services or GPT-3, these large language processing and image generation models that seem harmless at first glance. And, once they're out there, they're open source and anyone can develop them and use them for their own purposes. I think it's very hard to put controls on the end user and how they'll be applied and, again, used in potentially military contexts or terroristic contexts. And so there has to be a lot more self-regulation on the part of companies and individuals who are putting out this work, which is going to be challenging. And then as a result, it has to be a lot more work with governments to kind of put regulations on how will these be used institutionally. I think a potential way forward that I'm a large advocate for are confidence building measures, which are not binding but are sort of building blocks to put in place to increase transparency between countries and within countries themselves as well, to kind of start to make moves on regulation and to start controlling the possible use cases preemptively without, putting constraints on innovation, of course, but in order to sort of get some established baseline and norms and understanding of what's acceptable or what to do when inevitably crises arise or unintended uses of some of these technologies. And so I think I don't have a good answer for how to fix it, but I think states need to, looking at this crisis and looking at this conflict ongoing, are going to need to start thinking about these things more seriously and about, international cooperation on some of these fronts.
Thanks. Frankly, I'm not holding my breath for states to find ways to regulate this, but I'm going to move to our last speaker, Joshua. What would be your top 3 lessons that you learned from the war in Ukraine? I mean, we've all gone through the technology and everything, but what were the big lessons that you learned?
Thanks. I want to begin by building on something that Ashley said. I think there's an understandable impulse to say, or to ask yourself, which technologies or platforms performed well and which ones performed poorly. But in many ways, for me, in looking at the kind of stories that we're telling ourselves about success and failure, the value of what you might call force integration is so important in this conflict. That is the use of combined arms, joint operations and planning, and sort of integrated information operations. So if you think, what are the stories about failure that we're hearing? Oh, well, tanks aren't relevant anymore because look how many tanks have been destroyed. Well, that's really a story about the failure of combined arms, about bringing together armor and artillery and surveillance in order to protect that sort of ecosystem in which the tank operates. Right? Or the story that we can no longer protect these large capital ships at sea from these, robotic kayaks filled with explosives. Well, that's a story of a failure to create a layered defense with aerial surveillance and other kinds of defenses to protect these large assets, right? And then if you think about the stories of successes, what has really worked? Well, drones have been very important in this conflict. And they've been important, I think, largely with these cheap, attritable drones that are expendable, but that allow you to acquire targets quickly and then feed them into the system to get that information to the person who needs it very, very quickly. There have also been some fascinating public reports about the way in which the Ukrainian military has gathered information from all kinds of sources, including locals in villages texting the government about the movement of Russian forces, feed that into a database, and then send those maps, really, to commanders right on the front lines in ways that most militaries are frankly very uncomfortable with, not siloing that secret information, but sending it to many people on the front lines. And that's enabled a kind of responsive movement that is really, I think, quite important and profound. So I think a lot of examples that we have already seen and will see in this conflict, in which integrating forces in this way and thinking about the integration of the information environment is really what has been most consequential in allowing the Ukrainian forces to operate with new kinds of technologies. The second thing I would say is maybe an older lesson, at least 100 years old, which is that there is really no substitute for layered defenses in depth with logistics, multiple lines of logistics and communications. And we haven't looked at the full story of how things have unfolded in this conflict, but it does seem to be that the Russian forces were able to advance much more quickly and were able to hold territory in areas where the Ukrainians simply did not have layered defenses already prepared, did not have multiple logistic lines available. And in areas where the Ukrainians had prepared in that manner, it's been much more difficult for the Russian forces. So we've known this for a long time. This is something that I think, if you look at the LAC, the Indian system is certainly well aware of, but has also been, I think, rather slow and is catching up to the need to invest very significant logistics in infrastructure to build that defense in depth. It's just hugely important lesson, a classic lesson from this conflict. And third is a lesson that I think has already been part of this conversation, which is the importance of developing your own technology. There's a big push, a very important push here in India for indigenizing technology, including defense technology. And I think that will play a role in India's success or failure in future conflicts. Here, I do worry a little bit that the Indian system might draw slightly the wrong lesson, in that what I see happening is a push to indigenize without prioritize, right? Without prioritizing what are the areas in which India might have real comparative advantages, where it should invest what are actually limited capital resources to build a unique set of capabilities. And those decisions about what do we buy off the shelf, where do we work with partners like the United States or others, many others, and where do we really double down on our own capabilities to develop something special here? If that kind of prioritization doesn't happen in the conversation about defense indigenization, India will end up doing lots of things very poorly, and its net capabilities that it brings to a fight will actually degrade over time rather than improve. And that's not something, as a friend of India, I want to see, but I think that is really, in many ways, the challenge, not just mobilizing funds, but where to focus those funds, where India has that comparative advantage, and where to work with partners, and where to buy off the shelf. That, I think, is the critical technology procurement challenge for the next 5 and 10 years.
So, since you have been sort of studying the Indian defense strategy for a very long time, I wanted to ask you this in the context of the Russia-Ukraine war and the lessons that you spoke about. We have a dual front challenge in the sense that we have a maritime challenge, we have a continental challenge. And you just spoke about prioritizing, and of course I honestly can't see how we prioritize between the LAC and the Indian Ocean. So if Indian, not just defense strategy, but also a defense procurement or thinking about, beyond the horizon kind of challenges, how would we prioritize? Where do we go?
No, it's a really important question, and I think I've gone back and forth on this in my own thinking a little bit. It seems to me if you look at what we have already seen the Chinese forces do along the LAC, there really is, in my mind, a strong case for focusing on that continental border as a matter of priority. And I think we've seen the challenges that India faced along the LAC, even in an environment in which Pakistan did not undertake diversionary military activity along the LAC or the international boundary, which it could easily have done at very low cost to itself in a way that would have complicated life for the Indian defense planners quite, to a considerable degree. So I think, and then at the same time on the maritime theater, there are real challenges. We see the PLA Navy encroaching quite significantly into the Indian Ocean. But it will be a couple of decades before the Chinese Navy can begin to overcome its deep, logistical and geographic challenges, insecurities that it faces, vulnerabilities that it faces in the Indian Ocean. So what would I do? I mean, shorthand, I think a few things. One is take some of these lessons from the Ukraine conflict. Focus very significantly on building out the distributed sensing network along the continental border, from the attritable cheap ISR to and drones to the more sophisticated drone networks, to having a battlefield command system that can work well with dispersed forces. And that kind of sensor network, I think, is just going to be hugely important. The second is what India is already, I think, catching up and trying to do is invest in the layered defenses, the infrastructure that is expensive but simply vital to being able to defend in depth. And build some of these kind of systems. And then third, as both of you wisely said, invest in a lot of munitions, because it's expensive now, but everyone would like a short conflict. Who wouldn't want a short conflict if you think you can prevail and have advantages in a short conflict? But if you count on a short conflict, you could really be in trouble. And then I would just say finally, what does that mean for the maritime theater? Well, the maritime theater is still very important, but I'm not convinced that another aircraft carrier is the best use of funds. I think there are ways to focus on maritime domain awareness and invest in standoff cruise missiles in ways that really make life complicated for the PLA Navy, but in more asymmetric ways that don't require the same kind of capital expenses or prestige platforms that the Indian defense establishment seems to prioritize.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to give four of you very short interventions before I open up to questions from the floor. If you have comments on your co-panelists' interventions. Raj, I know you had.
I'll just make two quick points. One is whether technology is a silver bullet or not. So Chris Miller has reminded us very eloquently in his book that the Soviet military atrophied because of its inability to miniaturize computing power in the Cold War. Putin decides to restore Russian power on the back of the Russian military, and he invests in all kinds of glamorous capacities, but makes one critical mistake: no investments in semiconductors. And look at the RUSI report, which tells us about 30 military systems, 450 components, no precisionary, and right from radios to kill chains to missiles, it affects every component. And so you see declining effectiveness of the Russian military from the time the squeeze has been applied on the semiconductors. So I mean, technology is a silver bullet. The second point is, just very quickly about prioritization. Now, while budgets are of course a factor, and budgets are most welcome, there is one thing I would like to throw up, and that is, this also the lesson from Ukraine, but the larger utility of asymmetric balancing. So look at Russia. When the war started, its budgetary spend was 10 times, tanks was 6 times. Look at China, US. The American defense budget is about 3.5 to 4 times of the Chinese budget. But because of all the reforms that they have carried out in jointness, innovation, fusion, why is it the Chinese evolution of the military is causing displacement anxiety in Pentagon, while within similar budgetary differentials, the Indian military does not cause similar anxieties in Beijing? So therefore, technology is important, concomitant reforms are important, and while the LAC is very important and operational rebalancing will reduce Chinese options, we need to seriously take our unifocal ambitions beyond the LAC. And that would perhaps be a tool to asymmetrically balance China.
Good point. Thank you. Ashley, yours. But also, if you would like to just also look at, since you're, understand China very well, what's the lesson that they draw? What's the lesson that Beijing drew from this?
So let me say a couple of things. I want to endorse the point that Lauren made, that an excessive focus on technology can actually be distorting from the point of view of policymaking. Because military effectiveness is a very complex function of how you synergize diverse capabilities and bring it to bear in support of very complex operations. And so when you think of one piece of technology and sort of fetishize it, you could end up making very serious mistakes. And the Iraqi experience in operation in the 2 wars that we fought against Iraq is really a classic example of this, where if you rack and stack specific Iraqi capabilities, they looked very, very impressive. The technology was cutting edge and so on and so forth. But when it came to actually utilizing these technologies in a synergistic way, they proved terribly wanting. And so you could defeat a large and, a force that had a huge inventory with a much smaller capability that was much more efficient and organized and so on and so forth. Second thing is we have to pay attention to operational context when you think about specific technologies. And drone warfare is a very good example. So there is now a temptation to see after what the Russians did with Iranian drones, as somehow this is the new magic bullet, right? I would wager a considerable portion of my income that if you put those drones to work against an adversary that had an effective air defense system, the survival rate of those drones would be minuscule. And so there is a context which allows some of these systems to appear efficient, and you want to be very careful about what you infer from those lessons, right? What was the second question you asked me? I'm sorry about. On the Chinese. So first, again, I think on this issue more than any other, we don't know what the Chinese lessons are. But I would flag 2 or 3 things based on conversations with Chinese colleagues. And they are all terribly, terribly insightful. The first thing I think they have learned from this conflict is the central importance of sound civil-military relations. That is, you cannot make decisions to go to war if you have a military that's lying to the civilian leadership, or a civilian leadership that fails to appreciate what the military strengths and weaknesses are. I think this is like, sort of lesson number one. Lesson number two is that your pre-war assessments of your own capability rarely survive contact with the enemy. And so you have to be extremely prudent before you make big decisions about going to war. And for the Chinese, the specific implication is that if you are going to be engaged in combat in media where you do not have a natural proficiency, or where the adversary has terrific benefits of either geography or so on and so forth, then the decisions about war and peace have to be even more carefully calibrated. You cannot afford to make these decisions on a whim, right? And then I think the third thing that they would pay attention to is simply the importance of operational proficiency, because the Russians turned out to be a paper army. It's a good question to ask whether the PLA, for all the advances in kit that we've seen over the last 20 years, might not suffer the same sorts of disabilities. When have they last fought a modern mechanized war? Forget about an informatized war, an intelligenced war, whatever the terms of art are, right? So when has the PLA ever engaged in large-scale naval or air operations against even a semi-confident, adversary on the other end? So if anything, I think what the Ukraine conflict has done is that it has, at least in the China-Taiwan context and in the China-US context, actually been extremely an important contribution to deterrence, because it has shown them how complicated war is, how you cannot take things for granted, and how you have to be really careful if you're going up against a competent adversary. And I think that is all to the good from the point of view of stability.
Right. Lauren, do you have a comment on any of your co-panelists' interventions?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to really emphasize that point that Raj made about synergies, and that technology is a tool that needs to be used in a broader context and really integrated and not treated in a vacuum when using it with forces or to use it effectively. I think, from the United States perspective, a lot of the discussion about the US technological leadership and readiness on some of these capabilities, like artificial intelligence in particular, is viewed largely in contrast to Chinese advancements and Chinese statements and their work in these areas and their emphasis that they're placing on emerging technologies. I think the lesson that we're learning from Ukraine and in general is that, despite stated intentions, I think China has argued that it wants an intelligentized PLA that, combines cyber with kinetic warfare that is AI enabled and quantum computing enabled, but that it's really hard to do all of those things at once, and that is going to be the key moving forward.
Thank you. Before I turn to Joshua, take questions. Hang on. If you could just make your way to the nearest mic and just stand there, I will call on you. Joshua, do you have anything to say, or should I?
Just very, very briefly, I think it's important to remember that Ukraine has fought valiantly and impressively. It has not fought by itself. It has been enabled by a very deep network of partners providing arms and ammunition and intelligence. I mean, as somebody who has some experience with the U.S. defense system, it is just stunning to watch how quickly the United States Defense Department, which does not always move quickly, has been able to scrounge equipment, move equipment to the front lines, and help a partner whose sovereignty was violated. And I think there will be many stories to be told over the coming years that will come out about about how the United States and its partners enabled in real time feeding targeting information and other operational and tactical insights to the Ukrainians in a way that enabled them to be their most integrated and operationally effective forces. So that sort of partner story is an important part of the Ukraine story. And also, I think as India thinks about the kinds of conflicts it might have, the kinds of friends it might have in those conflicts, and the capabilities that those friends might be willing to bring to bear in terms of equipment and that sort of behind-the-scenes intelligence support, which has proved just vital in this case.
Thank you. The gentleman there, yeah, short question. We only have 12 minutes, so really short and pointed, yeah?
Hi, good morning. I'm Gaurav. I'm a GTS Young Ambassador from Indian School of Public Policy. My question is to Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. Like in the past 75 years, we don't have a single national security strategy. And US revises it every year and then. So where are we progressing on that front?
Thank you. I'll take a couple of questions. Is that okay? Yeah.
So I'm Sanyogita.
If you could, you'll have to speak up, my dear.
Yeah. So I'm Sanyogita. I'm GTS Young Ambassador representing Kautilya School of Public Policy. So this question comes from a limited understanding of mine. So when we think of technology, we always think unilateral progress or unidirectional progress of technology. But as we were discussing, like how we progress from sort of conventional weapons to nuclear and to cyber. But we see now that we have to go back and strengthen our old technologies or conventional technologies. So do you think that geopolitical compulsions and the agencies involved sort of takes us away from this thought of unidirectional progress?
Do you have that directed against any particular
no,
panelist
anybody
or
can
anybody?
answer it.
Okay. Would you like to, Raj, I think there was one question to you. Lauren, would you like to take the second question?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, so I would agree with you that we are not as diligent as the Americans are in churning out these strategies, national defense strategy, national security. It would be a very good thing that we do. But yet, may I point out that it does not mean that there is an absence of a thought. So, I mean, you have all these services have the biennial Army Commanders Conferences, combined commanders conferences. The last one, the Prime Minister spent 9 hours. The Defense Minister spent 48 hours. So these things are debated. The services know what they wish to do. They are in our heads. They have also evolved into certain plans. And therefore, all these steps have been taken. For example, CDS, DMA, you saw those new normals in our strategic outlook. Atmanirbharta Front, startups, all these things are happening. What the outcomes will tell you that there is thought. There is a certain, I would say, intellectual churn which is on, so that we keep pace with what is happening. Were we to turn it into a strategy document, it would be that much better. I hope I'm not evading that question, but that's
Thank you. Lauren, would you like to take the second question about the unidimensional, linear progression of technology?
Great. So I love this question because I think we fall into this trap where you see technology as, what very linear progression, as you mentioned. I think there's a technology life cycle, as we're seeing with a lot of these technologies, where you have ups and downs, and you have these certain moments where there's a lot of interest and then it falls off, and as progresses in the technology advance, it might launch a boom. I think as someone who focuses on artificial intelligence, I think artificial intelligence has a unique story when it comes to these sorts of questions. In the 1950s, there was a lot of really intense research going on and a lot of excitement about the potential. And that potential continued into the 70s, where you got, the expectations did not live up to the reality did not really live up to the expectations and the hype. And so you had what were called AI winters, where you had almost no funding. And now we're in, you've had that happen twice already. And now you have another AI spring, is what often individuals are calling this kind of period now, where you have breakthroughs in machine learning and natural language processing and computer vision that are leading to, breakthroughs and this resurgence in interest. And so I think treating it like that, and I think coming from the United States in particular, really needs to shift to thinking about that mindset where technology progress, is not, the next thing is not better than the previous iteration. You have to think about how technologies fit into existing systems and actually can facilitate interoperability and, can enhance existing capabilities. I know a lot of the conversations have been, now's the time for the drone and say goodbye to the tank. But no,
Thanks.
It's just creating roles for these and enhancing them.
Okay. Joshua, quick one.
Yeah, I just had to say something about the national security strategy. As a professor, I would love to see India develop a national security strategy because professors love to compare the buzzwords in one strategy against the buzzwords in the next strategy. As a former US government official, I'd say I'm not sure you should bother creating a public national security strategy because strategies are, if they're going to be useful, they are about setting priorities and making trade-offs and having a document that can then be used by the system and referenced by the system to justify those trade-offs. And you simply can't do that in an effective way in a public strategy.
Right. Thank you. The gentleman here.
Hi. Hello.
Quick.
Hi.
Really
good
short.
morning. I'm Rahul Banerjee, and I'm the managing director at Rice House. So something that we tend to focus on is perception warfare. And as we have seen in Afghanistan, we regularly see in Kashmir Valley, as now in Ukraine. What would be the role of big tech companies like Twitter and Facebook in the future of warfare?
Thank you. Good question.
Hello, my name is Rijul Sachdev. I'm a GTS Young Ambassador from IIIT Bangalore. So my question is directed to Ms. Tellis. So sir, you spoke about how encryption is now being used to make sure that the data is safe and secure and it shouldn't be under threat from a foreign entity, right? But even the NSA was hacked by the shadow brokers in 2016, 2017. So with a situation like that, I mean, how realistic do you think it is to assume that, I know India hasn't been hacked yet, but how realistic do you think it is to assume that we won't be hacked in the future?
Thank you. I'll take the last question. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Prerna. I am an assistant director at Ananta Aspen Center. This is for the panel, whoever wants to take it. I want to connect the points made by Ashley and Joshua at one point, synergizing diverse capabilities and having to rely on external parties for certain capabilities. Could the panel speak to fortifying the energy sector in Ukraine? Now, very specifically, we know that Russia has been physically attacking the infrastructure. They were not as successful in the cyber attack, at least back in April. For that, the crucial role was played by ESET and Microsoft, if I'm not mistaken, in helping target and understand how to defeat that cyber attack. But the last set of aid that was announced, especially by the US, was to just get the Ukrainians, the common Ukrainian, energy to last through the winter. Is there any conversation in fortifying cyber capabilities and resilience of the energy sector?
Thank you. The answers to this will also be closing remarks because we are in the home stretch. Joshua.
Sure. I'll just say something about cyber. It's very difficult to tell at this stage in the conflict what lessons we should draw about the value of offensive or defensive cyber operations, even though it does seem like it hasn't played as large a role as people expected. I do think it is clear at this stage that electronic warfare has played a more significant role than either side perhaps anticipated. Jamming technologies and other things that have maybe not been quite as top of mind for the United States and other countries in recent years seem to have been quite important. So that is, I think, part of the story that has yet to be told and may not be told for several years, what went on behind the scenes on the cyber side. And when it comes to information propaganda and perception, there will always be various platforms that countries can use for this purpose. There will also be stories to be told about how Ukraine, in the early phases of the war, masked some of its severe deficiencies with really sort of remarkable storytelling across platforms about its successes. And I think we'll all be looking to those stories as examples for how countries that are disadvantaged on the battlefield can make it up in other domains.
Ashley? Since one of the questions was addressed.
Well, I'll address two questions. First, if the NSA was hacked, they wouldn't tell me about it. And, nobody knows what the facts on these things are. But the bottom line is this. there is a strategic collection infrastructure that every modern state has. That is a very important capability that a state brings to bear, both in peacetime and in war. By definition, that network becomes a juicy target for an adversary. And you simply have to operate on the presumption that an adversary is going to want to compromise your ability to collect information, especially information that is militarily relevant to the outcomes. And so, for me, the big investment really has to be in the protection of the network that does the collection, the analysis, and the dissemination. Because if you can protect that network, you give yourself a fighting chance that the kinetic elements of your capabilities can then do the job that they're supposed to do. And this is where I think the challenge for India is going to be very significant in years to come. Because to be very honest, the Chinese have assembled an extraordinary penetration capability at multiple levels, both at the levels of technology and at the levels of human activity. And I think sometimes, because this is something that is abstract and in the background, India focuses on issues of the kit rather than issues of these complementary capabilities that make the kit effective. And so, for my mind, a huge future for US-India cooperation is precisely in the broader areas of how do we create robust enough defenses. Those defenses will be penetrated on occasion. But the good thing about cyber penetrations is that it's very hard to replicate penetrations in a predictable way to get outcomes sort of systematically, which means you have to have adaptability in your system. So there's a lot of work that we can do cooperatively, and I hope we will do that in the future. Second question, the issue of infrastructure attacks. I think that is really important because there are some elements of critical infrastructure, especially, for example, electricity production, that become so critical even in the context of a short war. Now, other forms of infrastructure have an impact depending on how protracted the conflict is. But you cannot find a modern war today if you have your electricity networks physically destroyed, right? So there are some elements that have to be protected either through resilience or simply harder and harder defenses. And so what the Russians were able to do, for example, with missile attacks on the electricity grid, is something that we know technologically how to prevent. But it requires us to build the air defense capabilities, build the missile defense capabilities, and so on and so forth. And I think if you think your critical infrastructure is vulnerable to kinetic attack, then you have to put in a lot more money in the areas of defenses well before the war begins, because this is not something you can fix, in the context of the conflict.
Raj, would you like last thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to, respond to this whole business of emerging technologies. Ashley said that space, cyber, and all these, these are exotic technologies. I would tend to differ. Today, all of these technologies have intimate tactical applications. For example, if we lag in space in the military sense, look at what is happening to revisit times. So the Chinese, with a network of about 300 satellites, all along the LAC, their revisit times are half an hour. Ours are in days. So it affects the company and squadron commander. So we must, in my view, eliminate these restrictions. What is happening in India with all these technologies is that we are paying seminar obeisance and not rolling them out. And if you do not roll them out fast, and the military doesn't begin to see the advantages, they tend to sound esoteric, whereas they are not. For example, AI, let's say, if we were to seriously invest in these stacks of data, compute, algorithm, and engineering, which a lot of people talk about, there will be immediate military payoffs in sensors, in fires, in command and control, logistics, speed. There'll be direct military payoffs. You'll be ahead in the UDA cycle. Now, similarly, cyber. These distinctions that we draw, civil space, military space, countries which have really set up these cyber commands at scale What is the whole battle? The whole battle, say, between two adversaries is, how does deterrence flow in the cyber domain? That he knows that I'm in his networks, I know that he is in my networks, and therefore we stay off. So there has to be an offensive capacity of that kind. Look at a worst case scenario, how it could manifest. Tomorrow, a crisis along the LAC, and you have two massive attacks on the power grid in say, Delhi and Mumbai. It's very much a possibility. So my whole point is these distinctions, civil, military, we must drop these phrases, dual use. Because today, the way things are happening, that anything that is kosher in the civil space will find its way into the military space. So we have to look at the pandemic. What started out as a health event, you saw the brutal geopolitics flowing out of it. It became a national security crisis. So these distinctions must go. That does not mean that we be irresponsible. But these distinctions have to go, and we really have to look at this technology lens of it. Just one last point I want to make. You know, today both Ashley and Joshua are cautioning me against being enthusiastic about technology. Look at the supreme irony. When I was young, we were told that you fight. You don't think about technology. We didn't think about technology, and we were marginalized in technology. And now, now when the army is getting back to technology, I mean, on a lighter note, Ashley is not being very encouraging.
See that this is actually things very difficult. Lauren, you get the last word.
Oh, well, thank you. To speak to that question quickly about the private sector and, the role of private companies, I'll say two things. One, increasingly private companies are going to be called upon to self-regulate or restrict certain features. I know we're seeing this already with more, ethically conscious companies like OpenAI, which is restricting certain functionalities into the red team themselves, and seeing how the potential adversarial uses of some of their capabilities. I think an example, the Biden administration, when it was calling upon a new wave of sanctions a few weeks ago, there were, it wasn't able to put sanctions on software to Russia, but it was calling on, private companies to, opt in on a voluntary basis to do so. So I think increasingly we're going to see more of that. And secondly, I think specifically for lessons from Ukraine, I think early on in the conflict as well, Ukraine was very successful at mobilizing their digital ministry early in the conflict to kind of handle a lot of this technology, handle a lot of the information warfare, and really gain the public on side. And it was also really quick to engage with the private companies as well, and to see things like we saw increased censorship on Twitter. We saw the providing of Starlink satellites. And the shutdown of some other technologies, the cessation of drone sales, commercial drones. And so I think we're going to see more of those happening also in the future. So I'll stop there and try to keep us close to time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that leaves for me is to say thank you very much to Carnegie and to the audience and to the panelists. This was an absolutely super discussion. And thank you all very much.
Please be seated for our next panel. For our next panel, we tackle the question of sustainability. As both governments and companies worldwide pledge to achieve net zero emissions of greenhouse gases, what would it take to fulfill the ambition? Please welcome our panelists, Sassoon Gregorian, Vice President, Government Affairs and Public Policy, APAC and Japan, Salesforce. Ashutosh Chadha, Director and Country Head, Public Policy and Government Affairs, Microsoft India. Neeraj Sinha, Senior Advisor, Science and Technology, Niti Aayog. Sandeep Chakravarti, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Varad Pandey, Partner, Omidyar Network India. Sharmila Varathan, President, Government Affairs and Policy, General Electric, South Asia. The panel will be moderated by Anirudh Suri, non-resident scholar, Carnegie, India.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am super delighted to have a full house here for this panel on promoting sustainability transition to a net zero economy. We have an excellent mix of perspectives here on the panel on this topic today. And obviously, we stand between lunch and all of you, so we're going to keep it crisp, yet provocative. What I'm going to do is I'll set up the framework for the conversation very quickly in the next couple of minutes, and then we'll jump in. Climate and sustainability is often seen as a challenge and a crisis, but the way we're going to frame the discussion here today is of it as an opportunity, as an economic opportunity for India, obviously for the world. And really what we're going to try and get the panel to share with us is how do we make that opportunity real? How do we achieve progress on that opportunity as India? And the reason I call it an opportunity is, as many of you are familiar with climate technology, and emerging trends in that, you'll be aware that this set of climate technologies that is now entering our economy have the possibility and the potential to completely transform our economy, transform the fundamental pillars of our economy, how we create, how we produce, and who are the key winners and losers. And as a result, given this is a once-in-an-era type economic opportunity, I believe for India it'll be very important to catch this wave early, right? And hence a proper framework for capturing this opportunity is needed. I believe the key pillars of the framework that I wanted to lay out and then bring our panelists on are 5 or 6 main pillars. One is finance or capital for this transition. Second is the talent and the skills needed for India to make this transition. Third is technology. Fourth is what are the enabling policies we'll need. The fifth is strategy. What kind of role we expect different actors, corporates, startups, government, diplomats, our foreign service, everyone to play in this transition. And finally, and this I will credit Varad and our conversation yesterday to what kind of consumer behavior changes we need and mindset changes we need in India to make this transition quickly. Having laid out that framework, let me actually bring Varad into the conversation first. Varad, with your work at Omidyar, obviously you've been working extensively on, and I know you've worked on climate in the past as well, many years ago as well. So I wanted to ask you, what do you see as the key pillars of what India's climate finance strategy should look like? Obviously, we want capital from outside to flow in also. So maybe you can talk about what a broad climate finance strategy for India looks like. What are the key priorities? Who will be the key institutions that will be important for us? What are gaps domestically that we need to fill?
Thanks, Anirudh, and it's fantastic to be here with this great panel. And I think it's a sign of our times that climate change and sustainability has got a pride of place in the Global Tech Summit. I think, as I always say, I think over the last 10 years, we've had a lot of discussion on how digital can be such a big transformation for humanity. And I think for the next 10 years, we'll be having a lot of conversation on how climate and sustainability is not just, as you said, a crisis, but a massive opportunity for us to change the trajectory of our society. I think it's also very interesting that we are having this conversation on the day that India has taken on its G20 presidency. And firstly, it's, I think, the fact that we've got one Earth in our motto for the G20 and not one world is symbolic of the fact of the importance of environment and climate in that agenda. But also because 80% of all carbon emissions are actually done by G20 countries. So if there's a platform that can make a massive dent on the problem and on the solution set, G20 is definitely one of them. Now, coming to your question on finance, see, at the highest level, I think there are 2 problems we are facing on climate finance. The first is that the need for climate finance runs into trillions of dollars. All the estimates that we see say we need about $3 to $5 trillion of incremental capital every year for the next 20 years. Now, that's like so many zeros, it's very hard to imagine that number. But the contrast it with the conversation, the global conversation, which is on billions. So we need trillions, but we're talking billions. In the UNFCCC process, there's been a long-standing goal, which started in 2009 Copenhagen Summit, that there should be $100 billion which should flow on climate finance by 2020. We're ending 2022, we are still not anywhere near that 100 billion. So, and I give credit to Janet Yellen for this framing, that we are discussing billions when we should be spending trillions, right? So that's one big problem. The other big problem, and as an investor in this space that we see, is that 80% of the climate capital is going to just two sectors, and that's renewable energy and transport, which roughly contribute to about 40% of emissions. So 80% of capital is going to 40% of the problem. We need to change that mix. So the bottom line, I think, of the problem at the highest level, we need to massively scale the capital, grow the pie, and we need to cut the pie a little differently and get more money to go to sectors like industry, like forests, like agriculture, which are going to be a very, very important part of the solution if we are to solve this crisis for humanity. So that's the problem. Now, in terms of the solutions, I would like to share two very, very concrete things which I think can help unlock the capital and the massive scale of capital that we need. The first idea is this idea of blended finance, right? I think recognizing the fact that public funding, unfortunately, is not going to be sufficient to solve this problem. Recognizing that the traditional official development assistance financial flows are not going to be of order of magnitude of what we need. And recognizing that the private sector by itself is not going to come into play for a lot of spaces that we really care about. Renewable energy, perhaps we have solved the problem. But many other spaces, it's not going to happen. We need public, private, philanthropic sectors to come together to think of catalytic new financial mechanisms to actually get this capital unlock. And these could range from, and happy to go into this later if of interest, everything from differentiated equity structures where philanthropic or public capital can take on subordinate equity while the private sector can take on the conventional equity. It could include things like guarantees, which can play a major role in unlocking the risk perception and unlocking capital flows, especially to the global south, and many other mechanisms. And I think in this context, and this ties back to the G20, there's a massive role for reimagining our multilateral development banks, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and so on, who need to think of themselves not as lending banks, but as leverage banks. How can they, instead of saying, we do $200 billion of lending, can we take it to $300 billion? How can on their $200 billion raise $2 trillion for this problem? So we need, and I think the G20, which are the major shareholders of the multilateral development banks, have a massive opportunity to change the governance, change the practices so that this unlock happens, right? So that's pillar number one, blended capital, massive opportunity. Second pillar, I would say, is carbon markets. I think economics 101, right? That markets are a very efficient way to transfer capital. They send the right price signals, and so on and so forth. But this is a topic which is, the carbon markets have been around now for about 20 years. They were part of the original Kyoto Protocol. We had the CDM and all of that stuff. It's been a mixed experience. Actually, a lot of people are very skeptical for many reasons. The quality of the projects, the kind of measurement issues, integrity, passing the buck, by buying carbon credits. It's a very tough topic.
That's right.
But we have to solve the problem. And I think, again, here the India opportunity is very important. We have recently, earlier this year, introduced amendments to the Energy Conservation Act, which will enable India to have a carbon market for the first time. And we have two fantastic examples in India, or in the last decade, of actually trying out market-based environmental actions. One of them, many of you will be familiar with, called the Perform, Achieve and Trade Scheme, which was implemented by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, which has brought up the energy efficiency of our key industrial sectors and power plants by introducing a market-based mechanism. Lots of learnings from how that was done. And a very interesting pilot which has been done over the last 4 or 5 years in Gujarat, actually, in the city of Surat, to do an emissions trading scheme of a pollutant called PM 2.5, which is the dominant ambient pollution in India, which actually brought down emissions in Surat by 27% without zero incremental cost to industries. So I think I leave with the thought that the problem is immense. We are talking billions when we should talk trillions. The mix has to change. And I think the two big unlocks for this problem are blended capital, by changing the role of the multilateral development banks, and getting carbon markets that actually work for us.
Great. And if Delhi gets on this PM 2.5 trading, I think all of us Delhiites could be super rich if somehow that could become a currency. Sharmila, let me bring you in on a different aspect of the solution here, which is the role of corporations, right? You represent a corporation that is probably one of the most emblematic corporations of the industrial era. As we move to an era that is trying to undo many of the choices that were made during the industrial era that continue to now haunt us in many ways on the energy side. What do you see as the role of corporations in this transition? Not just from the perspective of GE and each corporation going net zero, but also in contributing to the larger task at hand.
So let me begin by congratulating Carnegie for your thought leadership role that you play in the country, and for this signature event, which I've attended since its inception. So GE, throughout its 130-year history, has always had a larger purpose to innovating technology, which is to improve the quality of life of billions of people. And that's a core driver for sustainability. In 2021, we articulated our aim to become a net zero company by 2050, not just from the operations itself within GE, but also for the emissions from the use of our sold products. Our own sustainability report will share how innovation drives businesses to address three pressing global challenges. The first one being energy transition to drive decarbonization. The second one is around delivering precision health that personalizes treatments and diagnosis. And the third one is the future of flight, which is smarter and more efficient. The question, as you said, is why should corporations even be looking at it? And I think it's consequential because I'll tell you about at least GE's reach. 1/3 of the global energy generation is on GE technology. 3 out of 4 commercial aircrafts around the world carry either a GE or a partner engine. And then the third is around precision health. We have about 4 million plus. And so plus installations, and therefore, the consequence of what you do is significant and imperative. And so therefore, we focus on changes in technology that bring about CO2 emission reduction and fuel efficiency improvements across aviation energy. I'll just very quickly dwell on 2 or 3 examples on the aviation side, the future of flight. Today, you have something like a 40% reduction in fuel consumption and a 40% CO2 emission reduction of the engines today in our aircrafts, both GE and the CFM engines, as compared to that which was in 70s and 80s. And what you're looking at for the future of flight is an additional 20% fuel efficiency. We also partner with industry initiatives to approve and adopt 100% sustainable aviation fuel. On the energy front, we have innovative onshore wind and offshore wind technologies, very efficient gas turbines, and advanced technology that modernizes and digitizes the grid. The future which we're focusing on is carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, and also things like low and zero carbon hydrogen combustion in gas turbines. So that's the spectrum of technology innovation that's going around. So I'll stop there and turn it back to you, Anirudh. Thank you.
Yeah, can I ask you a follow-up question? So
Yes,
as GE, and as we make this big transition, right, from the industrial era to, I believe, more climate era, what kind of companies does GE worry the most about when it comes to possible disruption of GE and its larger business?
So,
Is there a worry of that, or is that something that?
Yeah, I think we worry about disruption amongst our own selves as to, you were here today, how much should you disrupt to be in the next gen?
Correct.
That's the way, and I would actually say we have a more collaborative and a collective approach to such things. And I'll give you the recent example at COP27, we announced what is called a Corporate Coalition on Innovation and Technology towards Net Zero. CCITNZ, I think I got that right. Which is founded by 6 companies, GE, Bechtel, GM, Johnson Controls, Invergy, and I'm missing one, I think. So anyway, all of us together co-founded this. This is an accelerator for industry across sectors and geographies, and the focus is on how do you address climate change. So I'd look at it more as a collective, collaborative approach within the industry to see how you disrupt for the future.
Sure. Ashutosh, let me bring you in now. You represent Microsoft, a company that's counted amongst, obviously, one of the big tech firms of today. As I was asking Sharmila, there were energy choices made during the industrial era that have later come back to haunt us. There are many who say that there are energy choices being made by big tech firms today, and certain technologies that are obviously very energy intensive. I think yesterday or day before, Nivruti, for example, from Intel mentioned how much water, I think millions of liters of water a day that's required for a fab. We've heard about the energy intensiveness of blockchain technology, etc. So my question to you is this: how are big tech firms thinking about their own energy footprint? Because if you all don't think about the energy choices wisely today, then of course the world again comes back to regret the energy choices that were made by some of the largest corporations today. So maybe you can share with us how both you at Microsoft and generally big tech firms are thinking about the energy footprint that's being left by the technologies you are introducing to the world, but also broadly that are getting adopted globally.
Thanks, Andrea. Good point. And I'd like to sort of step back and say that, paint the context. The nature today and the benefits that it provides us from a health, from an ecosystem, ecology perspective is all that's driving the economy and society at this point of time. It's currently under stress. So, and I don't think at any point of time, and which is why all of us are here and we are having this conversation, and like you said, it's been decades and we've been having this conversation, but it's sort of bubbled up. I think it's incumbent upon each one of us to see what can we do to improve it. But at Microsoft, as you said, we look at it from 3 perspectives. One is, how do we need to get our house in order, right? Our own carbon footprint or in energy consumption. How do we need to make our own technology more, I wouldn't say energy resistant, but contributing less to this sustainable chaos that we are seeing around us. Second, how do we work with our customers, partners, and vendors to make them more efficient also? And the third is around the entire piece around how do we work to drive policies and skills to make sure that we prepare ourselves better for the future. So this is the way that we at Microsoft look at our engagement over here. On the first piece, if you look at it, our focus is very clear. We have taken the pledge to become carbon negative, water positive, and a zero waste company by 2030. That's very clear. And we realize it's not an easy task. We came out, for example, in 2021 with our report, and we found that despite our business going up by 15 to 20% or whatever that number was in the previous year, our Scope 1, Scope 2 emissions, they did come down by 17%, which was good. But Scope 3 went up by 21% or so, 22%. And it's a difficult, and managing Scope 3 is always a very difficult issue.
Correct.
Right? Which is why that second pillar, which I talked about, which is working with our customer partners, vendors, etc., becomes extremely important. Making sure our technology takes in lesser and lesser of energy becomes extremely important. And the third piece to that is, when we start looking at the data centers that we are setting up globally, how do we make sure that they they use more and more renewable energy, and they don't deplete the grid or contribute to carbon emissions as much as they should. So from that perspective, that's what we're moving towards. And our goal is that our data centers should become self-sustainable from that perspective.
Do you have a target for that?
We do have targets for that. I don't offhand remember the dates for that, but we definitely have a clear direction as far as that is concerned. And the other important thing that we need to look at is we believe the role of big tech and technology companies is also going to be to see how do we measure, monitor, and use that data to effectively implement policies to address these sustainability issues. You talked about a very important point, right? That 80% of the capital is going into areas which possibly contribute to 40%. And I think that's one of the issues. If we can slice where the emissions are coming from, if we can monitor the data as far as that is concerned effectively, and we can use intelligence to figure out what needs to be done to address that, that's where technology can help. So as big tech companies, it's not just important for us to reduce what we are contributing, but it's also important for us to make sure that we create technological solutions to enable others to figure out how to do the right thing.
No, absolutely. And I'm going to come and dig deeper on that point with you in a second, but I want to bring in Sassoon. Sassoon, you represent Salesforce. You've recently come out with a report that talks about what technologies can be adopted to, I think, Ashutosh's point, to help India make that net zero transition faster. I believe you've mentioned cloud, digital adoption, AI as some of those technologies. So why don't we get a little bit more elaboration on that from your perspective on what India should be doing in terms of leveraging technologies such as the ones you've mentioned in your report, and what might be barriers or obstacles to that adoption today that India should look to remove.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Carnegie for hosting the summit over these past 3 days. So Anirudh, as you mentioned, we did a report recently on India, a Trail to Net Zero for India, and we found that if organizations move to adopt cloud computing, in 2022 they could save up to 2.2 million metric tons in emissions reduction. And that actually increased to 2.8 million metric tons if it was sourced by 100% renewable energy. Now, I think that this decade is going to be the net zero decade. We've got the targets now that many countries have now positioned. It's now the work of trying to implement it. And in the same report, when we look at the decade from 2022 to 2030, if organisations move to the cloud, we found 48 million metric tons emissions reductions, and again, that was converted to 60 million if it was 100% renewable energy. And technology is one part. The advantage, obviously, moving to the cloud is less reliance on servers. Software code makes it more efficient to move data to the cloud, and it also reduces energy costs. So over that 2022-2030 period for India, that would result in $24 billion worth of savings in energy cost. So that's one thing that we noticed. And as part of that report, we also saw that it's not only environmentally it makes sense, it makes business sense, because 63% of managers in India prefer doing business with suppliers that had net zero targets as well. So that's one thing. And there's obviously challenges and opportunities that comes with that. I think one of the other things we identified was there's going to be a need for sustainability skills. Just like in the economy, we're going to need new skills to power the net zero economy. Whether it's carbon accountants, analysing data, and that's why I think this has been mentioned numerous times during this summit, you can't improve what you can't measure. And this is why it's very important to have people measuring that, having platforms to be able to measure that effectively. And when we hear what's been said over the last 3 days, one thing that's come out very clear in my observations here is that, with the G20 presidency, there's a lot of optimism about India. There's a lot of focus on India, particularly in digital capability. India has the opportunity to be the talent hub, or as I like to call it, the digital human capital of the globe. And you're going to need that digital human capital and sustainable skills to be able to achieve your targets. So that's an area I think is a huge opportunity. The third element, I think, where there's a great opportunity here, especially in relation to technology, is the concept of ecopreneurs. So I'm of the view that the next wave of unicorns in the technology space are going to be companies that are ecopreneurs. Who are ecopreneurs? These are people that are, have technology companies to address environmental issues. It could be in packaging, could be in agri-tech, in agriculture, like water efficiency. It could be, how can we transform renewable energy and, shift that to existing grids that we're consuming energy from. So ecopreneurs are going to have a huge role. So that is a huge opportunity, particularly for India. But we think that technology is going to have a big role to play, and these are just some observations that I think that's come through.
No, great. I wanted to bring Mr. Chakrabarti in. I think you've mentioned G20. Varad, you mentioned G20. We've discussed COP yesterday, or day before rather. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also mentioned that as India thinks about its own growth story, technology has to be a key part of India's rise, and partnerships have to be a key part of India's rise. So Mr. Chakrabarti, maybe I can ask you, what kind of role is sustainability and the green agenda playing as we think about our diplomatic agenda for the next decade? One. Second, what kind of institutional partners or institutional platforms do we need to advance some of the agenda that India needs to advance on the green side of things? And finally, is there a role you see more for institutions like G20 here and COP and platforms like that? Or do you believe that, much like we are seeing in other areas of national security, bilateral partnerships or smaller regional partnerships like, let's say, the Quad on the security side, will we see something similar on the energy and green side?
Thank you, Anirudh, and it's a pleasure to be on this panel. Today we assume presidency of G20, and very interestingly, Prime Minister has written op-eds in major global newspapers, and he says the world faces 3 challenges, and he starts with climate change. So I think climate is informing our national policies and also Indian diplomacy in a major way. I was preparing for this panel. I was just looking at the sustainability or the green agenda that I deal with in my portfolio. My portfolio is very small. It deals with 10 countries in West Europe and the EU. And I was myself quite surprised that despite MEA not being the climate change ministry, where the negotiations are handled by Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, and also we are not involved in the rollout of our policies, that those are mostly done by Ministry of Power or MNRE or even Coal and other ministries. But I was seeing that in every relationship, sustainability and climate and the green agenda is taking a big role. So we deal with the world in the multilateral fora. G20, as I think he said, the major emitters are in G20. Then in the UNFCCC, we just finished the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, and we have read lots of reviews on the outcomes of Sharm el-Sheikh. But I think if we look from India's point of view, the loss and damage fund is a positive step, although we don't know how that will play out. But what I want to say is that in our diplomatic footprint, the domestic priority on climate change, as Prime Minister says, we are turning green not because that the world is asking us to. We need to do it for our own good. And I think the long-term LEDs which we have filed in Sharm el-Sheikh basically makes that point that we have a roadmap towards net zero, and it is our job in MEA that in our relationships with our foreign partners, we see how much we can leverage and channelize technology, finance, expertise, all the 6 pillars that you mentioned, skill, enabling policy, strategy, and lifestyle. I think those conversations are happening on a daily basis, intense conversations are happening, and if you allow me, I will give you a few examples. For instance, about 7-8 years back, we set up the International Solar Alliance, and it was the first international organization with a base in India, and today it is doing phenomenal work. We set it up in collaboration with France, and I think today we have more than 100 countries part of the ISA, and ISA is rolling out effective solar technologies in many parts of the world which need solar. We have the CDRI, which is very fast becoming a very strong and reputable climate adaptation instrument, and in COP26 we launched the IRIS program for island states, and there is a great deal of interest in our partners in forming part of CDRI. Then we have the One Sun, One World, One Grid program, which was launched in COP26 with the UK. We have bilaterally with every country. For instance, I'll give an example. Germany is one of our largest development partners, and most of the German portfolio in India is on renewables. And when Prime Minister went for the Intergovernmental Commission meeting in May, we signed what is known as the Green and Sustainable Development Partnership. Now, with inputs from all our sister ministries, we actually channelized that, and Prime Minister and Chancellor Scholz signed DPI worth $10 billion. And only day before yesterday, we signed this year's agreement with Germany, where this year we will get at least 1 billion commitment on. So I'm sorry we're talking of billions. We're supposed to talk of trillions. But at least
1 billion.
No, so 10 billions over the next 6 years. It's also the challenge is utilization of funds. It's not that funds are not available. We need to have those mechanisms where those monies can be used effectively. It's not easy, let me tell you, to use funds even if they're available. So
is that because of the strings that come attached to the criteria for that, or why is that? I would think that there would actually be no issue with utilization.
There are issues because everything is in an open and transparent process. There is public procurement issues. There are tendering issues. There are environmental clearances. So projects, generally what ails projects implementation in India also ails green projects. I'm not trying to hedge here. What I would also like to mention before I end is that with our bilateral development partners, I don't deal with multilateral organizations, but he was mentioning about blended finance. So we are actually working with our development partners on blended finance, and we have never done before in MEA, but this year we set up a fund, blended finance fund called the GIP with the UK. 100 million commitment to start with, but it will be an alternate investment fund, and our investment manager tells us that we could easily leverage it to 5x or even 10x, and that was with UK, and it will be used for supporting startups, climate-friendly startups, to take them to the Indo-Pacific and in Africa, and we will give the risk capital to those startups. So we are working in interesting ways, and we are trying to encourage our other development partners like the EU and the Germans and the French to even join in these funds which can be multiplied many times over, and that monies can be used for private sector projects on climate. So I'll end by saying that with every partner, climate is top of the agenda. And very soon the German foreign minister will come. Again, she will put that emphasis on climate. And last point is that there's a lot of talk about just energy transition and the G7 top on the agenda. So we are also engaging with the G7, and what we are saying is that it should not be just only for India, it should be just for every partner. So what are your commitments on just energy? It's not that we move out of coal, but there are other fossil based energy which are actually not so clean. In Sharm el Sheikh, this clean fossil and non-clean fossil debate has started. So
and for a moment we thought that India would get that piece across.
Yes. Thank you.
Can I just follow on the bilateral partnerships that you've mentioned, whether it's with the UK, the Germany piece that you mentioned, I believe even with Denmark, India has a green strategic partnership. So when we say it's the top of the agenda for us in many of these cases in our bilateral conversations, what is on that agenda? Is it just finance, as you were mentioning, the billions of dollars that we hope to get within a certain time frame, or is there more? Is there technology transfer is part of that agenda? What are the key points on that agenda, if you may?
No, it's a very good question. What I want to say is that, traditionally we used to have this very security and defense-based strategic partnerships, like we have with, let's say, France or the US or UK. The leadership told us that, these are okay, but you can have only these strategic partnerships with a few countries with whom you have a defense and security relationship. You can't have a securitized defense strategic partnership with, let's say, Denmark. So, he set us thinking, Prime Minister set us thinking, and then we came up with a green strategic partnership with Denmark. And that has really gone, in less than a year, it is moving. And I think I saw some pictures of the Danish ambassador inaugurating offshore wind projects somewhere in south of India. So again, Denmark is a world leader in offshore wind, and we are seeing rollout of offshore wind. With Netherlands, which is a world leader in water technologies, last year we agreed to a strategic partnership on water, cleaning up of our Ganga. And Netherlands is actively involved in water projects all over India. So it is technology. I would say in these bilateral contexts, sometimes it is less of money, but more of technology, more of know-how, more of experience sharing and skill development.
Correct. No, I think a week or two ago, I was at the Bangalore Tech Summit, and there we had representatives from many of these countries, many of these European countries that fall within your purview as well, Denmark, Netherlands, and even other countries like Israel that have much to offer in terms of sustainable technology, climate-related technologies, agriculture-related technologies, and even biotech. But on that point of tech now, let me bring in actually Neeraj. We were just speaking right before we came up about some of the work that Niti Aayog has been doing on climate, on sustainability, and specific technologies. Neeraj, a broad question first and then a specific one. The broad question is, from your perspective, what are those core areas or core sectors within this broader climate tech space that you feel India has an edge or a comparative advantage that India should continue or try and leverage so that it can become a massive economic opportunity, let's say 5-10 years down the line for India? That's one. And second, maybe you can talk about some of the recent reports that Niti Aayog has been focusing on. You've mentioned the carbon capture one to me. But maybe we can start with the broader tech opportunity for India from your perspective, and then the specific reports that you've worked on.
Thank you so much. A big thank you, first of all, to Carnegie India for having us here. My personal brush with this entire subject of technological innovation for combating climate change started when I was in the office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. And that was in the year 2008 when the Government of India brought out the National Action Plan on Climate Change. And it's 14 years since then. There were 8 national missions that were outlined in that National Action Plan. And they were all implemented to the hilt. The National Solar Mission, the very successful National Solar Mission of the Ministry of I call it Non-Conventional Energy Sources because I started from there in 1989, but now it's called the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. the NSM came out of that. And the Bureau of Energy Efficiency star rating of domestic alliances also came out of that. Appliances, alliances, and it was the Bureau of Energy Efficiency which did that. There was a national mission on energy efficiency. So we have come a long way from that. Now, Niti Aayog, where I currently work in, we talk about this subject in three broad categories. And they're all very distinct categories. One is we talk about technologies that are zero-emission technologies. Now, we all know that they are again of two kinds. One is renewable energy, and the second is nuclear energy. Now, nuclear energy doesn't get talked about, unfortunately, very much in public fora. I don't know why, but in Niti Aayog, we very recently, in fact, just 4 days ago, we had a joint symposium with the Department of Atomic Energy in Bombay, in the Bhabha Atomic Research Center, on small and modular nuclear reactors. Now, this is one subject which is being promoted by the DAE, by the Niti Aayog, by the Government of India in general, where we don't talk about the typical pressurized heavy water reactors that are conventionally used for nuclear power plant technology. We talk about small reactors, which could be light water reactors in India's context, which are modular, which can be repeated in numbers. And just by repeating in numbers, we increase the number of megawatts or gigawatts that are generated. So there is one area we are focusing on. Renewable energy, of course, has been, the Department of Non-Energy Sources was started by the Government of India way back in 1982. So we have a 40-year history now. We started very early, and that is an advantage we have. Now, these are the so-called absolutely zero-emission technologies. Then we come to the ones which are polluting in the conventional sense of the word. Coal takes #1 position there, although in COP27, India, according to reports that we have, insisted on not marginalizing coal alone as a polluting technology. Then there are other fossil fuels. Why don't we talk about them? There's oil, there's gas. They're equally polluting. So coal, when burnt efficiently, responsibly, can also continue to remain a mainstay as far as power requirements of a energy-hungry country like India is concerned. Our former vice chairman used to say that India is mandated to grow and grow at a fast pace, but in an environmentally benign manner. Now, that is a very big disadvantage. Countries have grown. They have grown 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, at paces that they determined themselves on their own, but there was no environment concern at that time. Now, we are burdened with the environment concern. We are burdened with the environment responsibility, which we take on ourselves. So when we talk about technologies that are, coal technologies that are very high efficiency, we talk about the advanced ultra supercritical technology, where without going into the science, I can broadly say that when you increase the temperature and pressure of steam temperatures at 710 degrees Celsius, steam pressure at 300 bar, from whatever physics we studied in thermodynamics, the Carnot efficiency goes up proportionately. So instead of talking about 41% thermal efficiency for conventional thermal power plants, we talk about 46% thermal efficiency. That consequently brings down the emissions of carbon dioxide fairly substantially. And hence we say that while we continue to burn coal for a few more years, we do it very responsibly and as efficiently as possible. And that AUSA technology, by the way, worldwide is not available commercially anywhere. India has the proud distinction of doing it through a consortium of the NTPC Limited, the BHEL, and the Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, which is a lab of the Department of Atomic Energy in Kalpakkam, which specializes in high temperature materials. We have the design of a 800 megawatt electrical thermal power plant, which is, it's still in discussion stages. The Government of India is supposed to support the new technology because all new technologies need government support. It is obviously, an S-curve. The initial cost is going to be high, but when the economies of scale come into play, the cost goes down substantially. So, and the third group is, of course, the so-called polluting technologies, as I said, coal. Now, their carbon capture, utilization, and storage, when we talk about the target that the PM has set the country on, net zero by 2070, that cannot happen by any yardstick if we depend only on renewable, if we depend only on nuclear. we need to continue to depend on the so-called polluting technologies, but we need to also say responsibly that we will not emit any carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. We will capture it, we will convert it into useful products, and hence we will continue to march towards 2070 net carbon neutrality. Now there, I'll club the answer to the second question as well, if you don't mind that.
Yeah.
So there, carbon capture, utilization, and storage has been looked at by the Niti Aayog in a big way. On the 30th of March this year in 2022, we had done an international conference on CCUS, as we call it. Now, CCUS technologies are expensive. According to what was told to the then principal scientific advisor by the then president of the International Energy Agency, I don't remember, the name was Dr. Tanaka. He was a Japanese. So he had told that if there is 1 unit of currency that is spent on a given power plant's commissioning, then there is 1.5 units of money that is required to store the carbon dioxide in the underground geological formations. Take it down 1.5 kilometers. Hence, it is 1.5 times costlier. Now, where do we get the money from? And while public funding is limited, it is there, of course, in big numbers, but it is limited. We need to encourage the industry to continue to contribute, join hands with the government, and probably take care of the financing part to some extent. So CCUS, yes, and by the way, we have already embarked. We means the Niti Aayog has already embarked on trying to devise a framework for CCUS in partnership, of course, with the concerned ministries and departments of the Government of India. And there was a report we brought out recently, just a few days ago, that was released by the Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, where we have spoken about a framework for CCUS.
So let me push a little bit further on this technology piece, right? So we've had a solar mission for a while. We mentioned the ISA. We've met many of our solar targets in advance as well of solar production. At the same time, however, the conference is about the geopolitics of technology, and I can't stop myself about this, but we are now realizing that many of the pieces of technology that we needed for solar adoption come from a country that happens to not be on the friendliest terms with us. Right. That's something that we could have anticipated many, many years ago. As we pushed our solar adoption, we could have also figured out a way to build out that manufacturing capacity domestically. Given the criticality of this, is that something you feel has been an oversight in our policy planning and our vision?
See, that touches a raw nerve. See, I used to speak about polysilicon even 15, 17 years ago. Now, India does not manufacture polysilicon. That is the ingot that comes from abroad, which is then sliced just like you slice a loaf of bread and make the cells, and from the cells you make the panels, and from the panels you make the PV systems, the so-called systems that the general public sees. Now, there used to be a company called Metchem, M-E-T-K-E-M. I don't remember the full form now. It was somewhere in Tamil Nadu, which used to make polysilicon 30 years ago. But somehow we lost on the economies of scale. The rest of the world, especially one of our neighbors, established humongous amounts of polysilicon manufacturing capability.
Exactly.
Brought down the prices.
That's right.
And then when we tried, I don't want to name companies here, but there was an Indian company which wanted to set up a fairly huge polysilicon manufacturing unit somewhere in India. It had to abandon the project midway because by then the prices of polysilicon had crashed in the domestic market, in the international market, I'm sorry. And there was a time about 12 or 13 years ago when our Indian companies, including those in the public as well as the private sector, were starved of polysilicon. And they were kind of thinking of dismantling their SPV facilities because there was no polysilicon available. It was only coming from Germany at that time. So when the neighbors started manufacturing in huge numbers, the prices crashed. Now, if we want to set up a polysilicon manufacturing facility, that is where we lack, by the way. Everything else we have in India.
That's right.
We know how to slice the polysilicon, we know how to make the cells, we know how to assemble the panels. We also have enough R&D and enough demonstration capability in thin film technologies. And crystalline silicon is one which we have been using for ages. The world has been using for ages. But thin film technologies, the so-called cadmium telluride, mercury cadmium telluride, all those technologies are there in India. But they are expensive. They are used only in the panels that go in our satellites because they're expensive. So polysilicon is, yes, one thing which we have somehow We still can do it. We have the technology to do it. But to catch up with the scales at which the neighbor is manufacturing,
correct. No, sounds very similar to the kind of catch-up we are trying to play on the semiconductor side.
That's absolutely right.
Right?
Absolutely right.
And I bring up that parallel because I think climate technology is at a point, whether we look at carbon capture, carbon storage, carbon utilization pieces that you were mentioning, or other pieces, right? How do we create fuel from waste, etc. Right. If India does not actually build out its technological manufacturing capabilities in many of these technologies that, much like solar, over the next decade will become increasingly important, I think we might again in 10 years from now be figuring out, okay, how do we create a semiconductor mission, but 10 years too late, right? So any thoughts either from anyone on the panel on the policy side now, and then I'll open it up for questions in a couple of minutes. But now I want to bring everyone in for a second. On the policy side, from an Indian standpoint, domestically, not so much internationally, what changes need to happen? One or two key changes that need to happen so that we don't actually end up making some of the mistakes that we might have made in the past.
With your permission, since you spoke about semiconductors, I'm sure the audience will know, I'm sure the fellow panelists might also know that there is a major national mission already launched by the Government of India in January of 2022 through the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology on bringing semiconductor, we have the technology through the lab in Chandigarh, the semiconductor laboratory as we call it, in Mohali. We have always had it, but there is since we are talking about billions of dollars here, so $10 billion US has been committed by the Government of India. It translates to about 80,000 crores of rupees for bringing domestic capability to scale at international levels in India within a period of 3 years, as far as semiconductor manufacturing is concerned.
Correct.
So that's a major initiative of the government.
No, that's right. We've spent a lot of time over the last couple of days, obviously, on the semiconductor piece. Yeah. But I know, Susun, you wanted to come in, and then Varad.
I'll just be very brief. I think you mentioned about the lost solar opportunity. Every time there's a lost opportunity, there's an opportunity that hasn't actually been realised. And I think when we're looking at this space, there's constantly new opportunities arising all the time. I mentioned a minute ago about ecopreneurs. I think there will be the next wave of unicorns. There's a huge opportunity for government with private sector to see how to incentivise some of those organisations who are currently trying to solve problems now. And some of these will succeed and some of them will not. But you just need one or a few major successes to make it worth the while. So I think that's one of the things that I'm constantly all of us in technology is that there are constant opportunities out there that we haven't even thought of.
And they're constantly new waves.
We haven't even thought of them already, and they're bound to happen. We just don't know what they are yet.
No, that's right. And that's exactly my point, that you don't want to be in a position where you're already always catching the tail of the wave. At some point, on some tech waves, you want to be ahead. Varad.
Yeah, I'll tell you a few very specific ones, okay? One is this question of finance, and Mr. Chakraborty, you were saying there's a lot of money now in climate change, but projects are a problem, right? And so I think there's one important thing is how do you unlock this capital which is coming in large amounts. In the early stage investing world where we sit, we use this term called valley of death of investing, right? Like we are seeing a lot of good ideas, but they are not reaching the venture capital ready stage. So can we create new kinds of patient capital funds, etc., that allow startups, ecopreneurs, to go from early stage ideas to VC fundable? So that's one very specific thing. Second, I'll say is this whole discussion on what is called a green taxonomy, which is really having clear definitions on what is an environmentally or climate friendly category of investment. I think the government of India has a group in the DEA which is working on this. I think the sooner we get that out, the more clarity it will provide to the market on what is counted, what is not counted, and lead to much more flow of capital as well. Third, I would say is go back to my topic of carbon market enablement. We should quickly pass the Energy Conservation Act amendments to enable the carbon market and set up a really good carbon market regulator, which is professional, digitally born. We have the experience of BE now to tell us how a good body like this could look like. That can be a major unlock. And lastly, my favorite topic, and linked to the topic of this, is we need a digital public infrastructure for measuring carbon and greenhouse gas emissions. I think these 4 things are the major policy unlocks we need.
I'm going to bring Ashutosh in next, but if we have some time left for Q&A, so please do line up in front of the mics if you have questions in the meanwhile. Ashutosh, I'll just come to you in a second. Varad, on the point of carbon markets, should it be a government-driven enterprise?
I think we need a good and strong facilitator and regulator for the carbon markets. That is a role only the government can play.
But should the carbon markets be set up by private players, or should it be set up as a government entity?
The market will have private players, right? The point is you need an enabler, a facilitator, to make transactions happen. That needs to have some sort of a blessing, right? Think of it more like a regulator like SEBI is in the securities market. You need a SEBI equivalent for the carbon markets. Now, SEBI is a government entity, but it's an independent regulator that is making that happen. We need a modern-day SEBI for the carbon markets.
Correct. But then do we let private players like, let's say, a Flipkart or an Amazon of the world come in and say, here's the most efficient tech-driven market that I set up, market platform that I set up?
Yeah, no, I'd love to hear the other panelists' views, but I think there are 2 streams of capital when we talk about carbon markets, right? One is the monies that will come if there is a global carbon market or a regional carbon market of some sort, which will be government-to-government flows, right? If that happens, that has to have a certain governance. But a large share of carbon market money is going to come through what's called voluntary carbon markets, where businesses are saying we want to be part of the solution. And that has to be a private-to-private thing, anchored by a strong regulator.
By a regulator. Ashutosh.
So just to the last point which was saying, I think we're trying to do the same thing, similar thing as a country, right? On digital platform for ONDC, for commerce.
Payments and commerce.
Right. We've done it for payments. We've done it for identity. You can do a similar thing from a private sector perspective, where everybody can chip in, and so that's definitely one thing. And just to delve a little bit more on the carbon perspective, I think so. From a policy perspective, it's important. What are you reporting? What are you monitoring? What are the carbon removal policies, carbon reduction policies? All of those need to come in tandem. And they need to be interoperable and similar in nature, so that you're not talking at cross purposes, right? So those are some of the policies, etc. One of the other point which was said, and I want to, this interest in entrepreneurism and driving entrepreneurs is very important. But let's also understand that entrepreneurs jump in when they see an opportunity at the end. So that while it's good to have funding in, it's good to have opportunities come in, it's good to have build the skills required for these entrepreneurs, we need to be able to show them opportunities. And that's where the government also can play a very important role. Because if you see opportunities at the end of the tunnel, you will have people who want to do it.
Correct.
And my last point, which I'll come to in terms of a policy perspective, is while we're doing this entire movement towards different power sources and electricity sources, etc. Electricity is going to be an important piece in this perspective. We will move to other sources of electricity, solar, nuclear, wind, whatever it is, right? We need to not forget one important thing, which is electricity inequity.
Electricity?
Inequity. We should not create a situation where, because of the cost of this alternate source of energy, there are going to be some pieces of some parts of the citizens who will be left out.
Correct.
And that's going to be an important piece right from the beginning, which we need to build into the system when we look at our policy perspectives as far as this thing is concerned.
No, absolutely. Though, of course, many of these new forms of energy like solar are inherently a decentralized form of energy production also. So you can actually have many of our remote areas that do not have access today actually become producers and establish microgrids, etc. But you're absolutely right, that has to be a key part of our...
And if you make it so costly that it becomes a fad, it becomes a fashion,
then
it really doesn't. And the last point, sorry, I just wanted to also think was, another policy thing, and I don't know whether it's a policy thing, but it's a educational thing, but it's about skills. It's about building the right skills, because ultimately addressing sustainability is going to be a way of life. So you have to change the way your business processes work. You need to rebuild, restructure all of that.
No, absolutely. I know we have just a few minutes left, so I'm going to take a couple of questions from this side. And if I can ask, just in interest of equity, because I know you've also asked a few questions, can I start with the two gentlemen in the back? and then 2 here. I'll take those 2 questions quickly, and then I'll have the panel address them, then I'll take these 2. And so keep your questions brief, obviously.
Hi, so my question is for Ms. Bharathan in particular. So the aviation sector in India is expanding, air travel is coming back post-COVID, Air India is expanding. Delhi airport's about to become the first airport in the country to have 4 runways. So in this landscape, from your perspective, what role can sustainable aviation fuel play in integrating itself with this aviation sector's rise and helping India transition to a net zero economy?
I'll take the second question as well.
So good morning, my name is Bhavjot Singh and I'm a GTS Young Ambassador from IIIT Bangalore. So my question is basically like we are actually looking forward to the Semicon mission and also the net zero mission of India, but reports from the researchers of Taiwan clearly say that TSMC is it is actually the biggest emitter of greenhouse gases and carbon emissions in like actually greater than like any industry in the world combined also. So how are we trying to utilize that thing as well as the carbon zero mission in together?
Correct. So anyone of you want to take either of those questions?
I can take the second one. The second one relates to, you're talking about net neutrality when you're talking about setting up semiconductor fabs also in India. So see, the entire idea of net neutrality rests on the fact that, as I said, we cannot stop developing. India cannot stop developing. India has to march at a pace which is going to be faster and faster by the year. But while we do so, we do it responsibly, we do it in an environmentally benign manner. That is where carbon dioxide capture, utilization and storage plays a major role. That is how NITI Aayog is focusing on that alone as a major topic. While you continue to emit, you ensure that you don't emit to the atmosphere. You absorb the carbon dioxide through whatever means possible. There can be chemical solvents, there can be physical solvents, there can be underground sequestration, or you can capture the carbon dioxide and convert it into useful chemicals. I mean, you can convert carbon dioxide to methanol, you can convert carbon dioxide ultimately to green hydrogen. So these are the technologies that we need to continue to focus on, which we're already doing. But there, leave alone India, the rest of the world is also not at a commercial scale. So green hydrogen is being spoken about, it is being tried in various countries, but still not at prices which can compete with that of fossil fuels. So, I mean, while we continue to emit, we continue to develop, but we don't emit to the atmosphere is the keyword. We absorb the carbon dioxide and convert it into various useful technologies or various useful chemicals for that matter.
Does any of you want to take the first one, the first question?
So there are 2 parts to the answer. One is the tech piece and the other one's the policy piece. On the tech piece, where are we globally? Because it's important because that's exactly where India will be also, which is that we as GE are partnering with industry initiatives to approve and adopt this 100% SAF, right, sustainable aviation fuel. What we're doing is we're participating in demonstration pilot programs for, say, a low or a zero carbon hydrogen combustion in engines as well. So that's the tech piece. We'll need to get that fixed, solved for, before we could look at a policy. The moment globally that is available, that's exact, whatever engines that in our suite of technologies that are available globally is exactly what India will also get. Because the airframers are the same, whether it's Boeing or Airbus or wherever they get fitted into. So the moment we solve for the tech problem, I think the second piece is what is an enabling policy framework that will incentivize. You know, you have a pioneering technology. What would it help to have a transformational change in India in the aviation sector the moment the tech issue is solved?
We'll take one last question actually, because our time's up. So we'll take that one last question from you.
Good afternoon. I'm Wasim Ahmed, the GTS Young Ambassador from Kautilya School of Public Policy. My question is on the EV sector. There's a lot of push towards the EV electric vehicle space in our country, and the Ministry of Heavy Industries is also coming up with a tax incentive structure for the EV sector. At the same time, there are a number of recent studies that show that electric vehicles are no less harmful than the conventional vehicles. So with respect to the mining process involved and the fact that they are again going to be charged by the electricity that is produced by the fossil fuel. So in that regard, are we truly moving towards sustainability, or are there any other alternatives to this?
I have a general comment on this, which is actually all three questions. I think the questions show the word that was used in the previous panel, that there is no silver bullet.
That's right.
This is a topic that cuts across so many things, whether it's hard to abate sectors like aviation, whether it's the link to unintended consequences of what you end up doing,
That's
that
right.
the complexity is very high, right? So to your point, EVs are not a silver bullet. Firstly, they are only 15% of the emissions. Secondly, if the underlying energy is from fossil, then you're really not solving anything. So that's why we need to keep chipping away at everything at the same time, and at the same time not ignoring the second order effects or the unintended consequences. You mentioned solar 10 years back, but that's the only thing I can say on this.
No, absolutely. I think we don't want to solve one problem and create a bigger one for down the line. For sure. Neeraj, you'll have the last word.
Just one more input to what my colleague just said. See, batteries are charged by conventional electricity, we already know. Batteries can theoretically and practically also be charged by using SPV, electricity generated by SPV panels, that also we know. But in the second part, the cost comes into the play, right? So India started, since I started my career in the Department of Non-Conventional Energy Sources, I can tell you we started working on EVs 40 years ago. Not many people know this, huh? And we had brought out the Reva car, which was by the Many Electric Group of Bangalore, around 25 years ago. And the Reva was then bought out by the Mahindra Group. It was called E20, and finally, I think it's been phased out, whatever. The only thing where we continue to work hard is to develop high energy density batteries. Now, that is where we continue to try and develop new chemistries, like for example, now nickel metal hydride went away, lithium ion is a little old. Now we are talking about iron air, we are talking about nickel air. There are different combinations we are talking about which are going to be very cheap and which are going to be taking much less electricity to charge at a level at which you can drive 200 kilometers in one charge. So that is all we can think of. We try to reduce our dependence on conventional electricity, but we cannot do away with that. So hence CCUS continues to remain the answer.
Correct. So thank you so much for the questions, and for those questions that we weren't able to get to, the panelists will be around, so please do find them offline over lunch. I'll thank all our panelists. I think in a short period of time and with many perspectives, we managed to touch on some of the pieces of that framework that I had outlined earlier, the tech piece, the finance piece, the policy piece, the strategy piece. There's, I think, always new niches, new waves for India to try and capture. And I think to the questions, I think the learning that I think, Bharat, you mentioned, that the problems, the solutions are usually not silver bullets. That itself, I think, is an opportunity that countries like India, I think, can capitalize on. I'll end with one piece. I think the piece that we didn't get to was the behavior piece. I think Prime Minister Modi has talked about it within this framework of life, where consumer behavior inherently will also need to change. This is not a problem that is a tech-only problem or a finance-only problem. And I think yesterday when we were discussing this consumer behavior piece, we'd come up with this idea, and I've written a little bit about this, that we, much like a Startup India movement that has catalyzed India's startup ecosystem, obviously, over the last several years, we do need a very broad-based Climate India movement that makes it a whole of society, whole of government effort, so that many institutional pillars of our government, our corporates, our think tanks, our philanthropies can come together to help India transition, make this net zero transition faster. And with that, let me thank all of our panelists. If you can have a big round of applause for all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our panelists. We will now take a break for lunch. Kindly be seated by 2:10 for our next conversation on building technologies for a sustainable global food chain. Thank you.
ICT has contributed to developing strong linkages between the institutions involved. I am glad to note that the JWG in higher education concluded to prolong the IMCT in the years to come. The JWG in SMT concluded to prolong the program cooperation as the guiding document for cooperation within science and technology.
agri-technology, we now have a conversation on building technologies for a sustainable global food chain with Taranjeet Singh Bhamra, founder and CEO Agnext, moderated by Kunal Bhardwaj, partner, the Rainmaker Group.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here in conversation with Taranjeet Singh Bhamra, whom I fondly call as Taran. He's the founder and CEO of Agnext Technologies. Now, thanks, Taran, for being here, and thanks to Carnegie and the Ministry of External Affairs for giving us this opportunity to have this discussion. So let's set the context straight. So I've worked in some of the agri-tech firms in India and kind of seen this lay of the land from the trenches. And somewhere I always felt that the way we should see the food chain or the agri-tech space in India should be from a lens of, are the firms building agri on tech or are the firms building tech on agri? And for me, this became very important as a thesis when I started looking out for some of the great founders in India who are building fundamental first principle businesses to solve the issues plaguing the Indian agri landscape. And that's how I got to meet Taran. In fact, Taran has a very interesting background, and this I got to know when I met him first, that when he went to IIT, and usually one would always look for electronics or computers as the area of specialization. From that date, Taran did his specialization in agri, moved on to set up the supply chain for one of India's largest food brands. He goes to IIM Calcutta, and unlike people who have graduated from any of the IIMs, he does not choose a career in investment banking or management consulting or any of the top 5 firms. He goes and works for global food brands in setting up their food supply chains. After all this is done, he comes and hides himself in a very small town of India, actually not small now, it's decently sized, Chandigarh. And under the radar, in stealth mode, he starts building his dream called Agnext Technologies. So Taran, firstly, I think I want to hear it from you. And I want you to tell the audience what Agnext is and what is it trying to solve for the agri space, not just in India, but for the entire global food chain.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kunal. I think I landed up in Chandigarh because I like peace rather than the hustle and bustle of Gurgaon and Bangalore. For me, building something that was going to impact a larger world, it needed its own research, development, and time to scale. So my story actually starts at IIT Kharagpur, where I used to study at Kendriya Vidyalaya. And while going through IIT, I used to always see dedicated to the service of the nation. And I used to ask, what is it that we are building for the nation here? For which I eventually went to IIT, chose agriculture, which is there only at IIT Kharagpur in 1950. And then worked in Indian rural sector to understand what are the problems in agri-value chains. And one of the things that I saw during that time was a farmer and his son, coming over to sell in a bullock cart in 2002. In the heat, they are trying to sell it, and the artiya or the mandi guy is not buying it by saying the quality is low. But what I found is that actually it was a great quality. He had produced a very good, but there was just being discarded off the supply chain by saying that it is not low. And finally, he bought it at 70% discount by keeping him outside the mandi for 7 days. I saw that farmer and son sitting, and that kind of had a huge impact on me. That whether you are a topper of the class or last of the class, you are given the same, you get the same job. So what's the incentive for a farmer? This is where is the biggest thing that frankly, if I would build a company out of basic principles, I asked myself after 20 years globally, I worked on multiple food supply chains globally and came back to India in 2016 to start AgNext. And my question was very simple that, what's the incentive that I can, or what's the value that I can bring for stakeholders? And the largest value unlock that I found was, again, from a very simple first principles, that whenever you are paid a price in agriculture. That price is based on two functions. The function one is quantity. The function two is quality. Now, the quantity is digitized, but quality is totally subjective across the world in food value chains. When you are pricing a spice, when you are pricing a milk, when you are pricing a grain, the entire quality is subjective. So we needed to build new technologies which can analyze food in less than a minute. And that's how we built technologies over the next 5 years which can analyze food in less than a minute using computer vision and spectral sciences. And then from the basic principles, it can ascertain or assess the lot that you are buying. That was the basic premise with which we started. And when we came out in the market out of Chandigarh was because of the mountains, nothing else. So, yeah, I have my own bike, which I don't even drive 25 kilometers now. But the idea was to build something which can be there in every transaction in a supply chain. And that eureka moment took us 5 years of research. And the moment we came into the market, I think since last year, we have grown 25 times in revenue. And this is just a start because we are just working in 2 trade routes and in just 1 commodity right now. We have around 24 commodities IP created to analyze food in less than a minute. So eventually what we are building is a platform of trust and incentive. So trust for the buyer, incentive for the seller. The moment the quality is digitized, everyone wants to be part of that. And my understanding after 20 years globally is that not necessarily that you have, when a business goes, there's a trust that follows. It's always the vice versa. Wherever there is a trust, business will follow. And I think this is where now whatever we are creating, whichever trade routes we are entering, we are finding that all the buyers and sellers want to be there because there is a trusted platform which evaluates, assesses the right pricing and the right quality, and all the buyers and sellers want to be there on that platform. We have been, I guess, we have been very thankful to have the best of the investors to, support this thesis. In India, we have Omnivore and Kalari. We have been supported by Abu Dhabi's government ADQs, AWI, and now just last week we have been invested by an arm of Swiss government also to integrate our entire technology with their blockchain and take it to multiple countries, especially cocoa and coffee. So I think this is where I am happy that what I saw, dedicated to the service of the nation probably will come up into dedicated to the service of the world.
No, that's really profound, Taran. So I think probably a couple of points that I'll take from what you spoke. One was about quality being one of the most important determinants of price discovery.
Yeah.
And second being about the example that you gave about the farmer and the sun. Because for me, when I look at agri as a business, I think in my head it comes as probably the only business where the producer has put in all the investments, the good has been produced, and yet they don't know what the price they're going to realize out of it. Probably in India, what the government of India tries to do is what we all know as the MSP. And then you're talking about a bit of a global play from the Abu Dhabi government or the Swiss government. My next question is going to be, in what ways are you collaborating with the Indian government in looking at removing the speculation and introducing the science in terms of measuring the price of food, and how are you looking at it from a global play in terms of a global food chain?
The answer is very simple. which has been, common across our newsroom, conferences, and daily conversation, MSP for farmer. So what you have seen is, as you rightly said, agriculture is probably the only profession where there is a, inflation on the input side and deflation on the output side. Every year, all the input companies keep increasing and the pricing on the other side keeps decreasing. And that's where the farmers talking about whether if I create a good product or a produce, how can I get the right MSP? I mean, the selling price, the quality that needs to be addressed. This is where our technology comes in. Because thankfully, over a lot of, decades in our country, we have been very good at creating the quantity. We have gone to white revolution, we have done the green revolution, and done the yellow revolution. But in all of that, now the quality comes into fore. The next value unlock will not be the quantity, but will be the value or the pricing of the produce. And that is where our technology now needs to be sitting at every mandi, at every transaction point, so that the farmer realizes a trust that, when I come, I will be assessed and I will be paid accordingly. And I think this is what I have seen in the last 1 year also. The government is very hell-bent to, put this technology all across. We are overall, in India, we are working at almost 1,600 locations where our technology analyzes the produce that has been bought. And there has been marvelous results. And this is a great data because this also tells you about what quality is being produced. So quality is nothing but the measurement of the output of agriculture. And this is where you can create, huge extension services. You can say that where you need to, do a better cropping, where you need to do a better output. But it also brings that trust to the farmer and an incentive that if I go and if my assessment is through digital technologies and not by some human assessment, which is subjective, it will lead me to a better pricing. So I think this is where we believe that it will cascade into a technology stack that will be there in agri-stack that the government is building. In fact, we have just been appointed onto the committee that will ensure that the entire buying process happens with technology in all the warehouses across India. So I think this is just a start, and I think the government is taking a huge, I would say, step in now digitizing these entire value chains. So I think we are addressing the 50% decision making, the quality. So I think that's where we believe we will play certainly an important role to solve for the nation's farmers.
And what about technologies that are being developed for enhancing the traceability and the sustainability across global trade corridors and global food chains?
Yes, I think this is becoming more important because wherever food is moving now, it needs to be traceable. And all the assessments that have happened, all the storages that have happened, everything that is related to the movement needs to be captured and provided to the end consumer. I think this is just a start today, whether we are talking about fishery, whether we are talking about milk, whether we are talking about spices, that entire traceability component is increasing massively, and we are seeing that. That is why probably a lot of governments, not just Indian government, but a lot of governments are interested in our technology to, digitize from the source till the end consumer. So I think the whole idea that Swiss government's, blockchain, we are just kind of integrating is just because we believe that that will bring a huge impact in terms for consumers to assess the entire traceability of food. Yeah.
Good. So I'm keeping an eye on the clock as well. So what I'll do is before I ask you the final question from my side, I'll just give a heads up to people in the audience in case you have any questions. So just keep them ready while I ask the final question to Taran. So Taran, it's interesting that today is again a momentous occasion and a great day for India because today is when India takes on the presidency of the G20.
Yeah.
And food security, sustainable food chains is going to be one of the core areas on which the entire G20 would be working on. So if I were to ask you that, how can India lead the global presidency of the global agri-quality tech or the global agri-food chain, what would you?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a very proud, it's a very momentous day for sure, because India taking over the G20 marks a new stage for all the technologies that India has built that needs to be, pervaded and brought into multiple, I would say, industries. When it comes to agri and food, in fact, I would like to. I was with Minister Piyush Goyal ji in the Silicon Valley just last month for 4 days. He had selected Agnex to be one of the startups to be, talking about what are the technologies that India is building. And I had seen the vision of the government talking to, they were all the Silicon Valley investors and Silicon Valley technocrats, and the vision with which the minister, the Indian government now is talking. For example, UPI. How UPI has changed the entire, payment industry in just 3 years, 4 years. Similarly, government is working on ONDC, if you would see. That is an amazing concept which totally, homogenizes your entire e-commerce stack. Currently, it is extremely heterogeneous. Moving on to ULIP, the United Logistics Interface is coming over. So these are great interfaces that the government has built which can now be scaled globally. And I think a lot of startups will be undertaking these activities to integrate and provide that as a service in multiple corridors. So I see that what the government has done with the G20 is an amazing, just a leadership, but I think there's a whole, I would say crowd of startups and innovators who are waiting to, integrate what the government has created and take it to multiple corridors. So I'm actually more excited about that because India is a land of innovators. We have thrived on innovation. And I think the time has come today to, make India or make Bharat go to the global food chains. So I think I'm extremely excited, and I would like to congratulate India to, our nation to lead this and take this forward in multiple food supply chains.
Thank you, Tarun, and more power to you and the entire team at AgNext. I'm opening it up for questions. We have one there.
Yeah, hi. It was an interesting talk. This is Harita from Beehive Software Solutions. I wanted to understand if this AgNext helps in quality control, like even with the public distribution systems or across that value chain with rice fortification and other things. Does this help there, or is there anything else in the open source or open technology that's available for this?
Oh yes, I think there's a huge application in public distribution system for sure. Currently, we are not there in that. We are in mostly on the post-harvest value chain right now, where probably we are doing pulses, we are doing mustard, we are doing wheat. But in the public distribution system, I believe there is a huge application. There's so much of quality control that is needed. I know, I think it will be okay to say that, a lot of oil is adulterated, a lot of things that are not as per the quality that is needed. And I think that is where our technology can assist that in a minute. For example, I got a call sometime back for sattu in Odisha. Almost around 300 crore of sattu is given to pregnant women, and it is not at all as per, the quality that is there. There's a lot of bad powder mixed, I won't like, but things which should not go into humans are, is part of just that 300 crore sattu to pregnant women in Odisha. So I think this is just one example. The examples are multiple, and each example is worth hundreds and thousands of crore of food. So I think technology now has to arrive to solve that food supply chain, and that's what our mission is as a company to solve. So we look forward to being PDS actually.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Tarun, I think we have a question from the right side of the room as well.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Ayla. I'm a young GTS ambassador from IIIT Bangalore. I've also been working with Digital Green, which happens to work with AgNext as a design researcher for the past year. My main question is that you mentioned blockchain, and we're seeing in the agriculture sector that blockchain is being introduced more and more for consumer transparency. But we live in a market where it is a buyer's market, and farmers are being further distanced with this technology. So I was wondering what your views are when we're using something like blockchain and claiming that it's for farmers, especially since it's so new and complicated.
Inclusiveness is the key here. I think the technology is there. The problem with inclusiveness is two. One is the cost. The whole cost that is there today for application is extremely high. What we are coming up is probably 1/300 that cost that is currently there of a blockchain in a supply chain. So I think that will be one of the catalysts for us to be much more faster. The second is inclusiveness, which cannot be just everywhere. What you need to do is you need to solve it supply chain by supply chain. So we want to go with, let's say, Chile. So that entire supply chain from point A to point B should be digitized. The problem comes when, from a point A, we are doing it at 50 places where, again, there are no more, harbingers of those technology, and then you end up with, a total non-adaptation of this technology. So I think that's where we need to first focus on where the need is and take this as a larger mandate from point A to point B. Yeah.
Then I think we have run out of time. I know there's two more people who want to ask questions. Can we take it offline or yeah?
Yeah, sure.
We'll take it offline then. Really sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, and thank you, Taran. Wishing you all the very best on the journey
Thank you so
ahead.
much, Kunal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. For our next panel, India is set to become the content hub of the world. The next panel on local content, instrument of India's soft power globally, will discuss this key soft power. Please welcome Gaurav Gandhi, Vice President, Prime Video, Nanjira Sambuli, Fellow, Technology and International Affairs Program, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Amrit Pal Singh Bindra, Founder, Still and Still Media Collective, Rangita Pratish Nandi, Creative Director, Pratish Nandi Communications. The panel will be moderated by Vikram Chandra, Founder, Editor, G Technologies.
Hey everyone, it's a great pleasure to be here at the Global Tech Summit. Look, in many ways, content has always been a key part of India's soft power globally. It's nothing entirely new from the days of Avara, from the days of Raj Kapoor in the Soviet Union, to more recently Jimmy in China right now as a metaphor for what is actually happening out there with COVID protests. India's soft power has always been there. But now, with new technologies coming, with streaming coming, with a far more globalized world, with different forms of segmentation, with the ability to take that content to a range of people who may not have had easy access to it in cinemas. Are matters going to change further? And is this technology going to aid and assist the further expansion of India's soft power and use content as a major leverage, allow you to leverage that content as an instrument of soft power? That essentially is the basic subject that we are here to discuss. Before we dive into the many other themes that we have, Gaurav, you want to just take a first crack at it? Technology, the changes that are happening, the OTT revolution. Is it an inflection point?
I think, hi everyone, glad to be here. Vikram, I think the fact that the OTT revolution has been on for about, as we call it, for the last 5 or 6 years, and it's been growing steadily, so to say, from an adoption point of view. But the big jump that we all saw was at the point of the pandemic. And at that point, the adoption went up quite meteorically. There are many factors to the revolution being there, and in India particularly. The fact is we have a young demographic more attuned to actually watching content on demand. We have the mobile phones are ubiquitous. Everyone has it. Smartphones, cheapest data in the world, and absolutely amazing content, across the board with a flourishing content industry across languages. So while all that was there, I think the pandemic really sort of gave it a big push in terms of increased adoption, and resulted into many changes thereafter. Some permanent, some temporary. We can talk about them as we go along. And I think the 3 or 4 big things that we talk about today as we look at India's soft power is, we have this at least 9 or 10 languages. We have flourishing content industries. In most countries, you'll have probably 1 or 2. And the fact is the amount of content that plays out from there is one part. The second is there is a huge domestic market. And the domestic market has changed very dramatically on tastes, over the last few years, tasting content from India and around the world. And now we are seeing Indian content map up to global standards. And then, of course, there's also the point about the fact that we, in the past, never actually had high-quality cinematic value content in the TV era because of the economics. But with the streaming, the economics change, and what you call a target addressable market for content has changed. You can actually put money behind it. You can put actually great quality behind it and do that. So that's the second part. And third part, to me, is the creative ecosystem here has learned in the last 5 years how to make world-class stories, which as quickly and compete with the creators from around the world. And we have 2 of them here who can talk more about it. So I think with the addressable market, with a rich, robust creative ecosystem overall, learning quickly, and all the tailwinds, I think we are in a good place right now as an industry, and we are only getting started.
Right. I think that sets the stage for what we're going to be talking about. Nancha, the point I was making about, to some extent, it's always happened. Soft power. When you look at India's influence globally and on the diplomatic stage, is that soft power an important part of it? Yoga, food, local content, great movies, great music.
Absolutely. And I think it's even more about what could be in this era where, as Gaurav was talking about, younger people with more access to this kinds of content, creating these new bonds that should be represented on the diplomatic stage. I think there's a great opportunity for India to also set an alternative way for how other industries in other markets, Nollywood, for example, in Nigeria, fusion even of especially South-South, beyond just the Western lens, that would be really interesting for this diversity that India already as a market represents, but can be showcasing how soft power also can be about representation and that cooperation that we hear about in a very technical speak, but it's everything from fusions. We're seeing young South Africans taking Bollywood dance songs and adding to the beats of Amapiano in South Africa, or a young Maasai man, I've seen this in it's real time happening, who sings these pop hits, probably doesn't understand a single word, right? But he hears it and he enchants that back. It's actually really cool. And that shows that there's that South-South element there that could really be something that propels soft power to a new plane, and here's a great opportunity to do that. And technology is at the core of that because of discovery, forms of content, and actually even bypassing typical copyright issues. This video cannot be found in your location. Our markets understand creative ways to get content to each other. So that does represent something different for India's diplomatic circuit to think about.
Yeah, that influence is actually quite extensive. I think one of my favorite Amitabh Bachchan stories is a real story that a lady doing the sort of a safari, desert safari, in the middle of the Sahara Desert, car breaks down, thinks she's going to die, finds a Bedouin camp, walks inside there and says, now I'm going to either be murdered or something horrible is going to happen to me. And she walks inside and she says, I'm from India. And those people look at her and saying, India? Amitabh Bachchan? Yep. Amitabh Bachchan? They made her sit down, they gave her food, they kept her there for the night, took her the next day, got her car repaired and sent her home. So yes, it happens. When you're making Bandish Bandits or any other content, increasingly, is the global stage important? Or are you still pretty much saying this is local content, let's go after the local market first? Has that changed?
Hello, everyone. So Vikram, specifically about Bandish Bandits, I think, it's a bit of both. While one of the big changes that, as Gaurav mentioned, has happened over the last 5-6 years is I don't think Bandish Bandits could have been made if the OTT revolution hadn't come in. As a cinema experience, or at least been made at the scale and in the way that we were able to tell a story on classical Indian music, because of the economics, because of the kind of demographics that watch typical cinema movies, I don't think we would have had the chance to make it. So I think the first big thing for us in terms of Bandish Bandits was the ability to make the show itself was a privilege that only came thanks to the OTT revolution. But having said that, I think truth be told, while we were making it, we were obviously, catering it to, sheepishly even to the local Indian markets, not knowing whether people will respond to it. Because, we used to get commentaries before Amazon took on the show saying, we like this idea, but why don't you make it Bollywood music? Or, why don't you make it pop music? Like classical music, no one is really now interested in listening to or wanting to hear. So we were like, but then there's no show. I mean, the show is about classical music. So I think when we were making the show, we were very conscious and careful, saying that, if we can hit home with local audiences, we'll be more than thrilled. But I think then what happened after, and especially the fact that it was, it was platformed over 190 countries. And, Amazon did such a great job of marketing it in a way that made it appealing and commercial to people all across demographics, all across various countries. The amount of love that we got for the show from non-NRI Western audiences was something that we had no idea, or we didn't even think was a possibility while making the show. So, when we're talking about soft power, when we're talking about people, like I have white friends who went to film school who now work out to songs from Bandish Bandit, which is also disturbing at some level, but that's the kind
Actually,
of...
I was just about to ask you that question. How do you work out to a song from Bandish Bandit?
And they do, and in fact, they work out to a song called Vira, which is the song of longing, which is of an old romantic couple. So I have no idea how this is translated, but there is definitely some connect. And I'll tell you one more thing. We were more confident of the pop music, because there's also pop music in the show. And I cannot tell you that there has been such a clear winning of the classical music and the tunes across the board within local Indian audiences and definitely globally, that came to us as a very pleasant surprise.
Okay. So the fact that Indian content can translate around the world has been clearly proved by that. If somebody had told me you could actually work out to Indian classical music, I wouldn't have believed you. I probably still don't believe you, but still, we will park that just for the moment. Rakita, I'll tell you where the technology part, he said something very important, platformed in 190 countries. Now that's where technology plays a slight difference, because till 10 years ago, 15 years ago, if you were saying, I want to take this globally, which means I have to take it to cinema theaters. You've got to approach it from a certain manner. And all right, Amir Khan movies could translate in China and people would watch them, or something else would happen. But your ability to use platforms like Amazon Prime and others, that changes the way you're visualizing content, presumably, because you're not having to launch it into cinema theaters everywhere.
Absolutely. I think for the very first time, we're actually conversing with the world. And until now, listen, for us as creators, we'll create content any day. But for the longest time, we were creating content only for like a homegrown audience per se. And like you said, an NRI audience, right? A spillover NRI audience. But for the first time, I think we're actually talking to the world. That's actually the finest part about having people like Amazon here. They facilitate that for us. They set us up for that. When you're talking to the rest of the world and not just to a homegrown Indian audience, you have to be able to make content that's going to be interesting for them. You can't just say that, I make this for India. Of course, it has to do really well in India as well, because that's your primary audience. That's the audience that you're reaching out to first. But the rest of the world is a fabulous ocean that you now have direct access to. So if as a creator, you're not using that, it's kind of like a wasted opportunity. So absolutely, we're all talking to the globe in that sense.
Gaurav, when you're looking at this from the point of view of, okay, we are trying to translate India as a place where you were importing a lot of content historically. You're wanting to now export it also. All of these changes and the technological changes, how does it affect things like segmentation, for example? Because till now, segmentation had to be done, okay, I'm going to do this for North India or South India or that. Now, are you looking at content and saying, okay, this can be segmented to this particular demographic in India, but it will also translate into this demographic in Africa and maybe a sub-demographic in Latin America, and this content could... So it's a different sort of a way of approaching segmentation altogether.
Yeah, I think, great question. I think I divide that into 3 different kinds of segmentation points. First, ability to tell stories that we just could not tell in the past, given the economics of that business. So I'll give you an example. If you go back to the 90s and you had only single screen theaters, why would all the movies be typically the masala movies with actually comedy, action, drama, song, dance, everything built into it, because you had to fill 1,000 seats in the theater. So you had to cater to a taste segmentation, which was a little more broader, center of plate all across the board. The moment multiplexes came, you could actually program for 100 screens, 100 people in a screen. And you actually could have the Dil Chahta Hai and Gully Boy and all of that. So I think streaming is allowing you to do, first of all, that, to create content for segments. Now the question is, how large is the segment? And that question comes in from point of what you can do in the domestic market and the international market. One of the permanent changes of what happened with the pandemic and over the years of programming across 10 languages here is we're seeing the linguistic palette of the Indian audience itself become much broader. So today people are watching content in more than one language. So 50% of our audience actually watches content in more than 4 languages. So which basically means my addressable market for anything, even the segment has gotten broader. It's now 4x because they're actually watching content across languages. A Malayalam movie is being watched across the country, right? So the third part of that piece comes in of the international and the diaspora and non-diaspora, which then automatically allows, so as an example, 20% of our audience for any of our originals is outside India, that we locally make here. 240 countries is where we actually are, on territories are where we are available in, and most of our movies and shows are watched between 160 to 200 countries in the weeks of launch. And now what happens is, I have a core addressable audience which I have a segmentation on, and then I have an audience by virtue of technology who may have liked this, and their personalization then throws more like that. And they start getting used to it. And the moment you start getting used to the idea of the film music you talked about, or a particular content from a particular country, we talk about Korean shows, we talk about shows from Latin America. Same thing happening with India. You say, hey, great quality content coming here is part of my recommendation each time. So I get more and more. So the audience pool itself keeps expanding. And then, of course, you serve more of that. So first of all, like to summarize, we couldn't make segmented stories earlier. We are able to make it now. Second is like the domestic market pool itself has expanded so much, allowing a larger target market. And then, of course, the international plays on in this play of expanding it for the entire market. And I would say one more thing here. It's really not just about a story that Prime Video would put out, or Netflix or Hotstar. The reality is one great Indian show from any of us works for everyone, right? So I think it's similarly local market, because it's too early in the days and there's so much more the headroom for growth. So actually it's more the market making and category creation time for Indian content, that every great film, every great show from anywhere expands the pool for Indian content. So yeah.
That's an interesting point. And he's right that if you ask people about their viewership patterns here in India, multiple Indian languages, look at the sort of success that movies from the South are getting now, radically more so than earlier. The fact that, as he said, Korean shows, Israeli shows from multiple different places, in different languages, you're watching them and not even thinking twice about the fact that it's in a different language. Is this, to your mind, something which is happening across the globe, or is it more in some markets where you're open to international content?
Absolutely, and I think what it brings to mind is it makes our languages okay, right? There's means to translate. Maybe the algorithm on the subtitles may not get it right, but it does open up for, say, Nollywood in Nigeria to figure out how to use all the diversity of languages there, or Kenya or South Africa or elsewhere. What that does, even for the diplomatic, maybe down the line, diplomatic engagements, we don't always have to use English and French, right? It could get there because you read, that you translate, you start to pick up some words, you bring it into your local dialect, and so on and so forth. So there's something about Indian content, even before the digital era, because I remember VHS tapes just making the circuit back home, that shows that there's a possibility, it stands for something about these languages that need to be brought in as viable as any other Western language that we've been told is a way of doing business, but now we're being shown through entertainment that it's a way of life and it's okay for us to also express ourselves that way. So in that regard, I think there's a great potential to, make it okay for everybody to express themselves, articulate themselves with what works for them, and then we'll learn from one another that way.
Have you stopped thinking too much about sharp segments in your own mind? Have you stopped thinking about things like this will work in this culture or these areas? Have you stopped thinking about language and this could be a language barrier? Is that gone out of your head or not yet?
I think by and large it has. I think, there is the ability, as Gaurav very rightly said, that now one can segment, one can think of telling more true-grown stories. But, I think more than even just if you look at the Indian audience, which is something that, we often miss, even before the step of kind of, exporting our content internationally, we're a very weird country where we have such diversity that trying to cater to pan-India, which is the new famous term, itself is quite a confusing and challenging term, at least for content creators, I think, in today's time, because you talk a lot about the South, the uprise of the South, but we mustn't forget that their core audience is still very homogeneous and is one state, whereas the Hindi film industry is catering to Haryana, Delhi, Bombay, Pune, West Bengal, Bihar, CPCI, Madhya Pradesh, which in itself is very, very diverse. So in fact, the segmentation, is very diverse even between those audiences. The kind of films that do much better in North India are not the ones that do well in Maharashtra. Like for example, I'll give you an example of one of the biggest movie makers like Rohit Shetty. His average business of every film is 60 to 70% from one state, Maharashtra. But he hits the ball so out of the park in this one state that those numbers are massive. So, but when you really start talking about segmentation, there is a huge segmentation even within the country before we start thinking about taking it out. What I think has gone away is the thought process that, this film cannot be made because it will not get a theatrical release. I think that thought has gone away. I think the freedom and liberty that content creators today have to tell great stories or stories that might be very niche, which actually might be very segmented, is all possible now thanks to the OTT revolution. So I would actually say that it is a very, very liberating time. And in fact, the pressure is really now on us as content creators to create absolutely world-class content, because here the opportunity is there, the technology is there, the money backing us to do what we want if we have a great story and ideas there. So really, there is absolutely no reason other than the failure of content creators for us not to be a global export over the next 5 years and not be creating world-class series out of India on a regular basis, not as a one-off, but on a very, very regular basis.
Okay, I'm going to pick on one line that you said, the money is there, Rangita, as I throw that to you, right? Because while a lot of this has been said in the past, has been there as a concept in the past also, for years I've been hearing in panels like this, but how do you monetize? How do you make the revenue? Who pays the bills? Now, it's good to have someone like Gaurav out here who says, don't worry, I'm going to be paying the bills, but is there enough money now to be able to do a lot of this, the revenue models?
Well, there's more and plenty. Absolutely. I don't think money is what's holding us back right now. I think we as creators need to step up with just great ideas now. We're so conditioned to live within an Indian film industry that many of us are unable to think beyond that well, and we're just opening our minds up. We're also extremely lazy in that sense, there's money and we're running to pick it up, but we're not respectful of that money and understanding of how it can really change the content industry as we see it and as we've known it. So money is there. Mr. Gandhi here is an extremely generous boss, and there are many of him around. But we really need to step up and make world-class content that's not just ticking boxes, content that's not just making stuff for little pockets of audiences, but content that can really get out there. There's the Squid Game, there's everything happening around the world. I want to show run the next Squid Game.
Gaurav, without giving away our age, I remember having conversations with you, 14 years ago about revenue models and how money can be made. Is it easier with the new technology and with streaming and everything else that's happening? Is it easier to monetize now, setting creation aside?
I think because the audience, first of all, streaming gives so much option to the customer at the end of it, of content. It is even harder for the creators to make sure that they tell stories which are compelling and will keep audiences on. So a lot of pressure on the creators to create the stories. But what streaming is enabling you to do is a multitude of models, Vikram. I think what was earlier was that we were fixated on, in the TV world of ours, which we both came from, it was largely ads, some subscriptions. In the film world, we'll pay for a ticket, we'll have this whole piece, and Amrit clearly called out about the intricacies of how the film market works as well. The interestingly streaming world, we're just 5-7 years old in the industry. You have a pure SWOT model. You have an ads plus subscription model. You have a transactional model emerging. We're actually already doing rental of movies. You have a model where you can actually do a B2B subscription piece. So there's so many models emerging already. So you can actually choose, hey, I actually want to give a story to our customers absolutely without a fee and have a large number of customers on. You can be on a free service. You can be on YouTube, you can be elsewhere. You have your own channel on YouTube, for that matter. Or you can be on Mini TV, or you can be on MX Player or whatever. You have a subscription service which can go global. You can actually say, I want to be on Prime Video or others. I think that's there. You can actually now, to the point of release of movies, in the pandemic, when we first got a set of movies to release on theater, there was a lot of question about the fact that, will it ever work? And I remember the first few movies we got on, the creators were uncomfortable, they were not sure. But once they saw the reach of that, the fact that 200 countries you could release a film on, people could watch it, which would earlier be in 12 countries. And in India, you talked about the one state viewing, Amrit. The reality is today most of our movies from the southern languages are watched, 50% of the audience is outside the home state. So the money is not just in the models, the money is actually also in the fact that there is an audience size expansion. So I think the technology is enabling both the models to emerge and the audience size to grow. And of course, it's not that it's an easy business to do. It's, content is expensive. But I think the fact is that content lives with you for a long time. People come back on, anybody new comes onto streaming service, they'll watch also the older season, they'll also watch. So ability to monetize that also has changed quite dramatically.
Let me go in reverse direction this time. Right? The other debate, in addition to monetization, the best ways to do it, which has been around for a while, is the technological form factors itself. And I think that's something which many of us have been really interested in trying to get the answers to. Short form, long form. Are you programming for the big screen? Are you programming for the television screen? Are you programming for the mobile screen? It's not necessarily the same content. It's not necessarily the same experience. Should it be vertical? Should it be horizontal? All of these are questions that have been around for a while. Are we any closer to getting the definitive answers to them?
I think the only thing that's definitive today is long form, short form. Nobody really cares. The content that you're making has to really reach. That has to transcend. That has to speak to a vast variety of people out there and not just, decide to live in a little bit of a cubby hole. So long form, short form, really, today when we're doing scripts, we don't even look at what is the length of the script that we're looking at. We get to that when we're budgeting. But when we're writing, the there's no conversation about making it for the big screen or the small screen, because you know that there's an audience out there that will engage with you and appreciate the content you're making if you just make a great show. So I think today more than ever, the idea is standing out, not the star that's standing at the front of it, not the filmmaker that's sitting behind it, but just, in fact, today, writers have more, place of pride than anybody else, I feel, in the business.
But just to take that follow-up question to that, but surely if you're making something which is short form, or 1 minute or 2 minute, it's designed more for a mobile phone. If you're making something which is a 2-hour-long movie, it is designed for a larger screen because it's tougher to do it. Or is that not the case anymore?
I think I'll jump in there. From an actual viewership point of view, the reality is this country has 95 or 96% have single TV homes. Right, one TV in the house. So, and mobile phones are with almost everyone, like 600 million people have smartphones. So the reality is today, when you're creating content, you're actually being completely screen agnostic. First of all, for many, this is the only screen, right? So, and they love the content. And that's the liberating point about this, that the screen actually is not, it's my personal screen that's important. I could be watching it. If I have access to a large screen, I will pause and start playback there. If I don't, I'm perfectly happy with this. There are challenges of distraction which are very different. For example, the same screen has your message coming in, your call coming in, and if I drop off, do I go back? That's the engagement point, the two of them talked about here. In TVs, you more lean back and all of that. But I don't think at all we distinguish or segment customers when we're creating great stories basis, hey, X customer has a mobile and Y customer has a living room device or Z has a computer. That is not relevant at all. What's relevant is our content engaging, and whatever your choice of device is for you, you choose and watch and enjoy it.
Anjana, is that a pattern everywhere? Or is it, see, in India, we are very used to the power and the dominance of mobile phones, A, because they're ubiquitous, and B, because data is so cheap that it almost doesn't matter the amount you're streaming. By mistake, if you ever wander into Canada and say, I'm going to stream on my mobile, on my mobile phone on a mobile plan, you'll be bankrupt in like 2 days, right? So you have to think about it.
No kidding, yeah. No, it is the case, and I think he's right. Gaurav is right. It's about the engagement of a story, and it got me thinking, even as Indian content creators start to tell stories of the world, the distinguishing factor to that soft power component will be that representation aspect. Let me use an example as an analogy. Typically the joke is when you watch a Hollywood movie, be it a long or for short form, when they have a Mexico filter, it's like the shades on kind of thing. When it's an African story, there's an accent, and it's like there's only one Hollywood accent, African accent trainer or something. The engagement on the story, long form, short form, whatever will come after the mobile phone, is what will really, keep people hooked. A story that, people see themselves in or challenges them. And actually, most importantly, right now, beyond the West, for people in Africa, elsewhere, a story that tells any part about them that is as true and authentic to that experience over and above a curated imagination that we Right Lions or something like that, is what will keep people hooked. And that's what will keep creating the markets and actually even having the cascading effects where if money here is not the problem, you guys can come and invest, right? And work with folks on the other side. Yeah.
Okay, so as I try and get final thoughts from everyone before throwing it up to the audience, Indian content, let's just look a little bit ahead in the future, next 4 years, 5 years. To what extent do you see Indian content increasingly becoming a major factor globally, right? Going to more and more countries, becoming a major instrument of Indian soft power? And the quality of it, is it going to be as good as the best in the world?
Yeah, so I think, Vikram, I'm very, very confident and very optimistic, and I think the future is very bright. I think there's going to be a lot of that happening, and as you said, I think, and I mean it at the highest level and at the highest quality, and I mean it across the board. I just don't mean it in terms of service. I think, we need to start getting more Oscar nomination movies. We need to do it across the board. We need to get more Grammys. We need to get more Emmys. I mean, it's all part of that larger extending pool. And I think we're at that place today where, we have the talent. and I mean, I don't mean this in a bad way, but we also have the viewing numbers. We're just such a large country and so many of us outside that we also have a huge population, which will always help also in exporting this, even within the diaspora. But I think today we're really at that point where we have amazing talent. We have technicians to tell and execute those stories in a manner which can be world-class. And I think, the South has really shown that. I mean, if you kind of see the videos that are on YouTube on the kind of responses that an absolutely white audience is having to a film like RRR in local boutique theaters in LA, which are not your standard AMC and your standard kind of global chain theaters, but in local theaters, you will be astounded that we're there. We're already there. We've started that march. So now really the onus is very much on us. I think it's not on doing it once, it's doing it consistently, and it's doing it even better as we go along. And, I think some of the filmmakers said this 10 years ago and it hasn't happened. But I'm going to take another punt at it and say in the next 10 years, I will not be surprised if the next Spider-Man or the next Batman is an Indian actor. So, let's clock it from now to 10 years. But I think that's a real possibility now.
Angita, your overall take on that?
Honestly, I think we've been excellent storytellers right from the top. Like he said, from Satyajit Ray to Rajamouli, we've kind of told stories really phenomenally. So I don't think that's really new where we're concerned. What I think is really new is streaming. That's the new kid on the block, right? And that takes us and sticks us smack in the middle of every content conversation today in the world. Are we making content as good as our peers in the West? Absolutely. I think there's a lot of content being made, and plenty of it is on the same stage as our Western counterparts. It's a matter of time, really, and the world's recognizing it. The world's talking to us. Everybody's talking to us. LA's dialing Mumbai every day. It's a very, very fertile time. And absolutely, I think the content that we're making right now, it's going places, it's doing really good things.
Part of the reason why the United States has played such a dominant role in the 21st century was not just military power, but was soft power. American culture was the defining culture in many ways of the previous century. Is there a chance that countries like India could start doing that in the next 20, 30 years?
I don't know that India or other countries should be trying to replace what has been. It's just to be as authentic in a representation that then others see themselves in. The difference with Hollywood is, for many of us outside, that was the only content you could pretty much access. Yeah. That said, so there's a whole context to it, but I think rather than replicate it, is just tell stories and open that up for people to be seen and feel seen. And that's how you create markets, and that's actually how you sustain the audiences back, whether it's a long form or short form. So I think it would be it's not even about meeting the Western standard, it's just setting the standard of what is there to be told. And it may be even flip this question, and eventually Hollywood is looking at the standard that has been created, because you're following the true path here, which is there are so many new stories to be told over and above the template Hollywood had set.
Right. Gaurav, last word from you. So the reason why Hollywood could do that is, as she said, Hollywood was the only content most people could access. They were the only people who had the ability to get their films into cinema theaters everywhere. Streaming changes that. Streaming has obviously seen a massive jump during the pandemic. I guess the final question is, how much of this is temporary and how much of this is permanent, the changes?
I think the temporary part, the only temporary part was the fact people had more time that time. So you could do more hours in a day of streaming. But the permanent part is that the habits that you formed are permanent. If you moved from non-streaming to streaming, or you changed you started watching more genres of content, you started consuming some things only online versus what you're doing elsewhere, or happy to watch movies at home, and new movies at home, and still go to theaters for some. All of that is a habit-changing piece. The second habit-changing piece is what I talked about, is linguistic. The fact is, you're no longer saying that what's going to be my list is only my language, because now all of this is my language. So I think that's permanent. The very big implication for that, for us, in our soft power view, is that we now, while we had 10 content industries, for the first time, we are one unified Indian content industry, which has so much more to offer to customers India and abroad, and even more strengthening our view to how India can export its soft power?
All right, I think we have enough time for a couple of questions. If I can see a show of hands, yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Wasim, a GTS Young Ambassador from Kautilya School of Public Policy. In the past, we have seen there have been some calls for boycott and harsh reactions against some web series and movies because they seemingly hurt the sentiments of public in India. So if there's a brilliant script which can cater to the global audience but might seem risky in India, how do you navigate this space? How do you give the best creative output to the global audience without compromising or self-censorship on the script? Thank you.
You know, you always have to be sensitive to the people around you. It's as simple as that. You come from a particular city, a particular country. You can't diss that to be able to get to a global audience. So I think as content makers and creators, just like there are 5 of us on the stage today and we're respectful of each other and allowing each other to finish saying what we want to before we step up, I think you just need to be respectful of sentiments around you and take each day as it comes in that sense.
All right, the gentleman there.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah, okay. My name is Rijul Sarstev. I'm a GTS Young Ambassador from IIIT Bangalore. So this is a question to the panel in general. I was just wondering, I mean, typically nowadays, if you walk into a bookshop, you're not likely to see too many Indian authors unless it's a Chetan Bhagat or an Amish Tripathi or something like that. Now, it's also true that the average Indian reads a lot less than his Western counterpart. Now, with that and keeping that concept in mind, now KDP has revolutionized publishing, it's true, but there are also a lot of self-publishing houses that have come up. So do you feel as content creators and as OTT people, do you feel that there's a need to embrace novelists, writers, poets out there and get their feed as well as the traditional scriptwriters, or not?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think a lot of that is happening. I think there's a lot of books that are being transformed into shows, into movies, and I think that it's happening more than ever before. So I think.
But do you think it's happening as much as it is in the West?
And I think it might be more nascent in comparison to the West because the West probably started doing a lot more of it much earlier. But I think actually there is a huge demand. In fact, I would say that what we're lacking right now is original storytelling. I feel actually if you really think of it, a lot of our storytelling is either some form of taking away from either a book or another movie or an international movie or a South remake, and I think a lot of that is happening. So in fact, I think there is enough of literature, if I may say so, that is being brought into the system. But again, actually, I think one of the big challenges, as you said, what I have noticed, at least amongst most of my colleagues and friends, is I think content creators of today have started reading less. And I think that's a huge problem. I think a lot of us have started watching a lot more, which is great for business. But for original storytelling, I think the big problem is that we're not reading enough. And actually, if you go back, leave alone books and kind of movies, we go back to our basic literature. Even if you just go back to Ramayana and Mahabharata, I'm telling you, there is a treasure trove of stories that we have not even scratched the surface of before we start trying to copy the Chronicles of Narnia or the Avatars of the world. There's an entire pool out there that is, underserviced to today's very, very exposed audience.
All right, I suspect we are flat out of time, so thank you all so much for having been with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our panelists for this interesting conversation. For our next panel, bioscience and biotechnology advances are vital for fighting disease, protecting the environment, and promoting economic development. But these innovations can also pose risks of accidents or deliberate misuse. The next panel on architecture for biosafety and biosecurity discusses this and more. Our panelists for this session are Piers Millet, Executive Director, International Biosafety and Biosecurity Initiative for Science, Jamie Yasif, Vice President, NTI Bio, Mrinmay Bhushan, Founder Director, Mindfarm Novatech Private Limited. The panel will be moderated by Shruti Sharma, Senior Research Analyst and Senior Convener, Global Technology Summit, Carnegie, India.
Thank you so much, Jamie, Mrinmay, and Piers, who's joined us virtually, for joining us for this discussion on architecture for biosafety and biosecurity. It is my pleasure to be moderating this discussion today. But before I start the discussion, I would actually like to turn to my audience, who's been sitting here for 2.5 long days. So because we're going to switch gears a little bit, we've heard a lot about digital technologies, crisis in Ukraine, all about geopolitics. We're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about bio-risks. So I want to turn to my audience and just conduct a quick poll to understand how many of you have some understanding of bio-risks. Can we please have your hands up? Okay, not a lot. Okay, and for those of you, I know some of the hands up are people who work in this space. So for others, was it just after COVID or was it before COVID? So after COVID, please raise your hands. Great. So I think basis this poll, what we're going to do is we are going to start with a moderated conversation, and we'll try and leave the last 10 minutes for audience questions. And I'm going to break this discussion into 4 parts. First is, just because not too many people in the audience know about bio-risks a lot, so we will start with a very basic understanding of bio-risks before we go into more technicalities of it. So the first portion of the discussion will focus on what are bio-risks, why are they important, and why are they increasing? Second is, who is responsible for taking care of them? Is it the government? Is it the industry? Is it the scientific community or academia? Who is responsible for taking care of it? Third, there are some existing mechanisms to tackle these bio threats. Are they enough or are they lacking? And last and finally, we are going to be talking about where do we go from here. So just to kick this discussion off, I would turn to you, Jamie. So I'd like to ask, say, bioscience and biotechnology advances are vital for fighting diseases, protecting the environment, and promoting economic development. But these innovations also pose risks of accidents or deliberate misuse with potential of global catastrophe. So for the benefit of the audience, could you just tell us what are biorisks? Why are they increasing? And why is it important to take care of them?
Great, thank you so much. And I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to participate in this discussion about biorisks in the context of the broader Global Technology Summit. It's a real pleasure to be here on this great panel and to see you all today. So I wanted to start by providing a little bit of context. So, we've been talking a lot over the last couple of days about the digital technology revolution and all the governance challenges that comes with that. Well, at the same time, we're experiencing in parallel across the globe is a 21st century biotechnology revolution. The scientific community and countries around the world is increasingly able to fundamentally engineer biological systems and living systems in ways to tinker with their properties, get living systems to perform all sorts of novel functions, engineer living systems from scratch. It's really, really tremendous developments that we're seeing. And examples of that, and that has tremendous potential upside benefit for building the bioeconomy. And this is something that, you mentioned economic development as a potential benefit. That's definitely true. The United States is very focused on building its bioeconomy. I understand that India as well, and it makes a lot of sense. It's a huge opportunity to move up the value chain and generate new sectors for growth. I'll offer some concrete examples of what I mean by this. So one thing we've been seeing over the last few decades is it's faster, cheaper, and easier to read, write, and edit DNA and RNA. So these are the blueprints of all living systems on Earth. We can do, and when I say read, write, and edit, I mean synthesizing DNA, sequencing DNA, and editing genomes using tools like CRISPR, which I imagine everyone has heard of. And if you look at the cost curves over time, you see basically exponentially decreasing costs over the years. And so, and this technology is being democratized. This is part of a larger phenomenon where we can, where these technologies are paired with advances in AI and automation, so we can bring to scale large-scale engineering of biological systems. So tremendous upside benefit, but it also carries risks. And some of the risks, to be concrete, you can use these technologies, for example, not only for beneficial applications, but also to tinker with living systems, make, for example, pathogens more virulent, more transmissible among human populations, or resistant to medical countermeasures like vaccines. And while there are a lot of legitimate reasons why the scientific research community is carrying out these kinds of experiments, there is a growing risk that this kind of capability can be exploited by malicious actors, such as terrorist groups. And there's also a risk that if scientists are doing these kinds of experiments for legitimate reasons, there could be an accident. We know, we have data to see that accidents can happen in laboratories. People make mistakes. Facilities have failures, and so there is a risk of accidents that we have to think about, and to the extent that the pathogens that are released accidentally are more dangerous than perhaps a natural pathogen, then the potential danger of that accident is more severe. So this is really, this is very high stakes and it's important. We've all lived through the COVID pandemic over the last 2.5, 3 years. We know that the stakes are high. Human lives are on the line in the millions and potentially more. Trillions of dollars in economic losses, political instability. We know that this could happen again. Next time it might not be natural. It could be from the result of a deliberate misuse or accident. And so it's really critical for us to do everything we can to prevent that from happening. There's a tremendous upside benefit in terms of economic development, but the downside risks are significant.
No, thank you so much, Jamie, for that. I think is a wonderful explainer on biorisks. But before I turn to Mrinmay, I just wanted to ask one more question. So our panel is supposed to focus on biosafety and biosecurity. And I think it would be useful if you could just unpack the difference between biosafety and security, because if the definitions are clear, then it unpacks a lot of things and it clarifies a lot of things.
Absolutely, happy to. And yes, I think if we can sync up on what are the problems that we're trying to solve, and are we talking about the same problems, that will be more effective at identifying shared solutions. So I know that different people have different definitions for biosecurity, but I'll offer my definition when I think about it. So biosecurity is the set of tools and systems that you put in place to prevent deliberate misuse of bioscience and biotechnology to cause harm or bioweapons. Biosafety is the set of systems and tools that you put in place to prevent accidents and accidental misuse. So those are the definitions we use, and that's how we orient our work. But we recognize that preventing other types of risks is also critically important. We use other language to describe that.
Great. Mrinmay, I think before I ask you the question I wanted to ask, I would want to, Jamie has explained the difference between biosafety and biosecurity. Do you agree with that definition?
Yeah, of course, I do.
Okay, perfect. So that was a quick and simple answer.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. So I think the COVID pandemic, as Jamie was suggesting, not only it led to a health crisis, but a political and an economic crisis, but it has also led to a surge in a large number of laboratories and, a surge in number of research when it comes to not just the SARS-CoV-2 virus, but also other pandemics with pandemic potential. Labs have been set up in some of the countries which might not have robust safety and security regulations. So in such scenarios, like what kind of mechanisms can be established for, risk assessment? And if these experiments entail such risks, then in your opinion, is such research beneficial or is it just too risky?
To answer you simply, it's both. It's risky and it's beneficial. Such kind of research has to be conducted, of course, because, of course, we want to build our bioeconomies, right? So this kind of research is definitely necessary and beneficial, but at the same time, we have to weigh the risks. When we talk about risks, I remember some of you must have heard Yuval Noah Harari speaking at World Economic Forum in 2020. He had given out one simple equation, B plus C plus D is R. I hope somebody remembers that. What is this? We have been listening about computing and data for last 2 days. When you add biology to it or understanding of biological sciences to it, biological sciences plus computing plus data is ability to hack humans. That's B plus C plus D equal to R. That is the kind of risks that we are looking at. So that is the reason why this cost-benefit analysis has to be done while conducting all sorts of research, whether it's gain-of-function research or any emerging technology convergence-based research. And this needs to be governed by the respective governments. As we all know, when a certain research project is conducted, there is a lot of process of regulation that happens at each stage of developmental cycle of that project. And at each step of development of that project, there is some sort of regulation that happens from the government or research institutes, regulatory bodies. These are the points of that life cycle of that technology development. This is where this cost-benefit analysis has to be done, whether it is at the inception level or validation level or publication level, even before it all starts at the funding level. So all such points, this governance has to be there. So that is when you actually do the cost-benefit analysis. And when I say cost not necessarily only means the resources put in for that project. The governing authorities need to look at the cost which may be entailed if there is some accident, if there is misuse of that experiment, information regarding that experiment. All these aspects need to be considered while doing this cost-benefit analysis.
I think that's a very, very good point, Mrinmay. And before, so I think I'm going to pick from where you just left and just turn to Piers. So Piers, if I understand it correctly, and if what Mrinmay said is that just to contain risks, it is important to engage with stakeholders that are involved in every step of the development cycle. But, I just wanted to ask you, so there are two set of communities here, right? One is the scientific community who is more regularly engaged in research. And there is a security community that is more interested and that is more focused on tackling the dual-use implications of research. But usually these two communities don't talk to each other quite a lot. And in some cases, the scientists are unaware of the dual-use implications of their research. They are just ignorant. And in other cases, scientists might be aware of the dual-use implications, but are more worried that, oversight might just stifle research. So in the first scenario, what mechanisms could be established to ensure that there is communication between the scientific and the security community? And in the latter, how can we work with the scientific community to ensure that we develop governance mechanisms that does not stifle innovation, but tackle the risks?
Thank you very much for this question. I think a useful jumping off point is actually to unpack a little bit about that scientific life cycle, because it provides the opportunity to put deliberate reflection points in when coming up with the original ideas for research, when seeking research funding, when carrying out that research and the internal oversight that happens inside laboratories and institutions around the world. And then again, whether that's going down a commercial route and looking for scale-up funding or in stakes in intellectual property, or indeed whether it's an academic approach and the outcome is publishing. At every step, it's possible to have reflection points where scientists and engineers are able to take a step back and think about some of the broader implications of their work outside of the lab, and to really get involved with thinking about understanding and developing how that sits in our broader societies. That's not something we do right now. So in order to get to that space, we will need opportunities for education and awareness raising, and some of those will need to be formal. My original degree was in microbiology, and I can't remember a single lecture about the sorts of risks that we're talking about today. So maybe that's something we need to change. And then in addition, of course, there's the opportunities of using digital platforms and engagement tools to be able to empower and enable scientists to engage in some of these areas. And then almost once people start engaging, it's important to have the resources, capabilities, and support in place for the next generation of champions who can figure out how to balance these two competing interests, and to support them in doing that throughout their career. And that brings me around to incentives. Too often we talk about what the negative consequences could be for scientists or for institutions or companies. Not enough of the time, I think, we don't focus on how do we encourage engagement in some of these areas, whether it's unlocking additional funding or enabling professional opportunities, or indeed streamlining publication or commercial output for those that do engage in biosafety and biosecurity. I think the key to doing this is obviously the two communities you've mentioned have to find time to work together. They have to learn each other's languages. They have to find ways to work on joint projects together to become familiar and to break down some of those barriers and innate hesitancies to work together. I think where we need to get to is a view that working on biosafety and biosecurity is not about locking up or putting barriers in the path to innovation. Rather, it's exactly the opposite. It's about opening doors. It's about providing new opportunities and streamlining, being able to go from having a great idea to being able to have a real world impact with that great idea. I think at a basic level, pretty much all scientists and engineers, and certainly all the ones I've ever met, believe that their science and technology should be a beneficial thing. They got into science, they're doing their work because they want to make the world a better place. And we need to acknowledge that, and therefore scientists and engineers are and need to be treated as part of the solution here and not part of the problem, because I think fundamentally what we're moving towards is a cultural appreciation that good science and technology is safe, secure, and responsible science and technology. So I hope that helps a little bit.
I think, Piers, you've made a very interesting point that we should consider scientists as a part of a solution and not a problem. And I think some scientists in the room will be very happy hearing this. But thank you so much, Piers, for that wonderful explanation. And I think it's a good segue for me to turn back to you, Mrinmay. Piers has spoken about scientific community and the role and the need to bridge the gap between the scientific and the security community. But for some time now, governments have been playing a critical role in providing oversight to prevent the abuse and misuse of biological research. But they've struggled to keep pace with the advancements, right? With the rapid bioscience and biotechnology advances. So in your opinion, how can governments first keep up, and second, balance these biological risks and strengthen bioeconomy at the same time? Because it's important, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I talked about risks first, so let's talk about the benefits now and how to do it. So basically, taking cues from what you said and, of course, Piers said, the same thing. What needs to be done is bringing all these stakeholders on one platform. Because if we compare this landscape with, say, for example, nuclear technology, Then in nuclear technology, there are just two stakeholders, civil nuclear energy domain and the military domain. Whereas when we look at the biological risk landscape, it's practically ubiquitous, right? So everybody is a stakeholder, starting from public and private research organizations, funding agencies, first responders, security agencies, research institutes, undergraduate students, universities, anybody and everybody is a stakeholder. We have seen it during COVID, right? So because of this complexity of this landscape, everybody should be on the board. But this is where the governments can play a very big role, because this is the way to build on bioeconomy. When you have very good biorisk governance structures in place, that is when the confidence can be built in this space. Dr. Jaishankar said day before yesterday, trust and transparency. These are the two keys for any confidence building, and this is what needs to be done by all the governments, especially G20. Now that today we are taking over G20, that's a right occasion to start over and start on the space, to work on the space rather. And this is where we should target to achieve our targets for bioeconomy capitalization as such. Most of us know that India has set a target of $300 billion in 2030 for bioeconomy. So let us build that confidence in this space so that we can capitalize on this bioeconomy.
Can I just chime in
Yeah,
on
yeah,
this?
sure.
So I really appreciated your point, and I would emphasize that it's so important for governments to focus on this. I mean, I absolutely believe that we need an all-hands-on-deck approach for the reasons that you said, Mirami, where there's so many stakeholders, and really to have these effective intervention points throughout the life cycle that we've been talking about. We do need the academic research community, we need the funders, we need the publishers, we need them at the table, and we need to figure out how to prioritize, but governments are key to this. And I would offer as a statistic that we have a lot of work to do. In our research at NTI and with partners, we asked the question, how many governments around the world have publicly available evidence of national level oversight of dual use bioscience and biotechnology research and development? And it's a very disappointing result we got, which is 94% of countries do not have those kinds of mechanisms in place. So there's a lot of work to be done in countries around the world. Even countries that do have some of these tools in place have a lot of work to do. So I just would offer that that much of the work we have is ahead of us, and I'm hoping that we can share best practices and replicable models so we can scale effective approaches in countries around the world.
Definitely. And if I could just make one more point and take your comment on it. So I think you mentioned about involving different stakeholders, right? Be it academia, industry, or whoever. But I think there's another layer to it, because biotechnology has got applications across different sectors. So it's not only bringing together stakeholders from, say, human health perspective. It's very important to get stakeholders from animal health or from plant health together, because so there are different types and different layers of collaborations that are needed to build a holistic framework when it comes to governing, biological research. So that was just my comment, but you can.
As you rightly pointed out, all these stakeholders need to talk to each other and understand each other's language and understand each other's challenges. That is when a common understanding will take place that what exactly this animal is, called biorisk landscape. So that is how we can build further on this. I wanted to just add one more point to this. While building the bioeconomy, what is important is we constantly keep talking about dual-use technology and convergence of emerging technologies. But when we want that exchange to happen, technology transfer to happen, that is the reason why we need to have these biosecurity governance structures in place, which will build that trust factor within G20, so to say.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I would agree to that point. And I think Mrinmay has brought in a very good point on trust and transparency, but what governments need to do at a national level. But if I could turn to you, Jamie, to talk a little bit about, national governments are doing whatever they could to keep up with the growing advances. But there's a lot that's happening at international level as well. So could you tell us a little bit about the global architectures and if they are enough to handle or prevent accidental or deliberate risks?
Sure. So we've already talked about some of the gaps we're seeing at the national level, and I would say if we look globally, we have a similar story to tell. Basically, notwithstanding the critical importance of this work, there's no existing international organization that has the job or the primary mission of reducing emerging biological risks associated with rapid advances in science and technology. We know that the World Health Organization has a science and technology directorate. They have put out new guidance on governance of dual-use bioscience research, which is really a helpful and important step forward, and they're going to continue that work. Likewise, in the context of the Biological Weapons Convention, and in the upcoming review conference, the 9th review conference, which actually has started this week in parallel, and it'll be going on, there is increasing focus on questions about science and technology development and how that will shape the BWC going forward, both in terms of opportunities and risks. But neither of these organizations really have this as their top job. And so we see a significant gap in the global biosecurity architecture, and we see an opportunity to create a new organization, which I think peers will talk about in a couple minutes, to fill this gap and to sort of recognize that we don't have the luxury of time. We really need to accelerate progress and innovate in this area to solve the hard problems that we're talking about.
And Jamie, if I could just ask one more question on this. So you mentioned about the dual-use guidelines, you mentioned about the BWC. So all of this, if I understand it correctly, is more to deal with deliberate misuse. Is there an architecture available globally to handle accidents?
So I would say I think the work that the World Health Organization is doing and the BWC is doing, there isn't a clean line between biosafety and biosecurity. It's more like a Venn diagram, and there's a lot of overlap. Some of the things that you do to prevent catastrophic accidents are the same as what you would do to prevent deliberate misuse. So I would say they partially address biosafety. There also is I think the world of biosafety is much more established than the world of biosecurity. The work of biosafety is more clearly defined. It's been going on for decades. There are networks of biosafety officers and experts and long-lasting standard operating procedures. We know how to do biosafety. It's very clearly defined and crisp, I would say there. And so that infrastructure is much more developed. We are still trying to figure out what it means to operationalize biosecurity, and we're still building the standards of practice, trying to create tools for all these stakeholders we've been talking about so they can do this risk-benefit assessment at each stage throughout the bioscience and biotechnology research and development lifecycle. We don't have all those tools in place. We need to build them, and we need to innovate. So we need to build the tools, and we need to build the institution. So it's a bit different than the biosafety situation.
Great. And turning to you, Piers, I think Jamie and both Mrinmay have highlighted where the national and international architectures lack. So I would want to turn to you to talk about a little bit on independent international forums, right? Such as Ibis. So you've recently resumed a new role as the executive director for Ibis, and which is International Biosafety and Biosecurity Initiative for Science. So could you tell us a little bit on, why do we need such independent forums, and what can they do?
Absolutely. I think to sort of build off some of the comments you've just heard, first of all is the size of the challenge. We're just not going to have any single organization that can deal with all of the different facets of biosafety and biosecurity, with all of the different communities and stakeholders that can develop a single solution that will manage this risk globally. So we're going to need lots and lots of different forums, different organizations to help bring those folks together. Jamie mentioned the lack of a dedicated body to look at the emerging biorisks from advances in science and biological science and technology. That's what IBIS will be doing, is filling that gap specifically and having somebody, an organization whose day-to-day job is to deliberately keep pace with trends in the science and technology, and to help bridge across to some of those international policy forums and standard setting organizations that you've just mentioned. I think each of those types of organizations have their own strengths and weaknesses, and having somebody that's looking at this on a continuing and ongoing basis as their primary mission will help to to make sure that we take advantages of those strengths where they exist, and supplement areas where there are potential gaps or weaknesses. I think the other thing that's worth mentioning is I've been involved in this field for a long time. I spent 12 years working for the Biological Weapons Convention. I've been consulting for WHO on these issues for about another 8 years. I think we know what we need to do. There are good ideas at the international level. There is broad support. But bridging that down to what do we actually do at the operational level? How do we turn this into actions, to procedures and practices that work in laboratories, that work in companies? That's a harder challenge, and also something that IBIS can help supplement as we get up to speed.
Great. And if I could just talk a little bit more about IBIS. So are there specific technologies or specific risks that IBIS is going to focus on? Like, what would be the priorities? And, what should be the priorities for these independent forums? Should it be, a more broader canvas, or should it be, a technology by technology and then involving stakeholders?
So the approach that we're going to take is certainly our first project is going to be very, very specific. We've talked a little bit about in this panel about the ability to read, write and edit DNA, genetic material. There are obviously potentially some risks that go with using genetic material and the many benefits that we will have out of those. So having a tool that allows you to understand what the risks of a given part of genetic material may be is important. Now, at the moment, there is no free, open, commonly available, high quality international tool that allows you to do that. So IBIS's first project will be putting that in place, making it available to everyone, everywhere, and reducing the barriers for scientists and engineers, whether they be in academia or industry or government or wherever they're working, to be able to better understand some of these biosafety and biosecurity risks associated with their work. Why does that need to happen in an international setting? Well, it's a fairly big jump. It doesn't exist anywhere, so we've got to build it. And that's a difficult thing for an intergovernmental organization to do. It requires a risk tolerance that is not common across the international architecture. So one of the things IBIS will be doing is de-risking some of these tools. Success in the case of that platform would be an intergovernmental organization sweeping in and saying, wow, this is useful, it's effective, we want to make this an official part of the work of whichever organization. And I think it's not about competing, it's about putting in some of the initial proof of principle work that will take some of these tools from off the drawing board and make them functional, help states and funders understand what it will cost, what it means, what the implications are, what it looks like, how to integrate it into their work. It's always better to have something that works in practice. So that's one key area for IBIS. Second priority, we've talked about the importance of bringing together different groups. That's not always easy, especially at the intergovernmental international level. It's sometimes tricky to bridge those public-private borders. There is a great sensitivity over a possibility of or perceptions of conflict of interest where commercial actors are involved in setting policy. That can be quite tricky to do. So having an independent international body to help work on that could be very useful. And certainly we have already started looking at areas of how we can work with funders and publishers to get that sort of whole of life cycle approach that I talked about previously. And then finally, there's things we can do to help build consensus around what it is we should be worried about and what we need to do about it. That is a giant task. I think everybody on this panel has hinted towards the fact that there's much work to be done in doing that. And again, having a space that focuses on this sort of bringing together the technical and policy communities in a way that we can start having shared views of what the challenge is and how we can work together will supplement what exists. So some thoughts on me on next steps.
This is actually a great explanation, Piers, and I'm glad to hear that you're not just focusing on, bridging that gap just between the security and the scientific community, but also involving other stakeholders as much. So it's not just the scientists, but also, educating and raising awareness amongst funders or among publishers, because I'll come back to the point that Minmay mentioned about transparency, because scientists, when they conduct a research, they want it to be certainly published, but it is up to the publisher to make sure that, to what extent should that be available in the open? Because there are technologies available, there are tools available that can just take information off the internet and manipulate things. There have been stories where people say that people can just manipulate everything sitting in a garage. So because of this increasing democratization and all of that, it is very, very important. And I'm very happy that, IBIS is going to look into this mission of kind of educating all the other stakeholders, funders, and publishers, including, to make sure that we tackle biorisks. But I think, Jimmy, you had a point to make? Okay, great. So I was actually coming to you, and, we've discussed a lot about the risks, right? And we have discussed what the national governments are doing, what is happening at an international level, where is the national government lacking, where the international scenario is lacking. And I think Piers has given us a good overview of IBIS and what independent forums could do. So just a very broad question to you, where do we go from here? Like, what is your broad solution to tackle biorisks?
Yeah, so I think, we've been working very closely with peers as we're working to incubate IBIS and spin it off, and I think we're really well aligned on our theory of change. We think we know, in terms of our strategy, we want to be very clear about what are the problems we're trying to solve and what's the relationship between the goals that we have and the actions that we're taking. And I think it ties back to this intervention points throughout the life cycle of bioscience and biotechnology research and development that we've been talking about. I think that's a very useful, concrete mental model to think about it comprehensively. And really the theory of change, I think it has like 3 pieces that's like at the base of it, in my view. So in terms of, fundamentally what you're trying to do is defend the legitimate global bioscience and biotechnology research and development apparatus from exploitation from malicious actors. And how do you do that? Well, you want to make sure that that malicious actors can't get the goods and the services, extract it from this system to use that to cause harm. And we also want to make sure that they can't get the tacit knowledge or the info hazard. So you were talking about publications. The reason we care about publications is we want to make sure that the scientific publications and their aim of promoting science and knowledge and transparency aren't inadvertently creating a roadmap that would enable terrorists to create a more sophisticated biological weapon. So we have to think about how do we guard against exploitation of goods and services, and how do we safeguard knowledge and avoid info hazards. The third pillar ties back to accidents and the overlap between biosafety and biosecurity. And part of this is just these decision-making points earlier in the life cycle, thinking really carefully about, should this research go forward? Should this technology project go forward? If it does, are we going to create some sort of pathogen or other biological agent that's so dangerous that if it were accidentally released into the environment could cause a global catastrophe? So we need to think about that downside risk in advance and figure out, should we really go down this road? So that's the theory of change. And these interventions at the funding stage, oversight stage, goods and services, and publication, they're all designed to address those core principles. In terms of the way forward, we're really excited to see IBIS launching next year. We're delighted that Piers has stepped into the role of inaugural executive director. He's just got the right skills and experience to tackle this, so we're really excited. IBIS is going to go forward with launching this common mechanism for DNA synthesis screening. We've been working over a number of years to get this ready for prime time. And then we're going to continue to work in the background to develop other tools to address these other points and offer it to IBIS to try to scale it up at a global level. It's not, as Piers mentioned, we have to figure out, what are we worried about? Like, what is okay? What are the rules of the road for bioscience and biotechnology? And that's not a trivial question to answer. If you're, for example, a funder and you need to decide, okay, this dual-use research project, am I balancing benefits and risks correctly when I decide whether it moves forward? Well, we need better guidelines to help funders make that decision more effectively. We need better guidelines for publishers to make that decision. So we're going to continue to work to develop tools in that arena. And I would just say, today's a really auspicious day to be having this conversation. It's the first day of India's presidency of the G20. I'm sure people have been saying that all day. And I'm really hopeful that this set of issues will be on the agenda for the G20 discussions over the next year. I think India has a tremendous opportunity to take a leadership role in shaping this and leading an international conversation about this.
So, Jamie, I think you've mentioned the G20. I was going to leave this question to the end, but so let me turn to you, Piers, first, and just ask you. As Jamie said, today is the first day of India's G20 presidency. If you were to say one of the priorities for India in its G20 presidency to tackle biorisks, what would that be?
Is as fundamental as to add the discussion of biosafety and biosecurity into the broader discussion of the bioeconomy. The G20 is originally an economic forum. All of the members of the G20 have national strategies about how to build their bioeconomy. I looked up the numbers for India. Currently sits about $30 billion a year. It's estimated within the next sort of 7 years to go up to about $300 billion a year. At the moment, there just isn't enough focus on reflecting on how to maximize the benefits whilst minimizing the risks. I think adding that flavor into the bioeconomy discussions could be a huge change and a really, really important thing for India to do. Thanks.
Piers, that's a great way of packaging a complicated problem into a simple sentence. Turning to you, Mrinmay, what would be your take on it? What should be India's priority when it comes to G20?
As often mentioned that we are assuming presidency today. But today, we as a world, we are standing at a position where we have just come out of or still coming out of COVID-19. We are seeing tremendous challenges as far as geopolitics is concerned. And in this highly polarized world, we are trying to deal with many biological risks as well. So with this background, I believe when India is assuming this presidency today with the mantra of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it is one earth, one family, and one future. So looking at it futuristically, India should ideally take leadership position as far as Piers said, building the bioeconomy for G20 by building the biorisk governance infrastructure as such, our governance models as such. I would be really happy if India takes the leadership position in this. Thank you.
Great. Jamie.
So there's, I would echo what has already been said. I would say, I think basically raising the bar globally for biosafety and biosecurity. So thinking concretely about some of the challenges and solutions we're putting on the table, having a global conversation and stating explicitly that we need to raise the bar across countries, because fundamentally, if there's no one country can tackle this on their own. That's why this has to be a global conversation. If there's significant biosecurity gaps and biotechnology governance gaps in any one country, in any one region, then we're all vulnerable. Fundamentally, these biological agents don't respect borders. If there's a catastrophic accident or a bioweapons attack, heaven forbid, in one country or one region, and we can't prevent it, then we're all going to be vulnerable. And in fact, the countries that have the weakest detection and response systems are probably the most vulnerable to the impact. So I think both the global north and the global south have a shared stake in this work. And so I think I'm really excited and hopeful that the G20 will tackle this under India's leadership.
Great. And on this note, we have about 9 minutes. So I'll turn to the audience. If anyone has a question, there are 2 mics in the 2 corners. Please come against the mic and please introduce yourself and keep your questions brief. Thanks. Can we have the mic turned on, please?
Hi. Thank you so much. That was a very interesting discussion. Actually, Jamie, you set me up for my question.
Could you please introduce yourself?
So sorry. I'm Keshav. I work with Carnegie. Jamie, you set me up perfectly for my question. So in the context of the pandemic, we realized that the possibility of, say, a lab leak or, a malicious actor releasing, say, a pathogen could have very devastating consequences for all of us. In that context, the requirement of having significant cross-national surveillance networks, or perhaps observatories of some sort across the world, becomes very important. So my question is, in that context, what do you do when a country either A, does not have the resources to set up that kind of domestic network, or B, just refuses outright to share information or share data? What happens in that context? Thank you.
Is this question directed at me? Okay.
Yeah, you appear to
Okay.
be the one.
Well, so it's a very easy problem that you're posing to me. Thank you. So I think. So I would say, so first I want to offer the caveat. I think biosurveillance is tremendously important. I've thought about it in the past. It's not my day-to-day focus, but I'll offer my thoughts nonetheless. I do think, for the reasons that you're stating, it's really critical to have networked biosurveillance capabilities, not just in individual countries, but across regions. And we need to recognize that not all countries will have the resources to build their systems. And so actually, one of the, I think, lessons that is coming out of COVID is that it's critical that as a global community that the countries with resources do have to invest in lasting pandemic preparedness capabilities, not only within their own borders, but to help other countries, including lower and middle income countries. And in fact, the World Bank, with G20 leadership, recently established the new financial intermediary fund that's focused specifically on this task. And they're looking to make investments in high impact investments in lower and middle income countries to tackle this global commons problem. So I think what we have a responsibility as a global community to identify the greatest weaknesses and gaps and make sure that we dedicate resources to go plug those gaps so that we can, because fundamentally if there are countries that have weak biosurveillance systems, we're all vulnerable. That's why it's worth the investment. The data transparency piece is critical. I mean, certainly it is a requirement under the international health regulations for countries to share data with the World Health Organization and be transparent if there's something going on within their borders. That's just a legal requirement. We know that sometimes that doesn't work as well in practice as we would ideally like. It's certainly challenging. I'm not going to name names, but I think I know the implication of your question. I think the best that we can do is have really strong norms and incentive structures. We need to do a better job incentivizing countries to share data about what's going on within the borders and not penalize them economically if they're the ones to be transparent first. And then we also, and that's the carrot, we also need to have a stick. And if countries are not in compliance with international norms and expectations, are not being transparent, there should be consequences. They should be held accountable.
Piers, Mrinmay, would you like to add anything to it? Piers, anything?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. I think firstly, the optimistic piece is that this is to some extent a technology problem. We are taking tools and technologies on surveillance, especially sort of next-gen sequencing-based approaches that were developed for lab use. We've not scaled those. We've not pushed the price points down. We could see future surveillance systems using different types of technology platforms that are orders of magnitude simpler and cheaper to use than the ones that we've traditionally had. So that may mean we can put them in more places and run them on a more continuous basis than we've ever been able to do before. And the second piece, to deal specifically with this issue of transparency, there's an opportunity here potentially to change one of our greatest weaknesses into a potential strength, which is the amount of international travel that we have is often mentioned as a concern about how fast diseases can spread around the world. Also gives us the opportunity to put the sorts of disease surveillance technologies that I was talking about into major transport hubs, and then you start seeing what the normal is and what the unusual is when we spot the unusual compared to the normal. Even if countries don't want to make that information available, they do want their people to be able to travel around the world. And so we can start getting insights into some of those closed boxes using some of those technologies.
Great. Do we have any more questions? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dirk van der Klee from the Australian National University. Thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. Hugely, hugely informative to me. I think my question is for Jamie, but for Piers as well. It tags on from the previous question. You talked about interventions at each stage of the life cycle. How do you intend to, I don't know, enforce or incentivize or operationalize these interventions? Because, of course, we're talking about economies that are competing to get their slice of the bioeconomy pie. How do you intend to try and get enforcement, I guess, of those interventions?
Great, thank you. I think, I think incentive structures are critical, and I think certainly competitiveness is part of the equation, but so is collaboration and enlightened self-interest. So for example, if you think about the funders, I mean, certainly already some governments have put in place protocols for reviewing research, because I don't think any funder has an interest in funding the next research project that leads to a global catastrophe or a bioweapons attack, right? And so there's a basic understanding there, and I think certainly that's also true for philanthropic organizations. If you think about industry, I think that's a really interesting and helpful example here. So we have been working with, in order to develop this common mechanism for DNA synthesis screening, we've been working very closely with industry partners. They volunteer and show up at our meetings and help advise us as we shape and scope this work. And then they have, they're working for mostly for-profit companies. Why do they show up? Because they feel that it's in their enlightened self-interest to do effective DNA synthesis screening, because they don't want to sell DNA to the next bioterrorist or create the next catastrophe. They know that if something terrible goes wrong, it could kill their company, it could kill their industry. And so it's enlightened self-interest, and I think that could carry across other companies as well. And in terms of publishers, I think, again, for them, it's a similar issue, is they want to do the right thing. They don't have anything to gain by being irresponsible. I mean, there's a lot of pressure to get the greatest paper out there, get a lot of attention, democratize science. And publishers have already made public statements in large groups that they want to do a better job doing pre-publication biosecurity review. I mean, I honestly think that one of the best incentives we can offer these groups is by giving them tools, making it easier for them, because it costs money, it takes time and expertise to do screening. They need better guidelines about what kind of questions they should answer, what are the criteria for something passing or failing, can they call an expert to help advise them if they get stuck. So I think we should view them as allies, and by providing them with tools and resources to make it easier to do the right thing, I think that goes a long way towards creating incentive structures. It's a similar model to the one we've been using with DNA synthesis screening. The last thing I'll say is, for the funders, just going back to that, we're thinking about a biosecurity funders compact as one of the new pilot projects that we're trying to boot up as a sort of gift basket to Ibis. And the idea is we would love to get funders, both public and private, to come to the table and make a public pledge and a commitment to strengthen their biosecurity practices. And then that gives them, I think, positive brand value. It makes them look like responsible stakeholders in the community. And if then, as a reward for that participation, we work with them to develop tools to make it easier for them to do the review. So that's our approach in general. It's obviously experimental, so we hope it's successful, but that's how we hope to complement the efforts of government.
Great. And with that, I would like to bring this discussion to a close. We are right on time, and thank you so much, Jamie, Mrinmay, and Piers, for joining this discussion, and thank you so much, everyone, for attending. Thank you.
Thanks for inviting us.
We are privileged to have with us today Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Education, Government of India, Rajkumar Ranjan Singh. He was sworn in as Union Minister of State by the President of India. He officially took charge as Minister of State for External Affairs and Education on 8 July 21. He is a postgraduate in geography and earned his PhD from Guwahati University. He has served in different capacities, including as lecturer, assistant professor, deputy registrar, and registrar. He also served as director in charge of the UGC Academic Staff College and College Development Director of Manipur University till his superannuation in 2012. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am indeed very happy to share my views on emerging technologies and their utilizations in education service delivery in India. I will try and enumerate my thoughts on use of edutech space as a force multiplier in delivery of education in India in the coming days. These initiatives help mitigate the challenges posed by the COVID and are now supporting the new learning paradigm unfolding through the use of digital initiatives. Quality education will be one of the fundamental factors that will determine the future trajectory of India. As the world's largest democracy, India has always placed emphasis on access to education and even brought constitutional amendments to guarantee education to its youths. The new education policy 2020 is designed to transition the education sector in India towards the fourth industrial revolutions. Core areas of focus include emerging technologies, be it use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented and virtual reality, or use of smart board, adaptive computer testing, educational software platform. Universal access to quality education remains key focus. SDG goal number 4 remains a key element of National Education Policy 2020. Swayam Prabha has been conceived as the project for telecasting high-quality educational program through DTI's channel on 24/7 basis to reach out to students, learners of India in the most cost-effective manner. Today, 22 channels are dedicated to higher education and 12 to school education. Under PM eVidya, 200 TV channels are planned to be dedicated for school education. The Swayam portal launched in 2017 is based on the principles of access, equity, and quality. Swayam seeks to bridge the digital divide. It facilitates hosting courses taught in classrooms from class 9 till postgraduate, to be accessed by anyone, anywhere, at any time. More than 2,000 online courses have been created in diverse areas with more than 2.5 million Swayam credit earned every semester. Also, Swayam courses are being translated to 13 Indian languages. SMART is an open source, open standards enabled robust, secure, scalable, and evolutionary process automation engine for universities, and more than 80 universities have been onboarded on SMART higher education platform. National Digital Library provides core books, audiobooks, articles, video, audio lectures, question, solution, and other learning content digitally. Virtual Lab provide virtual laboratories with state-of-the-art computer simulation technology to create a real-world environment and problem handling capabilities. More than 1,200 experiments are available for the student through these initiatives. eSUIT and SINT, Consortium for Higher Education Electronic Resources, provide access to e-journals and e-databases, which include centrally funded technical institutes, universities, and colleges in India. We are looking for ways to address the immediate challenges of innovating edutech to be designed in a manner that it can give access to better education in an inclusive manner for all. National Education Alliance for Technology is an effort to engage the startup in the education sector under PPP mode. NEEDS aims to bring the best technological solution in education pedagogy for enhancing the employability of the youths. More than 50 startups have so far partnered under the NEEDS programs. Academic Bank of Credit has been created for the flexible and innovative curriculum of all higher education institutions to facilitate credit-based courses with provision of multiple entry-exit options. The ABC would digitally store the academic credits earned from various recognized higher educational institutions so that the degree from an higher educational institute can be awarded taking into account credit earned. More than 800 higher educational institutions have been onboarded and nearly 4 million students' ID have been created so far. A digital university will be established to provide access to students across the country for world-class quality universal educations with personalized learning experience at their doorstep. And this will be made available in different Indian languages and ICT format. The university will be built on a network hub-spoke models, with the hub building cutting-edge ICT expertise. The best public universities and institutions in the country will collaborate as a network of hub-spokes. National education policy envisages setting up of National Educational Technology Forum to be created to provide a platform for the free exchange of ideas on the use of technology to enhance learning, assessment, planning, administration, and so on, both for school and higher educations. Digital skilling programs has been launched in June 2022 for 1 crore students from class 7 to graduation in emerging and future technologies. The digital skilling initiative will focus on skilling, reskilling, and upskilling students via internship, apprenticeship, and employment to 1 crore students in the emerging technologies. 3D printing could enable educators to teach students with accurate physical prototypes, provide practical and hand-on knowledge. This will go a long way and render the exercise of understanding scientific concept, especially among science, technology, engineering, mathematics, graduates a very interesting way to acquire skill and expertise. Could computing could solve one of the biggest challenges that many schools are facing in the developing world, including in India. That is lack of infrastructure. Under the virtual learning environment, with cloud-based educational resources in a distributed network, the information could be shared and accessed from anywhere in the country. Lectures from experienced teachers and specially designed curriculum can enable students to access learning materials, especially in remote and rural locations. The option of learning from the best can be made available through emerging technologies. I see education technology become more and more relevant as the emerging technologies becomes more accessible and affordable. It could unleash an unprecedented level of quality education in India. But traditional learning and education will not be replaced by edutech completely in the near future. The two will supplement one another as edutech develops. The convergence of traditional education with these emerging innovative technologies, however, require immediate out of the degree from higher education can be awarded into account credits earned more than 800, hand-on hand-on knowledge, and this will go a long way and render the exercise of understanding scientific concept, especially among science and technology. And this is why India's National Education Policy 2020, as well as the edutech strategy mentioned above, are meant to revolutionize the education sectors. We need to overcome technological, economic, and social challenges to do so. We also need to encourage self-reliance in emerging technology areas in India. This will help us to bring cost-effective solutions for diverse educational the areas. Then emerging trends offer new possibilities in every field of teaching, learning process, and digital and technological solutions provide alternative pathways to learning. Our focus should be on reducing digital divide and increasing digital access for quality education from all around the world. And the proposed deliberations of the meeting of the G20 educational, the working groups are expected to help identify appropriate policies and practice for the use of technology enabled to all levels of education. I thank Carnegie, India for this opportunity and happy deliberation ahead. With these few words, once again, I thank you all for giving this chance to say some of our views. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your words. We now have a keynote address by Rajesh Bansal, Chief Executive Officer, Reserve Bank Innovation Hub.
Thank you, Kanika. And thank you so much to Carnegie for having me here. It's a pleasure always to speak at the GTS with such a learned audience. So I'll just be very brief and spend about 10 minutes of who we are at RBIH. We are the newest baby of the Reserve Bank of India, Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, set up last year. We are based out of the fintech capital of the country, Bangalore. So just to summarize, and the topic we chose today to speak about is customer at the center of innovation. Because we have realized, as my about 3 decades of experience in the financial sector, that a lot of what the financial sector is doing today, and that is true for other technology companies also, is not just focus on supply side, but also focus on customer at the center of innovation. With this, what is our mission? Frictionless finance for 1 billion Indians. A simple mission, but requires a lot of work. It requires working with banks, fintechs, academia, technology companies to make this possible. And we are sure with the support of all of you, we'll achieve this mission in the next few years, especially because India is lucky to have built the world's best public digital infrastructure, which you have been hearing about for the last 2.5 days. What is our motto? Innovation, inclusion, and impact. Navanmesh Samavesh Prabhav, for those of you who know Hindi. What is our approach? How do we achieve this? As I just mentioned, we work with everybody in the ecosystem. We work with, I must have met personally about 500 fintech founders, worked with 50 banks today, worked with IITs, IIMs, worked with government agencies, state governments, and anybody who's interested in having a shared vision to create frictionless finance is how we approach anything. And I'll give you an example, as you are all aware. One is, you heard a lot about this. We have built a great public digital infrastructure over the last 1 decade. Has it really benefited the next 500 million? My personal view is it is still to reach the next 500 million, and that is what we try to leverage. So all the tools. But why is that the customer, and I was talking to a lot of people before lunch, and I told them what my topic is. They're like, I have a problem with my bank. So imagine upper middle class people having a problem with their bank. I'm sure if I was to do a survey, a lot of you will raise an issue. A bank keeps on harassing me for KYC, re-KYC, dormant account, and whatnot. I can go on and on. I bank with a private bank. But we have tools to create. The only way to do it is focus on the customer at the center rather than focus on data, focus on technology, focus on the customer, everything else will fall in place. And I'll give an example of a project which you have attempted to do. We looked at, I'm sure a lot of you wonder what KCC is. It's Kisan Credit Card. It's a scheme of the Government of India and the RBI to lend to farmers. It has improvised over the last 2 decades. But what did we discover? We discovered, honestly, it's not an exaggeration. My 2 team members who went to the field to do this survey will tell you right away how complicated life is. This is not the Bhul Bhulaiya of Lucknow, but the real customer journey of a farmer who wants to avail a loan of $1,000. This is a reality. What did we discover? This is what we discovered. I'm not going to details of this. It takes for a farmer about 3 to 4 weeks to get a loan. This was our study. When our team has gone to the field after that, we have spoken to a lot of people. You know what farmers tell us? Sir, 4 weeks I can get it, my life is easy. It takes 2 months. There are times when Abhishek, Varun have been to the field. Farmer tells them it takes 2 months. I have applied to 4 banks, but no loan. This is what the reality of the situation was, I would say. We're trying to change it. So we identified key issues. It's all paper-based. I'm sure, I'm not ridiculing, was part of building Aadhaar India Stack. Why is it paper-based? We asked the financial service provider, is there a reason? There is Aadhaar KYC, there are so many other things. Sir, but, using it for a farmer, like, We are not sure. eKYC was not built for a few set of people. It was built for everyone. High turnaround time, 3 to 4 weeks. Additional cost without bribes, about 5%. Village officer, engineer, lawyer, document writer, and one more. 5 people were paid by the farmer. So we said, okay, let's get down, talk to fintechs, talk to banks. Our engineering team and our business teams got together, did a whiteboarding and looked at how do we re-engineer this entire process. And with the help of key interventions, we focus on end-to-end digital. No human in the middle. As long as there is a human in the middle, there is discretion, there is monopoly, there is corruption, there is delay. We all know it. Our motto was clear, our principle was clear, it has to be end-to-end digital. We also looked at one of the layers of this customer journey was land record. So we spoke to 2 state governments, government of Tamil Nadu, government of Madhya Pradesh, and they have exposed API with our team. They have helped develop API through which land record can be automatically verified. Automation of key processes. There are a total of 10 processes which the bank goes through. We have managed to automate, integrate all of those processes, and integration of services using APIs. So we have enabled a truly frictionless journey, which is paperless, reduced turnaround time to a few minutes. Less than an hour is what we have turned it around. There are hundreds of loans given today in Madhya Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, which are happening with 2 banks, Union Bank and Federal Bank. No additional cost. It is available in self-service mode and assisted mode. You need not have a smartphone to be able to access this. You can go to the bank branch, you can go to 2 million micro ATMs, you can go to a CSC, and you can avail this loan. Currently, live in 2 states. We are scaling it across other banks and other sectors. We also did a sentiment analysis. My colleague Abhishek sitting here has done that. He's our data scientist. What did we find? Again, an example of are we listening to the consumer? We did a sentiment analysis. We realized that the PSU banks, unfortunately or fortunately, I don't think there are a lot of PSU banks present here, they complement the compliment. They immediately respond to a 5-star review, but they take their own time in responding to a 1 or 2-star review. But the fintechs actually replied immediately to bad reviews. What is the good thing about public sector, private sector, and fintechs? Public sector bank, net banking, fintech, as expected. But the surprising part is, what did the users not like? The same. Customer care, customer, bad experience. Public sector, private sector, or a fintech, doesn't matter. The same thing. Just another example of why we are not listening to the consumer and why we should focus on customer at the center of all this. These are some examples of cluttered innovation, clean interface. So there are some suggestions, I'll just take a couple of more minutes, to reimagine customer experience. When I get up on a Monday morning or on a rainy day, what does Spotify tell you? Hey Rajesh, this is your playlist. Now a lot of people think we are mavericks, but the fact remains, finance can be fun. Finance can be intuitive. Finance, if I log onto my app on the 1st of January, 1st of December today, the app knows what I do. Bank knows what I do on 1st. I pay my rent, I do this, do this. Can the bank not give us a playlist and say click and go for it and everything is done? Unfortunately, no. We have to make it more like Spotify. You have to make it fun for the next generation, fun for the digital native generation, and not make it boring the way it has been for my generation. So some suggestions. We should look at accessibility in multiple languages, which is again a challenge in India. A lot of the apps, banking apps, financial apps are focused on English. Some of them have gone to Hindi. As the Honorable Minister also says, whether it's education or finance, there has to be multiple languages which has to be used. Good UI UX. So we are starting a project looking at how do we improve the UI UX of banks and fintechs to make it as intuitive as an Apple phone. Why does my niece, who is 1.5 years old, How does she figure out her YouTube cartoon video on Apple iPhone, and we as 35 or 50-year-old can't figure out how to send money on UPI? Something has to be done about UI, UX, right? Seamless channel across, experience across channels. I make a complaint over IVRS, and when I try and log into my net banking, what happens to my complaint? I don't know the status. Because providers treat different channels differently. So seamless experience across channels, tailored products. Why can't I get a product the way I want, when I want, how I want, through the channel I want? I should be able to move the meter and say I want a product which I will repay daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly. For example, I mean, obviously yearly is not done, but just as an example. And over these many months or these many weeks, dairy farmers can do that, who have a daily cash flow. Hawkers can do that. But that has unfortunately not happened. Identifying what customer needs, understand behavioral insights. Voice recognition is going to be the next big thing if we have to deepen and widen finance in India. And conversational AI. My Zomato and Swiggy app tells me, if I have a problem with the order, they immediately take care of things. Why can't my financial service provider do the same? So again, not ridiculing, but these are things on which India needs to work. Adaptive menus, I'll go through this. So, along with the financial sector and the entire ecosystem, what we request is, let us all of us build a finance of tomorrow which is fun, which is transparent, which is consumer-centric. That is my only request. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. For our next panel, despite the rapid progress in leveraging digital technologies to enable inclusion, more than 1 billion people remain unbanked, with a large fraction of them being women. How can the Indian financial ecosystem leverage the full potential of its digital public infrastructure to serve its customers better? We discuss this issue on our next panel, Open Network Technologies, a Driver of Financial Inclusion. Our speakers for today are Stephen Haley, Director, Market Development and Partnerships, Mojaloob Foundation. Kamya Chandra, Practitioner Economist, Digital Development, who will be joining us virtually. Nanjira Sambuli, Fellow, Technology and International Affairs Program, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Siddharth Tiwari, former Chief Representative for Asia and the Pacific, Bank for International Settlements. He will also be joining us virtually. M.G. Vaidyan, Senior Advisor, Financial Inclusion, Tata Trusts. The panel is moderated by Priyadarshini D., Associate Fellow, Technology and Society Program, Carnegie, India.
Thank you, Kanika, for that introduction. Hello, everyone. Thank you to the panelists for joining us today. I think let's just dive into it, shall we? I'd like to start with you, Stephen. Could you perhaps unpack for us what open network technologies are? And could you also comment on whether they are especially well-placed over proprietary technologies to address financial inclusion?
Okay. So yeah, first caveat, if there are any experts, I'm not an expert in open network technology, but open source technology a little bit more so, but open network technology going beyond just the code, but also the infrastructure and the networking that goes into connecting different pieces of code. But so I'd like to address that, if I can, from, I think the open network technology answer would just be a generalization of the open source technology answer. But from our experience, there's a few things, and I want to, excuse me, I want to leverage on what Rajesh was just talking about, of putting the customer at the center. And the customer in India is going to be very different from the customer in a lot of other markets, whether in Asia or Africa, or especially the US or Europe. And so some of the benefits of using open source and open network technology is the ability to allow a country to go on their own journey to serve the least included in their country. And I think that India is a great example of that, having, I mean, if we look at the instant payment journey of India starting with IMPS in 2011, the ability of India to go on a journey that included UPI and then included some of the improvements in UPI, that has allowed financial inclusion in the country. And so a country that is dependent on a particular vendor, particularly a foreign vendor, for any part of their financial infrastructure, is going to have a much harder time going on that journey that India has been able to go on, to go from instant payments with IMPS in 2011 to where we are now with UPI version whatever we're on. That journey is only possible if there's sovereignty over infrastructure, and open network and open source technologies offer that. So one is that ability to change. The other is the ability to bring costs down throughout that change. And that's cost for the participant financial institutions and cost for the hub operator, whether it's NPCI or whichever hub operator in a country. Those costs have to be brought down for the whole system. And so having a dependency on a particular vendor's business model within the business model of the entire financial system makes it difficult to adjust, not just the customer centricity of the product, but of the rules, of the price points. Those things can be dependent on a particular vendor if you don't rely on open source and open network technologies. And then the last thing I'll say for financial inclusion, why those costs are so important, is the ability to, again, customer centricity and tailored products that Rajesh talked about. All respect to our urban-focused, large Indian banks that serve me very well, that serve most of us very well. They don't serve a lot of people in rural areas very well, and this is the same in almost every country. And so we have to make sure that that small financial institutions, rural financial institutions, are given equal access to the national payments infrastructure. And again, there's very little business interest in a proprietary vendor to build to those small financial institutions. And so I think it's very important that we do rely on open technology that makes it cheaper and safer for small financial institutions that serve the last mile to participate in the payments network. So my three answers. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. I'd just like to ask the organizers to start the timer. Thank you very much. Although we'd be happy to sort of sit here and speak about this topic for, till the cows come home. I'd like to turn to Mr. Tiwari next. You've written extensively about the role of technology leapfrogging traditional evolutionary processes, right? Your conclusions were cited yesterday by the G20, India's G20 Sherpa, also in the opening keynote. What does this mean? And can you give us an example as it relates to India, particularly commenting on, how marginalized groups, sort of fared in this journey?
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I think the unique part of the Indian experience is that digital public infrastructure, seen as digital highways, and enable the country to leapfrog what is traditional economic evolutionary processes. Over the last decade, India's developed several of these DPIs, been, as just mentioned, enabled citizens to be part of the formal financial system through identity, part of the national marketplace through the payment system, and also making tangible gains in finance, health, commerce, as we heard on the last panel. Each one of them have a clear goal of whether it is payments or identity. They've been leveraged to scale in terms of 29 states, 22 languages, over 1 billion people. When verifiable identity was launched a while back. It was in a society where large swaths of people could not read or write, and it gave them access in the form of what happened in most advanced economies. Work that we had done earlier showed that India gained in 7 to 8 years what a traditional development process would have taken close to 46, 47 years. And so that's what's evidence of leapfrogging. And this wasn't only in terms of the aggregate where it happened, in terms of marginalized groups, whether it was the gender gap between men and women, whether it was between those in and out of the labor force, whether it was people with secondary education or without secondary education, whether it was rich or poor. In each one of these, India showed the largest gain that happened in terms of comparable countries. And so that's a narrative that is emerging in India, that digital public infrastructure defined as public-private partnerships can replace a traditional growth-oriented framework that we economists have talked about for a long time.
Right. Thank you for that. But I'm going to come to you next, Kamya, and I want to sort of pull back the conversation a little and ask you to start by defining what is how should we define financial inclusion? Is it enough to have a bank account but have no money in it, to transact with? Do you think there is excessive focus on technology to further or drive financial inclusion? Are there other factors that we need to take into account? To sort of put it another way, is technology both a necessary but also a sufficient factor?
Yeah, thanks, Priya. I think when we're asking how to define financial inclusion, I think financial inclusion cannot solve for, let's say, income, right? I think that's a separate question. The question of is an individual earning a subsistence wage, or are they earning and performing well? I think financial inclusion should be thought of in phases, right? The first phase is access to the formal financial system. The second phase is sort of daily engagement or interaction with the formal financial system. And the final phase is for the demand for whatever financial services you really require to be met. And so I think in that phase, India has sort of done very well on the access to formal financial services, because that's, that was the journey that Mr. Tiwari touched on based on Aadhaar eKYC that allowed for sort of near universal access to a formal bank account, right, for all, which happened based on eKYC. But then the second phase was sort of daily active engagement with the formal financial system, which is to say, for the money that you are engaging with in your day-to-day life, are you using the formal financial system to, let's say, save, or are you using it for payments, right? These are daily active sort of use cases. And then the final layer, which I think is where we are working on now, which I think will take another 5 years or so to reach sort of final fruition, is to say, for your demand for, let's say, credit, or for your demand for insurance, are you able to leverage the formal financial system equitably and sort of universally? And I think we should think about inclusion in those phases. I don't think you can get to access to services without access to accounts. And I think we've sort of traversed the first two journeys, and now we're working on the third, which is where you'll also see the layers of the digital infrastructure address those phases over time. So the first layers worked on identity, eKYC, authentication. The second layers were focused on payments, as Stephen touched on, IMPS, UPI, but also the more inclusive forms of payments, such as the biometric-based Aadhaar payment bridge, Aadhaar-enabled payments systems, which is based on a thumbprint to deposit money, the Bharat bill payment system for unified bill payments. And then now on the third layer, is where we're thinking about what are the open networks that are required for this phase. And for this phase, the kind of open networks are around data sharing, are around the ability of an individual to apply for a loan product from multiple entities at once, which is where you see the account aggregator and the sort of OCEN piece. I think to get to your question on technology necessary, sufficient, Look, I think at the scale of India's population and demand, which is 1.4 billion, let's put it this way, I find it very hard to think about solving this problem without technology, right? I couldn't sort of imagine a way to reach or scale up physical infrastructure at the cost that physical infrastructure typically requires, which was the approach of the 50s and 60s when the regional rural development banks were set up, right? I think today it's impossible to solve it without digital, and digital reduces transaction costs and creates accessibility. I don't think digital is a panacea, right? Let's put it that way. I think the power of digital is to create ecosystems of people, essentially, that are solving at the last mile more effectively and are solving as part of an open network rather than, competing walled gardens or competing silos. So I think that's where I sort of stand. I think technology is definitely sort of necessary if you have to get that leapfrog of scale. Yeah, happy to hear others' thoughts on this as well, of course.
Thank you, Kamya. Would you like to come in at this point, Nanjira?
I think Kamya has given us a really interesting, probably pragmatic definition, right, of what financial inclusion should be. But I couldn't help but think about how the interpretation of that entails and then how it plays out in different markets. So I was thinking, for example, if we define financial inclusion as access to the formal banking system or formal financial systems, the politics of what is formal and informal make that very interesting. And I think of Kenya in comparison, where M-Pesa's success as a technology, before we talk about whether it was open or not, was the fact that it actually helped to start digitize a process of moving of money or transactions that the banking system that existed, the formal financial system, was just not catering to. And now we can ask the questions about whether it's the openness of the networks that they use that made it possible, or just a social understanding of a need that then the technology was deployed into. And then that opens us up to a lot more other questions like, okay, now, when we say we're including people, is it including people so we count that they've gone through the system? Is it that we should bring in the questions of whether they're financially healthy? I think we can't divorce them from whether we talk about these technologies. And balancing those two brings a very interesting dimension to how we also define the kinds of networks, open networks or openness that we're looking for. And I'll just conclude that by saying, for all the fuss that has been around financial inclusion, that has generated fintech and so on and so forth, the number of people who are still excluded is massive. I mean, in Africa alone, there's still 400 million people, despite all these investments, despite all the fintech hype, that are yet to be accessing any formal banking system or whatever else we're describing as financial inclusion. So then that makes us ask, is it a technology question? Is it that these ideas of what open networks will be what gets it done? Or is there something else we're missing in that conversation that should design the interventions all around as we go forward?
I'd like to come back to that question and pose it to all of you. And I think it's a very valid question. With all the advancements we've made, all the stories and the narratives, yet there are many, and I think Rajesh referred to 1 billion remaining unbanked, right? So what is the missing piece? But before I do that, Dr. Vaidyan, if I can come to you, could you share with us, from your experience, 1 or 2 practical examples in India on the deployment of some of these technologies that we're talking about, whether it's the Jan Dhan accounts, Aadhaar Mobile Trinity, or UPI, and how you have sort of attempted to reach the last mile, which I'm told now the right term to use is the first mile. If you could share with us your experience, and while doing so, could you also touch upon what the role of a non-governmental or a non-profit or a philanthropic organization is?
Thank you very much, Priya, and thank you, Carnegie, for this opportunity. It's extremely happy to listen to these discussions. My thoughts go back to of course, I was with State Bank of India for some, close to 4 decades, working with financial inclusion as a part of my assignments, various assignments. And my thoughts go back to 2005-06, when I was heading the rural department of State Bank of India. State Bank of India is the largest banking conglomerate in India, working all across the globe. Here the State Bank of India was actually having 66% of its branches in the rural and semi-urban areas. We had a problem at that particular time, that was a problem for any bank at that time. Like customers come to the bank, most of them are illiterates. How do they do a transaction? So you take fingerprint identification, and then that has to be witnessed, and then some third party will come and money will be given. And so that was one killer use case for financial inclusion. Simultaneously, we had something called Manrega. Thousands of people were employed in rural India for various types of work. They were to be paid. Most of them had no bank account. The third killer app was killer use case was the migrant labor which were there in Ahmedabad, Bombay, Surat, any part of the country you go, you have migrant laborers. That was a time, 2005, 6 and all, there was no Aadhaar, there was no Jandan, there was no mobile phone. And banking outlets like even ATMs were there far and few. So you had a killer use case, a killer app had to come. So the idea of this biometric identification came in SBI first, so we sat together and thought how it can be, brought into practice. Our global IT center was still into the core banking of the bank as a whole. There was nothing special for the financial inclusion accounts. So we got a technology, something like a Jugaad technology, and created a small card, biometric card, like SBI Tiny Cards. SBI Tiny Card was called SBI Tiny Card because the normal savings bank account is the normal account. This SBI Tiny Card account is a tiny card, which is not actually working in the branch. It can work outside the branch. Because if you go and do it in the branch, then again you have to deploy so many number of people and premises and all those things where the cost of operations will be very, very high. It will become very uneconomical for you to do. So you have to necessarily have this transaction out of the branch. So the business correspondent system came to being at that time. Because most of these people, laborers and all, they go in the morning to work by 8 o'clock or something, and by the time they come back, the bank is already closed. You cannot go to the bank. So where do you go and keep the money, deposit the money or withdraw the money? So this need was tremendous. So if there is a need, there is a way. So this started, and then we thought we were in Bombay and we have to go to the farthest place to see whether it will work there or not. So we went to Aizawl in Northeast and tested that. Then we went to Pithoragarh in Himalayas. It worked there also. And then various parts of the states, remotest places we went and we found that it was working. Then the realization came. Like, we go and ask for people and money for this, because it's all expenditure. No? State Bank of India was a publicly traded business after all, even though it was a public sector bank. So where is the benefit, where is the business case? There was no business case. All the balances put together was nothing. And we were deploying people from all our branches for creating business correspondents in each branch and all those things. So we really felt that, like somebody should give us some commission or something. Nobody was willing to give. So finally, Government of India said that they will give a provision for technology fund. So some technology fund of 500 crore was allocated and announced in the budget, but by the time it came, it takes a long time to come down to the beneficiary, and then by that time many banks had introduced small tiny accounts of their own. So who will get the money and how much money will be given and all. Then the Eureka moment happened. Then yesterday when Madam Lekhi was talking, I was sitting and I was actually celebrating. The Eureka moment was that government of Andhra Pradesh saved 8% of their funds deployment for their social benefits and Manrega and all those things, because they deployed the payment through SBI Tiny Cards. 8% saving. State government agreed for payment of 2%. So that changed the situation. So when there was money here, all the business correspondents, there was no business correspondent. SBI thought of putting up a Section 25 company of its own to be a business correspondent because you had to comply with the requirement. Nobody was, because there was no money there. But then we found that when this 8%, 2% came, everybody started coming to become business correspondent. And then all the state governments wanted to have a tie-up for making all their payments through SBI Tiny Cards account. So that is how then 6 years after that, we found that it was not open technology. It was SBI's technology was SBI's technology, Bank of Baroda's technology was Bank of Baroda's technology. So we have to have a larger use of this technology. So SBI took the leadership in setting up, along with Government of India, DFS, RBI and all the NPCI. We reputed our people also for initial things, and NPCI came. Then Aadhaar was introduced afterwards with far more characteristics and options. That is what is turning the whole thing around now, UPI and all those things. It's going to stay here, for sure. I think I have taken enough time.
Sir, no. So essentially, SBI Tiny Cards are the precursor to Aadhaar, I think, is what you say. Yes. Thank you for sharing that. I know you come with tremendous amount of experience in this space. So I think I'd like to turn to you, Nanjira, next, because I think let's open up the discussion a little bit more. In the context of the CyberFi project at Carnegie Endowment, I know one of the premises that is put forward is that digital financial inclusion needs contextualization. And I was wondering if you could unpack that for us. I know we touched upon it a little bit, but if you could elaborate, I think that will be great.
Yeah, I mean, and just to say, CyberFi is really just looking at how do you ensure financial inclusion done through digital technologies is secure. And to contextualize that is to say, for example, with Africa, which we've taken as a starting focus, is that financial inclusion has at once been about banks realizing they had to step up their game, but because the disruption really through digital was through the mobile network organizations, operations really. So if you're looking at where the risks or where the vulnerabilities especially lie, and if you center the user, to Rajesh's excellent point, where the vulnerabilities to cyber attacks or to any sort of divorce from their finances could occur, you're looking at a vastly different landscape. So we've created all these systems to try and include people and to serve them, but now to bring it all together, how is that sustainable? How is that, where does trust lie to use the systems first and foremost? The developmental agenda may be that, that was the only tool that went to a certain community, right? And they're sort of beholden to it. But when you start looking at whether that necessarily means people are in a financially healthy situation, what actually got them onboarded versus what retains them, you start to realize it's a mix of both the technologies in use, but the people factor. The biggest driver of mobile money adoption in Kenya, surprisingly, was not technology, the mobile phone. The biggest driver to date of new accounts being opened, whether it's for banks, even banks are using this model now, is offline agents, where there are kiosks or people really is at the core of it, who people in communities will go to and trust and say, okay, I understand that I can get this benefit from this service, help me set myself up. And as more tools go from basic USSD kind of devices to super apps and everything, those are the same people communities will go to and then give trust. Should I continue using? They'll ask basic questions like, should I use this application since it's been advertised everywhere? How do I set it up? Where language is an issue. And so when we talk about digitizing all the systems more, the question is, are we trying to get rid of those people, or are we trying to use them as the critical node of trust? All these questions are coming up quite interestingly for us as we say, where are we headed, right? And then, it's probably out of scope, but then the question is, after all of that, what are we including people into? One big challenge in a market like Kenya is, in as much as about 90% of the adult population is financially included, primarily again through the M-Pesa system, Are they financially healthy? Are they caught up in a situation that actually sets them up for these so-called lofty goals of development, prosperity, and so on and so forth? Sometimes the answer is not, because what we're using the technology for there is not to propel them better, but to make them data points for extraction through credit, lending, gambling, and all of that. And so that's I think the question I would throw out as a hand back is, would open network technologies, whatever they're defined, do it any differently?
Thanks for that, Ranjini.
Can I respond?
Yeah,
to
I was
this?
just coming to you, Kamya, but go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think Nanjira makes a good point that at the end of the service delivery, there often is a person, right? And that person is crucial for building trust and for advisory. I think some of the challenges we've seen in India, at least, is that when there are people, unfortunately, there are people in the chain as well who don't have good intentions, right? And who end up blocking people's access to services. So, for example, you'll have your local, let's say, a corrupt officer that you'd have to deal with, right? And various middlemen that, let's say, take charge a surcharge on top of the cost of the loan. I mean, you heard Rajesh as well talk about the 2-week process. That 2-week process isn't navigating the bank system, it's navigating the people who are blocking access to the system at various points. So I think the idea of open network technologies is not to actually replace advisory or trust capital people. It is to remove the potential of people that are actually blocking access to a service, so that you choose to go to a person that is in the formal financial system or a banking correspondent for advisory, but that you're not blocked by people, in that you can actually access a system on your mobile with convenience, without having to go to, let's say, any sort of institution where the people are actually preventing your access at a local level. So I think the idea of, again, open network technology, if you think about, let's say, UPI as an example, right? It's a mistake to say UPI scaled only because of technology. While it underpinned, the protocol underpinned interoperability, the reason UPI scaled was because PhonePe, Google Pay, Bharat Pay, Paytm, these guys sent out people to go shop after shop after shop, and the ecosystem of the market dynamics was designed in such a way that they were interoperable but competing. And so every additional individual personal interaction added to the collective network in that inclusion process, right? So I think let's not create dichotomies that you can either work on a technology, driven approach, or you can have a people-driven approach. I think the right answer is to say, where does technology remove the hurdles people face due to people with misaligned intentions? And how can we enable how can we enable the right people to operate, to continue to serve that layer of trust and advisory? I think even in UPI, you saw, your Kirana shop before adoption, talk to 5 other Kiranas, talk to the business correspondent, say, is this safe, right? Before that adoption actually happened. So I think we have to think about both of these as solving both forces of human nature and finding systems that work using both technology and sort of the power of people-driven trust and people-driven sort of local communities. I hope that answers some of it.
Right. Thanks,
Yeah.
Kamya. If I can stay with you for just maybe one more question, since Nanjira brought up the point about data points, people being about data points, the motivations for the technologies being deployed for financial inclusion. I was wondering, the RBI has introduced the Financial Inclusion Index. It's built around 3 pillars, right? We're doing fairly well on access, but I think when it comes to quality and usage, we still have some way to go. And I was wondering if you'd like to touch upon maybe what have been some of the developments in the recent years that could, perhaps be deployed to address these 2 particular factors.
Yeah, I think, as I said, as Mr. Tiwari also touched on at the beginning, financial inclusion typically ends up being a 25 or 40-year journey, right? So to look back on the last 5 years and say, well, we haven't solved full access to services, I think it's a bit premature. I think we have to give it some time to be able to see the full effects of the digital infrastructure that we're creating. So for example, the infrastructure around payments and identity, what infrastructure around payments actually does is create a digital trail or a digital history, which has to accumulate sort of over time in order for that history to be reviewable and therefore usable for access to financial services, right? So you won't get approved, let's say, for a loan, or for maybe insurance without an institution being able to see what your trail has been over the last, let's say, X period of time. So I think the infrastructure that we're most excited about building for the last 2 years, actually it's been 4 or 5 years now, we forget time flies, has been two sort of very powerful open networks. One is Account Aggregator, which is sort of India's infrastructure for financial data sharing. It's sort of India's, I don't say it's India's implementation of open banking, it's sort of India's answer to open banking in some way, because it's a consented sort of data sharing network that's truly quite decentralized, right? And fully federated and has competing consent managers in the same way that you have competing payment service providers in the UPI ecosystem that work well for us. And what this can do actually is for an individual who, let's say, doesn't have collateral to actually show on their bank account, look, I've been transacting, let's say, on UPI, on BBPS in my bank statement. So my bank statement for the first time, has a history of my minute sort of granular transactions that I've been doing. And you can actually authorize me for a small ticket loan as per my transactions, even though I don't have the collateral for a large ticket loan, right? And I think basically what that does is it lowers the bar for sort of being approved for a loan, especially when it's small, and it lowers the transaction cost for a financial institution of servicing that loan if they're able to get that data with trust. So Account Aggregator, in the last 2 years or so has scaled up to 1 billion plus accounts live, as well as 2.6 million transactions. And that number has been growing at about 65-70% month on month, similar to sort of the early days of UPI. So I think right now people are quiet on Account Aggregator because the hockey stick is still in its early phase. But once you see it scale up, what I think you'll start to see is people taking ownership, people showing control over their financial data and saying, look, I want my data to go here because this provider is now giving me sort of access to services. And the powerful thing about Account Aggregator is that no player, so Mr. Vaidyan, is former SBI, you would ask, like, why would such a large bank join the Account Aggregator ecosystem? Won't they be a giver, not a provider? But the power of open network sort of systems in a country as big as India is that even SBI with 500 million accounts has so much to gain from joining an ecosystem of 2+ billion accounts that cut across, let's say, banking, insurance, as well as securities, as well as the tax system. GSTN just announced they went live. RBI just announced that GSTN, would be joining the network. And so I think it's very powerful to see, again, the power of the collective network and that everyone sort of wins when they join this shared network. I think Account Aggregator is one sort of critical piece that when we look back on 4 or 5 years from now, we'll see it as a key building block because it solves that intermediate need of being able to underwrite somebody for any sort of financial service. The second sort of open network technology, which I'm optimistic about, but which I think will take slightly longer than Account Aggregator, is actually the Open Credit Enablement Network. And what that does is rather than me, going to any one bank and going through their full process only to be rejected and then have to go to the next bank, the Open Credit Enablement Network allows me to apply to multiple banks sort of in real time and have that be an open, interoperable sort of set of APIs and a network, right? That allows me to think of it as a common application for many banks in one go. And I think we've got 7 sort of large lenders that are live on it already. And they're, it's one of those things where it's going to be combinatorial. Like I think Open won't succeed without the data sharing infrastructure. The data sharing infrastructure might not sort of scale to the last mile of actually providing the loan competitively at competitive interest rates without Open. So I think it's a very interesting time where, typically the infrastructure that we've built, Aadhaar, for example, was like one large block provided by one entity, which was UIDI, right? Similarly, in payments, you had NPCI as the core institutional organization that drove many different payments platforms. I think with Account Aggregator and Oken, you're seeing quite distributed ownership of the adoption. And for example, Account Aggregator doesn't have a central switch for financial data sharing, right? Because that would be sort of counter any privacy sort of objectives. And so it's becoming more and more sort of complex over time. And I think it's quite an interesting journey to sort of be part of and to watch.
Thanks, Kamya. You talked about distributed access. I think I want to come back to you, Stephen. So when you talk about open network technologies, what is the kind of distribution that we're looking at? I mean, I could be wrong, but are we talking about multiple vendors? Are we talking about multiple stakeholders involved in the entire chain of the piece of technology or the technological solution? The reason I ask this is that if you're talking about proprietary technology, right, there is one entity that you can reach out to, and they have the accountability, right? How does that work when you're talking about open network technologies?
I mean, again, I can speak to it from the open source perspective. I think specifically, there is still an entity there. If you're talking about a hub and spoke kind of network of how you're setting it up, the hub operator is still the accountable and liable party. So like NPCI, if you have a problem, that's where you go. Now, if NPCI wants to turn around and say it's not our fault, it's this American company that built this piece of tech that screwed up and charged them for this error, then that's up to NPCI if they want to have that type of relationship. But in the end, from our belief, it's the hub operator that is operating that piece of technology where liability should fall if it's going to be owned by them and operated by them. And again, how they share liability with their software providers is up to them and is up to their software providers. What open source would provide them is a choice of who their vendor is and how they share that liability with that vendor. So you're still going to have, I mean, again, NPCI is thousands of people, an incredible amount of technology and capacity. Most national switch operators are not NPCI. Most of them will rely on software companies. And so you're still going to probably share liability with a software provider. It's just you can choose, I don't like this agreement that I have with this software provider this year. I'm going to change it next year. And the change doesn't impact all of the financial institutions, all of the, to the whole stack that Kamya just laid out for us, which is absolutely amazing. And yeah, on that journey, what happens if at a certain point on that journey, somebody says, oh, wait, stop, we have to replace this one huge piece of software and it messes everything up. Then that doesn't just mess up the 300 banks that are connected into UPI right now, it messes up everything that she just described. And so that's, from us, the benefit of having that is that, yeah, your ability to change who you hold accountable for problems can change without having to disrupt all of the other systems that you're connected to. So I hope that is.
It does, definitely in theory, but how does it work practically? I mean, how do you build trust between all these components? Right?
I only luckily focus on one piece of it. I think Kamya would be an amazing person to talk about how to build trust among all those different components of it. But from our particular piece, it is, in our opinion,
is it done through agreements, for instance? Practically, what are the nuts and bolts of putting these various components? I understand what the advantage is, right? Mm-hmm. It's not a single point of failure, to put it another way. But how do you get all these components to have the trust and that, to be able to work in a coordinated fashion so that what you're alluding to as the benefit actually comes through? Is it done practically in terms of bringing them all in the same room and, sort of hammering out an agreement? How is it done?
Yeah,
is it done technologically, through interoperability? I'm just trying to visualize how that might be achieved. And of course, Kamya, if you want to come in, or Mr. Tiwari, you've worked on some of these technologies, so if you'd like to sort of bring in your perspective, please feel free to do so.
From my perspective, I would just say I don't think for everything you just described, it's necessarily different than if you have a proprietary vendor of a component of your software. You're still going to have everyone come together and have an agreement and structure those agreements in terms of who is liable for what problems. Again, it's just a matter of the choice of oh, we've now built it and I don't like that liability, or what we've discovered about our system, that relationship now needs to change. The value added by that vendor has changed. Then you have the ability to change that agreement later on. But I don't think there's a significant difference between the actual agreements that you would want to put in place between a proprietary and a provider of an open source software.
Right, right. Thanks for that.
But I would just say
Yeah.
it has nothing to do with those of us who are the nonprofits who are governing these open source software.
Right.
The one thing I do want to make clear to everyone is that is not our job, unfortunately. We don't want to say pass the buck, but it is, you hire a for-profit software provider who provides open source to you, and the liability is with that as a software provider, in case it's not clear how open source works.
Interesting. Thank you so much.
Priya, can I step in?
Yes, please.
Here?
Yes, sure.
So, look, I think you put your finger on the issue. Through decades, we went from end-to-end delivery, and that failed. And the new model of managing these things is what people call a platform approach, where there's a public-private partnership. The public sector sets out the regulatory framework, the guardrails, and the private sector has the consumer interface, whether it's for M-Pesa in Kenya, account aggregator in India, or Ripple in the United States. That consumer interface that the private sector has allows them to innovate and satisfy consumer needs. And that is not something the public sector will ever control. It's a human nature to truck and barter, and there is no agreement there. Agreement is whether whether the market will bear it or not. The second point is, in India, this was never, planned, but what did end up was that these layers of digital public infrastructures that emerged over time, when you stack them one on top of the other, they begin to give you network effects that Kamya talked about. And these network effects are exactly like what a big tech does, but without the monopolistic tendencies. Third, all of these have to be borne by the market. There is no subsidy in this. So the transactions have to be in single-digit rupees to be able to be borne by the market. I think in the account aggregator framework right now, a completed transaction is about 7 cents, and it can be borne by the market. Last, it has to be scaled up and down. And that's where it comes back to your original question, is it technology or not? And the answer is absolutely, it is technology. You cannot do these 4 things outside a digital framework. Analog framework will not work. So I think another way to look at this is that if you have the architecture right, you need to let the private sector to innovate, to deliver, whether you call it the last mile or the first mile. It is their job, and if the market sustains it, you will succeed.
Thank you for that. If I could pivot to you quickly, Dr. Vaidyan, I was wondering, again, given your experience of actually having, worked this out in the field, if you will, could you tell us or share with us 1 or 2 challenges that you've faced?
See, I'll tell the challenges, okay?
Sure.
But I have a difficult situation here.
Okay.
My feeling and what I have been working with is with the belief that financial inclusion is basically for the purpose of weaning away the poor from usurious moneylenders which are very usurious of interest. Number 1. Number 2 is taking them away from perennially depending on philanthropic capital.
Okay.
That is what is happening now, if you see. So financial inclusion actually is aimed at eliminating poverty. Poverty is number 1 enemy of financial inclusion. if you see between 2005 and 2021, that time we started, the Aadhaar and UPI and all these things. Right. Poverty has gone down by 515 million people. No, India is no more. No, we reduced it so much. When we started, it was 80% in the beginning, and it has come down to now 23 or 24% or something. So if you have to bring people out of poverty, then you have to, you are not talking about a situation where a tribal farmer who has got no land or any means can choose between lender, which lender I have to go and take and all. No, we are not in that type of a situation. I am working in Tata Trust, we are working in villages which are far, far away from any sort of even organized lending. If you ask the people to come to the bank for talking to them, they will not come. So you actually have to go to them, train them with the latest methodology for farming, fishing, creating better varieties of dairy and all those things. And then create confidence in them and bring private sector to support that. Then philanthropic capital will come in the form of either from the philanthropic organizations or the CSR. So we have actually in Tata Trust, we have created 9 specific use cases which can be replicated for the purpose of bringing such people out from their utter poverty with the help of. Now the question here is, if I and all the people who are sitting here can raise loans at 9% or 10% or 11%, why the poor should pay 100% from a money lender or 27, 28, 30% from an MFI?
Right.
When State Bank of India is giving loans at 4% and 7%.
Right.
And if the benefit of technology of UPI and Aadhaar, JAM Trinity, can actually reduce the cost, why can't we do that? That should be our aim. Because it is too, I'm not talking of a situation when my poor fellow in Jharkhand will go to different lenders and find out who is better. No. So these use cases are there, by which, like we have already put this into practice. Say, for example, we have created 5 dairy units in the remotest part of Rajasthan, UP, Punjab, and Maharashtra, and all 100% shareholders, rural women who have nothing other than maybe that cow. Okay, the loan will be given by bank. I have seen that both public sector bank and private sector banks are willing to give. Why? Because they have been formed into a group. The technically qualified people are there to give advices. So the bank is happy in giving. It is not a scattered lending. It is not a loan mela. What is the biggest challenge that we are talking about? The challenge is the loan mela and the loan waiver. Loan mela and loan waiver killed the culture. Now, I know my borrower, 2 brothers are there. One brother has got money in the account. The other brother repaid the loan. The brother who has got money in the account said, "Sir, I am not repaying it because the Chief Minister has already announced a credit waiver at the part of the election speech."
You're talking about credit culture.
I am talking about credit culture. So if that is a culture, now today when I go, I find that some 80% of my borrowers in these tribal areas, they are not eligible for a loan because of their credit history. Some small amount somewhere they did not pay. So now I am sitting with the banks to find out a solution for that, one-time settlement or some other way by which this credit. So I am thinking of that. We have to, otherwise we will, now let me tell you, this thing which we have created has actually solved the problem of the rich. UPI, if UPI is not there, I will not get vegetable in my house. Because from morning onwards, my wife is sitting with mobile phone, ordering all whatever she wants to order from. Half an hour, vegetables will come into the house. Whose problems have been solved? So something which we have created for the poor has actually solved the problem of the rich. Let's think about the person in the, some previous Mr. Bensal said, no, who is the person? The person is like this. He has nothing. If somebody falls sick, there is no insurance. If there is an accident, there is. So when we go to State Bank of India or to any bank, we say that, okay, we are coming as an integrated unit. You know, we are going for integrated development. We are there to do all these things, you know, in terms of organizing and training, capacity building and all those things. Now, you give the loan part of it, which is risk capital. We go to the CSR people and tell them that, okay, this is our plan. You give whatever percentage is there, you give so that it will support our argument. We went to all the insurance companies and told them that you come along with us. No, they said that, you know, it is rural area and all. I said under the micro insurance agency thing, you can create an FPO as a micro insurance agent. So some FPOs, use case has been created for that also. Model program has been created for making an FPO a micro insurance agent. So you understand what I am saying?
Absolutely.
So we have to eliminate poverty.
I think
poverty
that
is not choosing but which lender will give me money. No.
No, that's a great point. Before I come to the audience for questions, a quick one for you, Nanjira. You know, a significant part of the unbanked and underserved are women, right? And I know that this is something that has occupied your mind. You've written about it. And I was wondering, you know, is there something we can do through these open network technological solutions that we're talking about, something specific to address that particular segment? Do we institutionally, in case we don't already, get more women to work when these solutions are being built, designed, or is there some other way?
It's the whole gamut, essentially, because the challenge of saying, specific things, people take binaries. They imagine if you have 5 more women in corporate banking, then, women's financial inclusion or issues will be solved. It's the whole gamut, everything from the consideration, including this very conversation that we're having now. What are we situating all this excitement about what technologies can do? Is it to address the very real situation on the ground as it's being painted, or is it because a bunch of us can create this stuff because we see it from a technical lens? And that's where even the question of women tech narratives has been a challenge. For one, even if it's getting more women coding or building these systems, that in itself has its own set of challenges where it's not necessarily a pipeline issue. It is everything from the patriarchy, from adverse norms. That in itself is a big enough problem. Typically, when you paint the picture, then people say it's too big a headache. Let's just go home and think about it again. But I will say this. Even from the communities that we say we are trying to serve through all this, they are experts of their lived experience. So in that regard, they are there. Our problem is we are not humble enough to be reflecting that. So this fundamentally ceases to be a technological problem. It becomes a societal problem that is not going to, we can blockchain it, we can open source it, but it still remains that pervasive understanding. Those are the interpersonal issues that still pervade society today and that we need to keep in mind when we think about how to include the excluded, or heck, figure out what we're saying is a new way to build a commons where everybody's actually being served. If including people in the existing system is not going to work.
Right. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing to Nanjira. Sure. I fully agree with her on this. I think, for example, for people that are designing these systems, it's very easy to declare victory early. So for UPI, for example, we're declaring victory. We've said, look, we have this many transactions. This growth rate is crazy. So we've done it, sit back, now it's maintenance. But to date, UPI isn't available for joint bank accounts. And most women are holding joint bank accounts with their husbands or with their brothers or with their fathers, right? Because that's the fabric of society. And so you've created, in some ways, a system that has systematically left out women from the most accessible sort of payment method, because most of our, family members who are women would have these kinds of accounts. And it takes a little more work. It doesn't take that much more to think through what are the specific needs, let's say, that women have in this kind of financial system, and make sure you just go to the end. I think the problem is that even getting to where, let's say, UPI has gotten to now is a lot of hard work. And this is definitely not to put down anyone at NPCI. I mean, it's taken a long haul. But it is a tough job, but you have to wait to declare victory, I think, until the system has actually solved inclusively for all participants. I fully agree on this point.
Right. Stephen, you have something to say?
A very quick anecdote that I love to tell is when we first moved to India 3 years ago, my wife, who has a PAN card, has an Aadhaar card, but has never actually been banked in India before, in order for her to open up a bank account, for us to open up a bank account, she needed a written physical check from her mother, her father, or any male relative on her father's side in order to open up a bank account. 3 years ago, we went to 5 different banks. They all told us exactly the same thing. So yes, there's still, to Kamya's point, there's still work to be done. And there's all kinds of little things in there like that are still hiding.
Right, right. I just want to turn to the audience to check if there are any questions. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. My name is Vijay. I work with a consulting firm called Hacklet. Fascinating discussion. I'd like to address primarily to Dr. Vaidyan, but others are welcome to chip in. I'm just wondering, to your point about credit and how, credit is still sort of largely informal with all its attendant consequences. Some measures by the RBI, like a small finance bank or a payments bank, et cetera, those initiatives have sort of come up, some of them relatively more successful than others. What would your advice be to both the central bank and some of these institutions to embrace more technology in order to sort of get to greater impact? Or are they doing all that they could within what is possible? Is there anything we could do with those institutions and the technology that all of us have been talking about to better the impact here?
Thank you for the question. My understanding is that whatever technology is required is already here. The JAM Trinity, the UPI, and what more do you want? Interoperability. It's already here. It's a question of who will, that is where the philanthropic institutions and NGOs and all will come. See, the problem is not lack of any technology. You have to take them now. In Northeast, there are still bankers who ask for guarantee from a government employee for giving a KCC. Why is he asking that? When I go to a bank and ask for loan for the poor, they say that, sir, you know that no, when you were in the bank also, all the rural accounts and all are NPA. Why do you want us to go and give more NPS? Then I make my full presentation, who all are the partners in this? In Tata Trust, we call this Development Impact Investment Program, which is a collaborative effort of, as I said, bank, then insurance company, and all the people put together, capital coming from, risk capital is coming from the bank. It is not a bond. The moment you say that it is a bond, then there are guarantees required, and then so many people, front runner and back runner and all those things, and 6-7% will go along with that. So this is different. Now, there is no need for any of the technology. All the technologies are already there.
That's good to know, although I think Kamya was at pains to explain the account aggregator framework, so there may be more room for a little bit more.
You mean account aggregators and all? I am talking about a case where there is no bank, nobody has gone to them. People who are living in tribal areas and all, they form this percentage. Account aggregator is a great idea. I don't have anything. It will come. Let it come also. Let everything come. But then who will work for these people who are very, very poor? Absolutely. Now, there are 10,000 FPOs which are coming up. And most of the FPOs are women, all directors, everything is women. And mostly it is formed by people who are marginal, small and marginal farmers, less than 2 acres. What type of collective bargaining capability they have? So their ideas have to be aggregated and have a collective bargaining thing, aggregation. That aggregation should happen at the human level within the group, FPO. Okay.
Point taken, sir. Point taken. We need something obviously more than just technology, although technology is, a critical factor. Just a very quick last question to you, Mr. Tiwari. I was wondering, looking globally, I'm sorry. There is another question, but let me just check if we have the time. Can we take another 5 or 10 minutes? I'm just taking it. Yes, please go ahead. Introduce yourself first.
So, hi, I'm Niranjan Jose. I'm with the technology program at Carnegie, India. And my question is directed to Nanjira. So I would like to know what are the areas of collaboration for India and Africa in terms of financial inclusion with respect to geopolitics of technology?
Wow, yeah. I think it's really in understanding who we're trying to serve here, over and above the geopolitical wranglings of whose technologies are superior, because we, I think combined, probably have about 2 billion people who need to be served, and who not only need to be served or included in becoming data points in the banking system, but people who do need to be included or served by this, society needs to work for them. So there's something about that brings a de-escalation, I think, from the typical frame we have been given in geopolitics that should open the kind of conversations we need. Because the people who are still excluded are sitting, I always like to say, are sitting at the intersections of different inequalities. It will be gender inequality, education inequality. The systems that we have not been working for them. So for us, our conversation in Africa right now about tech decoupling is a non-starter, because it's less about who has provided the infrastructure, whether it's trustworthy. It's about what gets to that goal, because there's the urgency to serve that goal. And I think India has, to a great extent, the same concern, only that there has been the opportunity to build a lot more of your own tech. So there's something about even exporting UPI to some markets that takes that humility approach and then actually helps us address these intractable problems, because everyone who's focusing on tech, at some point, we've heard it today several times, says at some point the end of the scope for them arrives. But this is the real scope. These people do need to be served, and they need to be served not just by gambling, debt, and everything else that fintech or whatever we want to call it is opening up to. And we must not lose sight of that.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Nanjira. So question for you, Mr. Tiwari, which is essentially, how do you view India's suite of DPIs? Are they different from what you've seen elsewhere? And digital public infrastructure is one of the priority areas for India's G20 presidency, but I was wondering what your thoughts were, and if you had any to share.
Yeah, so I think the unique nature of India's journey is that it is neither a laissez-faire approach, and the other hand, it is neither state intervention. And that's what is unique in this journey. What it allows what it enables is that it allows a whole host of different platforms to emerge that solve societal needs. I'll give you one example that we've talked about quite a bit today of reaching the last mile in terms of consumer credit. This is not a rich country, emerging country, developing country problem. Data is showing that 90% of the people who have a bank account cannot borrow. And the reason they cannot borrow is because they don't have tangible capital as collateral. And India's journey is showing, is it possible to employ technology to replace tangible collateral with information collateral? Will that be a journey where poor people, or small businesses that don't have a point of sale machine, are they able to use their data to empower themselves? And so a lot of the discussion and development is moving towards how one can harness data for human development and how you can replace traditional economic models that left out the marginalized groups. And this is a journey where India is definitely at the forefront. And it's a journey where advanced economies can learn from how to use this approach, this architecture, for the greater good. And so in terms of the G20 presidency, I think this is one area that India will push in terms of the benefits of digital public infrastructure. Second, in India, privacy principles have been baked into each one of these architectures. DPI is a perfect example of what has happened. So India will push towards some common data principles that are human-centric. And third, whether this is, as everyone has said, this is a multiple-year conversation. It's not going to happen in 1 year in India's G20 presidency. So what kind of a forum do you create where this can go on?
Thank you so much for that, and thank you to all my panelists and all of you in the audience. That was great. That was a very invigorating discussion, I must say. I think we're on to the next one. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists. We now have a ministerial address by Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Nigeria. He is currently the Chief Digital Officer of the Federation based on the National Policy for Virtual Engagements in Federal Public Institutions. Prior to his appointment as a minister, he was the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency. He has been a member of several presidential and interministerial committees. We'll now have a virtual address by him.
Your Excellencies, organizers of this international summit, participants, ladies and gentlemen of the press, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depends on where you are. My name is Isa Ali Ibrahim, Minister of Communications and Digital Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and also the Chief Digital Officer of the Federation, and also a Professor of Cybersecurity at the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, Nigeria. It gives me a great pleasure to address all of you during this very important event, Global Technology Summit, being organized by government and other stakeholders in India. It was my plan to attend the event physically due to its importance to me and also to Nigeria as a country. But due to other official engagements beyond my control, I couldn't make it. And I plan to address you even virtually. However, I'm in touch with the representatives of the Indian government, where we intend to come on official visit to meet the stakeholders of this event and other major stakeholders in the digital economy sector in order to consolidate the collaboration between the two countries, Nigeria on one hand and India on the other. Global Technology Summit, this is the 7th edition based on the information at my disposal. It commenced in 2016, which took place in Bangalore. The same in 2017, 2018, and 2019. 4 of them took place in Bangalore. In 2020, it was a virtual Global Technology Summit due to COVID-19 pandemic, while in 2021, it took place in New Delhi as a hybrid approach, and also in 2022, it is taking place in New Delhi as another hybrid approach to the event in which participants attend the event physically and also virtually. The theme for this year's event is very apt and also very dear to me as a professional in the area, that is geopolitics of technology. This theme is very apt and also very relevant. There is need for us to expand the scope of a digital economy and start discussing the politics in it. Otherwise, the gains that have been recorded will definitely be destroyed by geopolitics if care is not taken. Furthermore, I have been advised to speak on the cyber resilience, the security of our digital infrastructure, which is also very important, because there is no way today you can discuss technology without addressing the issue of cybersecurity. Particularly, the rate at which cybercrime is taking place in the world is highly worrisome. There is need for stakeholders to prioritize our discussion on cybersecurity, and this will guide us and make it much, much easier for us to continue to gain more when it comes to digital economy globally. That aside, when it comes to cybercrime, according to a research conducted by the chief technologists of HP, that after every 4.2 seconds, a new malware is being created globally. After every 4.2 seconds, a new malware is being released. And this malware is being released in order to compromise the security of our ICT, information and communications, technology, infrastructure, or activities. If you compute this 4.2%, your 4.2 seconds, you will discover that within a minute, more than 6 malware applications are being created. And that is why the major challenge today to cybersecurity experts is how to deal with the total number of malware applications that are being released every day. It becomes absolutely difficult. Furthermore, it has also been predicted by cybersecurity ventures and many other organizations that if care is not taken, lately by 2025, more than 10.5 trillion USD is going to be lost through cybercrime. By implication, this amount is even more than 3 times the gross domestic product of India as a country. And by implication, 10.5 trillion USD is 173 times the GDP of Africa as a continent with 54 countries. And by implication, this 10.5 trillion USD could even be more than 1/3 of the entire GDP of the United States of America, the largest economy globally. This requires us to be proactive in the way and manner we deal with cybercrime on one hand and cybersecurity on the other. Furthermore, there is a research conducted by PwC 2022 in which they outline 5 steps to be taken in order to attain cyber resilience. Some of the steps are making sure that we come up with proactive activities. There is need for proactive assurance activities, meaning that we should try to be proactive rather than being reactive. Let us put our house in order and anticipate the challenges that may come up globally in the world. Make sure that we are proactive and we protect our cyber environment. They also advise on the need of operational technology over the cyber environment or the cyber champion. There is need for us to be proactive in teaching and providing skills and hands-on training to our citizens so that they will be our digital army to protect our countries, our territories, and by implication to protect the global citizens. The rate at which cybercrime is increasing is highly worrisome. It is because of the fact that if you look at it, the datafication of society is a reality today. The way and manner data is being generated. According to Google, from the dawn of civilization up to 2000, the entire data generated was not more than 5 exabytes of data. But as it is today, within 24 hours, meaning one day, around 2.5 exabytes of data is being generated. By implication, the total number of data being generated within 48 hours today is equivalent to the quantity of data generated from the dawn of civilization up to 2000. If you wish, you can say more than 3,000 years. In some calculations, even more than 5,000 years. The more data is being generated, the more we need to be more cyber resilient, and the more there is need for us to try to attain cyber maturity, or what I call even cyber immunity. It becomes necessary to attain that, because the datafication of society, the collection of the huge quantity of data is a reality. There is no doubt about this. Also, according to a research conducted by International Data Cooperation, IDC, that by 2025, there could be more than 40 billion IoT devices connected, more than 40 billion Internet of Things facilities that are interconnected, and they are going to generate not less than 70 zettabytes of data. By implication, the data to be generated by 2025 in the next 3 years is by far beyond the data we are generating today. And this quantity of data being generated by implication is increasing the cyber crime that is being committed globally. And it is our collective responsibility to ensure that we attain cyber resilience. Some of the stages that are necessary to attain cyber resilience: firstly, there must be security of infrastructure. Secondly, there must be security of applications that are being deployed. And thirdly, it is also necessary to ensure that our operations are secured. And fourthly, to ensure that people that are involved are professionals when it comes to cyber security and cyber expertise. These are some of the basic stages that are necessary. In Nigeria as a country, we have so many initiatives which I plan to share with the delegates, organizers, and our colleagues in India and all over the world as they join this very important event. Firstly, we have developed National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy for a Digital Nigeria, in which pillar number 5 speaks about soft infrastructure, in which cyber security is part and parcel of it. Secondly, we have also established our National Cybersecurity Incidents Response Team, and also we established sectoral cybersecurity incidents response team. For example, in the digital economy sector, we have cybersecurity incidents response team being coordinated by the telecommunications regulator, and we also have computer emergency response and readiness team being coordinated by the IT regulator, both of them under my humble supervision. And thirdly, we have also developed national cybersecurity policy. Number 4, also, we have created a department of cybersecurity in the relevant institutions of government, where they release advisory note from time to time to ensure that we create awareness in our country, which is very important. Furthermore, we have also been championing our national identity to ensure that all our citizens do obtain their national identity, including legal residence in Nigeria, which is very similar to Aadhaar in India. We are championing this, and we are increasing the enrollment day in, day out. These are some of the initiatives we have come up with. And at personal level, I have recently authored 3 books. All of them are promoting digital economy and cybersecurity application. Number 1 is datafication of society to foster an internet economy. Book number 2 is cybersecurity initiatives for securing account 3. Book number 3 is skills rather than just degrees. All these 3 books are promoting the building of digital economy on one hand, and also ensuring that our cyberspace is very secured. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me, and I do hope that you will have a very deliberate discussion in the summit, and I do hope I will be in India recently to have a more robust engagement with our colleagues, the government of India, and other critical stakeholders. Thank you very much for listening.
We are grateful to the Minister for his invaluable insights. We now have an address by Oddmund Høy, State Secretary, Norwegian Ministry of Education and Research. He also works as a professor in history at Faculty of Social Sciences, Western Norway University of Applied Sciences. His academic interests include language history and revival, modern, Norwegian cultural and political history, regional history, and nationalism and modernization theories.
Namaste. Distinguished dignitaries, Nordic friends, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be given the task of greeting you all to this panel session. I am sure you will enjoy a most informative discussion on measures to boost India-Nordic tech cooperation, and I regret that I unfortunately could not take part today. As State Secretary for Higher Education and Research in Norway, I am of course mostly engaged in the Indo-Norwegian collaboration within higher education and research. Within these areas, Norway has a strategy for cooperation with its prioritized partner countries: Brazil, Canada, India, Japan, China, Russia, South Africa, South Korea, and the United States. The strategy, named the Panorama Strategy, is for the period 2021 to 2027. We see international cooperation within research and higher education as vital. The purpose of this strategy is to increase the quality and relevance of Norwegian higher education, research and innovation through internationalization and through cooperation with industry. The strategy clarifies overall priorities for cooperation with the strategic countries, and it introduces measures aimed at specific challenges. The strategy will build on and further develop the quality in Norwegian professional environments through collaboration with some of the world's most important nations in areas of central importance to Norway. The concrete follow-up of the Indo-Norwegian cooperation within higher education and research is the bilateral joint working groups consisting of members from the two nations' ministries. These are linked to our bilateral agreement on science and technology, as well as our memorandum of understanding within higher education. I am very happy that we were both able to hold the meetings of both the joint working group on higher education as well as on science and technology in India under 2 months ago. This year, we also initiated a review of the Indo-Norwegian Cooperation Program, INCP, in higher education. The review concluded that INCP, as a pilot program to motivate cooperation between Indian and Norwegian higher education institutions, resulted in major leaps ahead in the Indo-Norwegian higher education collaboration, including kickstarts of several new collaborations. The end review also concluded that INCP has contributed to developing strong linkages between the institutions involved. I am glad to note that the JWG in higher education concluded to prolong the INCP in the years to come. The JWG in S&T concluded to prolong the program of cooperation as the guiding document for our collaboration within science and technology. Through over a decade of Norway-Indian research cooperation, a number of joint calls for proposals have been announced on wide areas under the program of cooperation. A number of projects through these calls have been supported through the Research Cooperation Program. The Research Cooperation worked as a catalyst. The collaborations thus developed and have jointly participated in international research programs like Horizon Europe. The research cooperation also aimed to emphasize the knowledge triangle, i.e. promoting linkages between research, higher education and innovation. It also underlined research and industry linkages. Both sides have benefited immensely through Norway-India research and higher education cooperation. It will be my deep desire that we continue this valuable cooperation. With these words, I wish you all a very fruitful participation in today's panel discussion.
Executive Chairperson, Biocon and Biocon Logics. This is a virtual conversation for our virtual audience. To our audience seated here, we'd request you to join us outside for a cup of coffee. At 7:30, you may join us for the book launch. Thank you.
Such a pleasure to engage with you because I just learn so much every time we speak. So let me start by really talking about your new book, The Song of the Cell. To me, it's almost like a sequel to your very amazing first book that I read, which was The Emperor of All Maladies, which was described as the history of oncology. And to me, this seems like the history of cell biology, because you really traced cell biology from its very discovery by Robert Hooke and Leeuwenhoek through their microscopic kind of discovery of the cell, right up to autologous cell therapy that we're also excited with today. So why don't you share with the audience why cells, why this tracing of cell biology, and why do people need to read your book? Because I think it's very important for you to explain why cell biology is so fascinating.
Well, Kiran, it's likewise always a pleasure to talk to you and learn from you. And welcome to the Tech Summit for everyone who's watching. The Song of the Cell was written, actually, there's a book in the middle called The Gene, An Intimate History. And it was written very purposefully because in some ways, the way to read these books is in a strange order. The gene comes first, the cell comes second, and the cell gone wrong, which is the cancer cell, comes third. The Emperor of All Maladies. So in some ways, it's a mixed up order. But the reason behind learning about cells is that the cell, as you very well might know, is the smallest autonomous unit of life. Genes, there's been a lot of talk about genes and gene therapies, and of course, you and I, Kiran, have been now very deeply involved with gene therapies, bringing gene therapies in the context of cancer therapy to India through a company called Immunil. Genes are, of course, are extraordinarily important. They are the carriers of information. They are the carriers of heredity. They are the carriers of all the, let's say, the Morse code, as it were, that makes our cells function. But interestingly, DNA, the molecule that carries the gene, is a double helix, and it's become the icon of life. Every time you see life anywhere, the word life in a magazine or in an article, it's accompanied by a picture of DNA. But what's interesting is that DNA is actually lifeless. It has no life without the cell. It's a little bit like a score of music and the musician. The score is not music. It's the musician that makes that score into music. And in the same way, the cell enlivens DNA, enlivens our genome, enlivens our genes, so that they can now come into action, kick into action, and thereby create whatever we create. Our bodies, everything in our bodies has to do with cells or some action of cells. Every process that's going on in our bodies, digestion, metabolism, respiration, sentience, this conversation we're having is all a consequence of cell biology. And felt to me as if we needed a deeper understanding, not only of cell biology, which of course is the foundation, but also now the fact that we can manipulate cells with genes and thereby change their properties and are entering a new century of the cell, just like we had entered the century of the gene. It seemed to me that these ideas needed to be communicated to the public at a level that they could understand. What is cell therapy? Why is everyone talking about it? What is effective about it and what is not effective about it? But to understand all of that, we need to understand the cell. Why did COVID affect certain patients so severely while other patients were less affected? To understand that question, we need to understand, of course, the virus, but we also need to understand cell biology. Why did the vaccines work? Or why do some vaccines work, and why do some vaccines not work as effectively? Once again, we need to understand cells and cell biology. So the very fundamental questions, not only in biology, but also in medicine, have to ultimately do with cells, and to understand them fully and correctly, we need to understand what cells do and how cells work. And that's the basis. I decided to write this book because of that reason, because it felt as if, you know, people had written lots of books about genetics. I had, of course, written a book about cancer, but somehow in the middle had been left behind the most important element, the missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle, and that was the cell.
I must tell you, Sid, I really enjoyed reading your book. And in fact, I really believe everyone ought to read your book, because you've just, you know, talked about cells and cell biology in such a simple, effective way that just what you talked about right now is how people should look at cells. You know, why is it important to understand cells, cell differentiation? What makes a cancer cell a cancer cell? What is it that we need to do to, you know, address cancer and fight cancer? And in that respect, I'd like to now shift gears to, you know, another aspect of dealing with cells as the way you looked at it in your new company, Vor Biopharma. I remember you telling me about how you conceptualized this new company. And I'm sure the audience would be fascinated to understand in your very poetic lingo and your artistic lingo, what gave you that idea about starting Vor, and how you looked at cancer, and how you looked at creating Vor as a very new way of making sure that it's just the cancer cells that die and the healthy cells are spared. So why don't you tell the audience about Vor and how you basically conceptualized this whole new technology?
Well, Vor Biopharma was born in a very unusual way, which and the story, you know the story, Kiran, but I'll repeat it again. But let me give you the problem first. The problem is that cell therapies like T cells, you can weaponize or engineer T cells to make them kill particular other cells, like B cells. So T and B cells are two parts of the immune system. The T cell has a capacity to go and hunt out other cells, and if you arm it properly, if you weaponize it properly using gene therapy, you can kill many kinds of cells. In particular, you can kill B cell tumors, such as B lymphoblastic leukemia, B-ALL. In fact, the first story of the Song of the Cell is of a woman, young girl, 7 years old, who's cured of B-ALL using CAR T cell therapy, this weaponized T cell therapy. So, so this is a very powerful way or powerful mode of killing cells. And it's very persistent, and it has proven out its mettle in many, many different cancers, mostly blood cancers, leukemias, lymphomas, and myelomas. And lots of people, including us, are trying to extend this into solid tumors as well. So the problem with these weaponized T cells is that they don't only kill the cancer cell, they also kill the normal cells that resemble the cancer cells. So in the case of Emily Whitehead, this young girl who was treated in Pennsylvania by Carl June, one of our colleagues, with CAR T cell therapy, the T cells killed all the malignant B cells. So they killed all the tumor, the lymphoma, but they also killed her normal B cells. And that's just part of the process. There's no, the weaponization of the T cells doesn't distinguish one from the other. Now, it turns out that just by a coincidence and chance, human beings can live without normal B cells. We evolved so that we can live without normal B cells. It's not the perfect situation because we need some medicines to help us. We need intravenous immunoglobulins, so infusions of a medicine to help us. But that's the case with B cells. Now you come to another cancer, called another kind of leukemia called acute myeloid leukemia, AML. Now, again, you can train T cells to kill AML, the cancer cells, but now you run into a problem because unlike in the case of Emily Whitehead, the normal cells, if you kill the normal cells, you can't live. So the normal cell toxicity is so high that you can no longer live. It's not compatible with life. And this was almost like a glass ceiling or a medical ceiling that all of us faced who treat acute myeloid leukemia and similar diseases, which have to do with the myeloid compartment of cells. So I've been racking my brains about how to address this toxicity problem, because of course this problem is a very big problem, because if you don't address it, you aren't able to kill the cancer. And AML is a very deadly disease. You can do a bone marrow transplant, but usually in last-ditch cases. But really, the mortality is extraordinarily high. It's a very deadly disease. So I thought to myself, I was making drawings in Mexico with my two daughters, and you can make two kinds of drawings, as you know. You could make a drawing with a black pencil on a white paper, which is the standard kind of drawing. But that morning we were making opposite drawings. So we were making using a white pencil on black paper. And I thought to myself, wait a second, for all this time, for centuries, we've thought of the cancer cell as the black drawing on white paper. But what if we inverted that whole situation, inverted the paradigm, and thought about the cancer cell in an inverted way? So we would change the normal cells using genetic engineering instead of changing the cancer cells. We would change the normal cells and then direct the therapy. Now, all of a sudden, the cancer stands out and the normal cells become resistant or immune to the therapy that we're giving. And in fact, using techniques of engineering, we can do exactly that. We can take normal cells and make them make them unique. We can take away something from them, an antigen or an enzyme. We can take away from the normal cell. And it was that drawing that really inspired me to start saying, well, what if we could do this in a human being? We would take away some component, some feature of the normal cell, and thereby expose the cancer cell like a sore thumb. It all of a sudden stick out. Its flags would stick out. And now once you have the flags of the cancer cells stick out in this inverted paradigm, in which you're converting not the cancer cell, but the normal
and
cell.
where the normal cells wouldn't have those flags.
Exactly. The normal cells don't have those flags. Only the cancer cells have those flags. And so now
maybe you should tell the audience that you would actually then transplant those normal cells into bone marrow and get the patient just to produce those normal cells as very unique cells.
That's right. So normal cells will be produced exactly as Kiran is saying, as very unique cells, and the cancer cells will uniquely bear the flag. And now that you have the flag, you can use the immune system or any other system, but the immune system primarily to kill the normal cells. So it was I would say a
chemo targeting agent as well.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. So it's a somewhat mad approach, I would say, but in fact, in animal models and hopefully in humans very soon, we'll see the first examples of genetically altered bone marrow such that it exposes the vulnerabilities of a cancer cell. The cancer cell with its flag, well, the normal cells have now lowered their flag, and now you can attack it with this deadly disease with T-cell therapy.
And I understand that the US FDA has given you a kind of a fast track designation. And
that's right. So we got the very rare fast track designation because we showed them preliminary data that it was safe. They were very impressed and has given us fast track designation. It's a very rare, as you know, it's a very rare designation given only to therapies that meet a certain criteria that are over and beyond what everyone else is doing. So it allows you to essentially communicate with the FDA in a very rapid basis, on an hour-to-hour basis. If you can demonstrate that this is efficacious, they will move you fast track through the process.
Wonderful. I think we ought to now share with the audience what we discussed about CAR T therapies for India and how we basically co-founded Immunil as a pioneering CAR T company. Because I remember it started with a conversation that you and I had in New York, where you basically said, why is it that India is nowhere on the map of the CAR T world? And you also mentioned that, look, China is doing so much, many other parts of the world is doing so much, and India ought to be there doing something. So why don't you share with the audience the discussion?
The first conversation was in Boston, and the moral of the story is, if Kiran invites you to dinner in Boston, go to dinner. And so Kiran and a group of other friends were meeting in Boston. I happened to be in Boston. I didn't know Kiran very well. I happened to be in Boston. I was seated next to Kiran, and I turned to her as she was then coming to New York. So we were carried on that conversation in New York. But the question I turned to her and I said, listen, we can send a rocket to the moon. We obviously build incredible technologies, supply software to the world. And yet, one of the major modes of cancer therapy, CAR T cells, and perhaps more broadly speaking, Kiran, gene therapies, very broadly speaking, are really unavailable in India, where the unmet need is huge. I will tell you very soon what the nature of the unmet need is, but in our company, we routinely, I would say, get on a daily basis requests to treat patients like Emily Whitehead, the girl that I profiled in my book. We get requests for treatment of these relapse refractory patients. Remember, these are often, ALL is a childhood disease. It is one of the diseases that responds extremely well to CAR T therapy. And it's a dangerous therapy, so you have to be very careful. There will certainly be dangers associated with the therapy. But nonetheless, like all chemotherapies, it can be very successful. And for patients with relapse refractory ALL, that is ALL that is no longer responding to standard chemo, there's really no other option. They can go for a bone marrow transplant, but that bone marrow transplant is very toxic. So just put yourself in the shoes of that 10-year-old boy, or the 10-year-old girl, or a 7-year-old girl who has ALL, could not respond to standard chemotherapy, and has now no options left, and is looking down the abyss of death. And I said to Kiran, we should be if we can develop all these technologies, then why can't we develop T-cell technologies? What is it's not like making gold out of lead. This is just thoughtful labor, the assemblage of very smart teams, the assemblage of very good technology and technologists, and the passion that I think is the most important piece to bring a novel therapy to India. And right there and then in New York, we said, let's just do it. Let's just try. And I should really commend Kiran herself, but also the team that she assembled around herself of people who were totally dedicated to this. And I can tell you, it really almost brings me to tears, Kiran, the amount of dedication, because right through COVID, in the middle of the worst conditions that anyone could face, we didn't have any, thankfully, we didn't have any complications or anyone who got really sick. But right through COVID, these workers in masks and in proper hazmat gear and so forth built this facility, which is now fully operational, has dosed several patients, and will continue to dose patients on India's first phase 2B trial to determine whether CAR T cells can be safely and effectively delivered in India, and exactly what the safety and effective parameters are. So and
also you should also mention that one of our objectives was to provide affordable access to this very expensive therapy.
Right. So just to give you a sense of the cost of the therapy, in the United States, these CAR T cells are cost around $400,000 to $500,000. That is coming on top of about $500,000 or $600,000 of chemotherapy that can last 2 years. So you can imagine, you're again a child of 7 diagnosed, 2 years will be spent on chemotherapy, 2 years of your valuable life, and then followed by this frantic hunt for various therapies. So we thought that we would slash the cost enormously, as much as we could, and we're still going through the process using, substantial Indian engineering to try to see how we can slash the costs so that we can make it affordable to India. Now, just to be very clear, there are some fundamental expenses associated with this therapy. The fundamental expenses are that you have to use extraordinarily very high expensive equipment. You have to use very sterile facilities. You have to use technologists who can release these. These are dangerous therapies. There will certainly be people who don't respond or who have very severe responses to the therapy itself. But all of this said, I mean, these are people with no other option, and we are delivering them potential cures. So I again think that this is another advantage that India has, that we can provide these therapies at a fraction of a cost compared to the United States, where they've become really unaffordable. And Kiran, back to you in some ways, maybe I'll ask you the question. I mean, this was also your vision when you started Biocon. Is not in cell therapy, in the cell therapy arena, but in other therapeutics. So tell us about the motivation of starting Biocon.
Yeah, so of course, I started Biocon in 1978, not as a biopharmaceutical company, but as an enzymes company, which of course I quickly pivoted 20 years ahead into a biopharmaceutical company. And I think the driving purpose for me was, again, what you just said. I just felt that India had to avail and access these very important biologic drugs. And most of these drugs were beyond the reach of even well-to-do people in India. And I can tell you that, my best friend who died of cancer, breast cancer, many years ago, just could not afford even a simple drug like Herceptin. It was way too expensive for someone like her, who was a very well-to-do professional. She had to sell her property to really afford this particular drug. And I thought, my God, I've got to do something about this. So it was with that in mind, and of course the fact that insulins were such a huge need for the country because of this enormous diabetes burden that we have. And I realized that we were importing all our recombinant human insulin. I thought, I've got to do something about this. So based on that, of course, I started developing, monoclonal antibodies in the form of biosimilars. I also started developing novel antibodies for some of the cancers which are very prevalent in India, like, head and neck cancers. And then, of course, I also developed insulins, just basically to really address this huge cost barrier that we had of affording these kind of life-saving and essential drugs. So I'm really pleased that, over this past decade or so, we've actually managed to disrupt the pricing of these very expensive drugs. I think we made it extremely accessible and affordable to any and every patient, not just in India, but in the developing world. And I think technology has a huge role to play in these kind of efforts. And I think that's what also excited me about the CAR-T therapies that we were developing, because I felt that we are in a humanitarian business. And I think if we don't serve patients who need them, I think we are not doing justice to science. And that's what it's all about. So that's what really drives me in terms of my sense of purpose. I'm sure that's what drives you as well, Sid. Knowing what you've been doing all these years and sharing a lot of these very common interest that we have in terms of disrupting and serving patients anywhere and everywhere is what keeps us both very energized and engaged and, focused on delivering science to society. So I think that's what it's all about.
I agree completely, and I think it's very important to keep that mission, the sense of purpose. I mean, when I come to visit Immunil in Bangalore, this is the CAR-T company, I'm amazed every time at the sense of mission and purpose that the people who are employed in Immunil have. They come all the way every day, and they know at the other end of the, whatever process that they're doing is a 10-year-old boy, 7-year-old girl, 20-year-old woman who is waiting for these new therapy and really has no other option and no other chance. And so I'm enormously impressed by their dedication and purpose, and I think it's one of those things. And secondly, I'm really frankly impressed by the pace of technology in India. I mean, the level of conversations that we have as we develop not just one CAR-T, but a whole suite of CAR-Ts, about 6 or 7 of them, some of them which will be proprietary to us, invented completely by India, by Indians for the world market, will be absolutely revolutionary. I mean, there is a fantasy that technology always moves from the sort of global north to the global south, or that rich countries can make the technologies, and poor countries have to go around sort of begging for those technologies. I think both you and I are disruptors in the manner that we want to also give back. We want to create technologies that we make and send them back. And of course, this is already happening in other industries, the software industry notably among them. But why not in biotech? In biotech, why not do what we have been calling reverse tech transfer back into Europe and to the United States and to Japan and China and other places where they have highly technologically adept systems. But of course, we also can certainly invent new biotechnologies, put them on trial here for the benefit of patients, and if successful, move them to other countries.
But in that same vein, Sid, you and I have often discussed as to why India is not innovative enough. We know that we have a huge diverse disease burden. We have a huge clinical ecosystem. I think the kind of, the diversity of patients that we see in a country like India and the number of patients we see in every medical center is just mind-boggling. And yet we often discuss that why aren't we using these opportunities for translational research in a bigger way? If you were to basically share your ideas with, say, the Department of Biotechnology or the Department of Science and Technology, what kind of policy measures do you think we should really focus on to get this whole energy and this innovation ecosystem going in a way that we can actually come up with really new ideas to disrupt and address unmet needs?
Well, I'll certainly come back to you with the same question, but on my end, what we found is that the Department of Biotechnology, the DCGI, the ICMR have been very cooperative, have been champions in some ways. But of course, like all departments that have to do with human trials, have to be very sensitive and thoughtful about the nature of the trial and what is happening next. Now, all of that said, I think that more could be done here in the United States, but certainly could be done in India. I'll just give you a couple of examples. India still lacks a bone marrow registry. That's a big problem because most countries now have bone marrow registries. The European one is particularly good. The German one is particularly good. We don't have one. There are still pockets where, when you go to the hospital, I think less than 1%, I can't quote you the exact number, but less than 1% of patients are on clinical trials. The infrastructure to run a clinical trial, you need infrastructure. You need an entity that will record the data safely, anonymously, maintain the privacy of the patients, but also report out accurately the quality and the effectiveness of the clinical trial. That ecosystem we have to build from scratch in India because it doesn't exist. So there are many pieces of infrastructural ecosystem I think that we need to build in India. And what's astonishing is again the diversity and the number, the amount, the demand for these kinds of therapies is enormous, because there are so many patients. India is a massive country, and there's a huge unmet need for virtually any disease. And what's interesting is that that's not just restricted to, you used to think about India as a site to run trials for infectious disease. But as the Indian demographic has changed, the diseases that men and women and children in our country are falling prey to are diseases that overlap with the diseases across the world. Diabetes, hypertension, obviously cancer, autoimmune diseases, heart disease of any kind. And the numbers are so great that we could be running, it's not an underestimate, thousands of clinical trials every day, and giving information back not only for our own patients, not only for their own children, but also for the world. And the fact that we haven't been able to do so really demonstrates that the ecosystem of running clinical trials, doing biotechnology, which then will feed into the clinical trials, creating new inventions that will feed into the clinical trials, is not yet fully at the pace that it should be or could be, given the large unmet need that we have in India.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sid. And from my point of view, I've always believed that for a country like ours, we need to invest much more in innovative research. And I think one of the challenges that we have is that we are in a comfort zone of really focusing on re-engineering what has already been discovered. We are very good at developing generics or biosimilars, but these are discoveries that have been made elsewhere, molecules that have been developed elsewhere, and all that we're doing is using our innovative skills to just basically replicate these molecules. And I personally believe that we really need to start investing in deep science, deep research, come out with very innovative products, which I think will only happen if we start incentivizing research. And I've been a big proponent of research-linked incentives in the same vein as production-linked incentives. If you don't incentivize, big Indian pharma to really invest in research and innovation, I think we are actually losing a huge advantage that we have in terms of our scientific talent, our research talent, because we are not kind of incentivizing them and rewarding them to think in a very different way. So I personally hope that the government actually starts coming out with a very effective research-linked incentive policy that will then finally see people taking greater risk. Because today I think Indian industry and Indian investors are very risk averse. They do not want to invest in any unknown research or sort of unpredictable outcomes of research. And I think they need to understand that research is experimental, research is unpredictable. But when things happen, it is absolutely transformational. And they address these unmet needs, like you said, in a fantastic way. So I really believe that you have to start directing people and researchers and scientists to experiment more, to question more, to really do things that you just talked about. Your whole concept of Vor Biopharma. I mean, you challenged something and you came up with something quite extraordinary. And I think there are many of those opportunities for us in India to explore and invent and experiment with. So I really hope that we see policymakers really providing some financial incentive for people to start innovating through experiment and inventiveness. So I think we've kind of really had a very overarching conversation on a very fascinating area, which of course started with your interest and your understanding of cell biology. But maybe I'll just ask you to give me some concluding remarks on where do you think we should be focused on as a country, as someone who is so invested in cancer research. What do you think we should be doing in India? Of course, cell therapy is something that we are both very focused on. But I'd just love to have some closing remarks from you.
So thank you, Kiran. So I think the important thing, of course, is that all cancer research or cancer treatment and prevention is built on a pyramid, and we need to concentrate on the pyramid. The bottom of the pyramid, which is the base layer, is prevention. And I think we're not doing enough on cancer prevention. We know that there are major preventable carcinogens that are still going unnoticed, really, cigarette smoking being one of them. The other one, of course, being, among other ones, being appropriate vaccination for human papillomavirus, which is a major cause for cervical cancer as well as head and neck cancer, very common in India. And a reduction in, reduction in diabesity or diabetes and the combination of diabetes and obesity, which is actually becoming a mini epidemic among certain fractions of people in India. So, that along with maintenance of adequate nutrition and adequate health services is the bottom of prevention. The second layer, which is early detection, includes things like mammography, colonoscopy, sigmoidoscopy, fecal occult blood testing, frequent examination of the oropharynx and things like that. Really health services that detect cancer in its earliest phases and hopefully eliminate cancer. So that would be the second prong. And the third prong is treatment. That's the narrowest prong. That's the top of the pyramid. And there it involves novel forms of therapy as well as existing forms of therapy. And I should not minimize the role of palliative care, which has really been, I think, a somewhat missing element in our pyramid of cancer care in India. You still, patients are dying in pain when they should not be, because we have very good pain medicines and palliative care available in the world. We just are not using them effectively in India. So I think the pyramid needs to be built from ground up. I think like in the United States, a National Cancer Commission could do a lot. We certainly have the scientists to be able to sort of create the infrastructure and prop up the infrastructure to create this pyramid. And there's research to be done on every level. It's not like you only do research in the treatment or in the prevention arm or in the early detection arm. Each arm of this leads to several very important research questions, including some behavioral research that lies outside what we call traditional biotech research. I'd try to make two pleas. One, in addition to all of this, is to really appoint a group of people, whether you call it a commission or whatever you call it, to ensure that as the pharmaceutical industry moves forward, like you have, Kiran, that there remains within the pharmaceutical industry an incentivized structure such that some part of that pharmaceutical company is carved out to do research only. And by a combination of incentives and audits, we confirm that part is truly doing innovative research and is not just spending the money, on various other activities. So that would be one very important thing, is to mandate that some fraction of a pharmaceutical company that is established or has a certain level of establishment in India carve out a place so that some innovative research, something new is being made. And number two, do this outside just the pharma universe. In other words, very broadly speaking, as you're saying, provide important incentives for the discovery of new biological medicines and other medicines, such that once they have been discovered, they don't get lost in the process, and that they have some mechanism by which they are supported at the state and the federal level, and that mechanism should be formalized rather than being informal, so that there is mentorship, there is guidance, there is very clear communication between this new discovery or discoverers and the DCGI, the ICMR, and other regular DBT and other regulatory authorities, such that they can mentor the development of this medicine. I mean, when we started WAR, we were 4 people, right? And now we're 150. So, and that was because we were able to take part or assess or really absorb the ecosystem that had been laid down for decades in the United States to mentor the development of a new medicine, making sure it was safe because it was effective, but we will really be able to assess that ecosystem. And again, to return to the Song of the Cell, I tell the story of Banting and Best discovering insulin in a little lab in Toronto. I mean, big University of Toronto, but in a little lab in the University of Toronto in the middle of the hot summer, and they suddenly find that if they inject this substance into a boy who's almost dying, comatose from diabetic ketoacidosis, the boy comes alive all of a sudden. That one injection. This was in 1921. We are now in 2022, celebrating almost the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin. And yet in this country, at least, we still pay hundreds of dollars for even a month's supply of insulin. And
which I'm trying to disrupt.
Exactly. So what I would say is that novel technologies don't just involve making new products; they also involve making new processes. You and I have spent a lot of time thinking through process development, and so there's a whole range of stories that I could tell, stories that are in the book, in which time after time, you see the discovery of something absolutely brilliant and new, but then it requires a whole ecosystem, a village, as it were, to prop it up. And I think that the more we make of that in India, the more we will become the biotech powerhouses and the medical tech powerhouses that India can be and deserves to be. And as I said, congratulations to you on Biocon, and now I suppose to the really dedicated workers who brought CAR-T therapies to India.
And in that, in the concluding statement, I'd also like to say that we have something else that we can actually add to this power statement, and that is digital technologies, because I think AI and data science and all the wonders of digital technologies also have a lot to contribute to the way forward. So with that, Siddharth Mukherjee, thank you so much. This has been a wonderful conversation, fireside chat, and I'm sure the audience must have enjoyed every word that you said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to my visit in January.
Thank you.
request everyone to be seated.
Honorable External Affairs Minister, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good evening and welcome. There could literally be no better way of ending the Global Technology Summit 2022 than having the privilege of hosting the launch of this very special book, edited by Ashley Tellis, Bibek Debroy, and C. Rajamohan. Could I please invite Ashley Tellis, Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Washington, D.C. I beg your pardon, it's been a long 3 days. To please introduce the book. Ashley.
You know, I have a few tasks before me this evening, but among the foremost, and perhaps the most pleasurable, is the opportunity to thank all the people who contributed and made this book possible. And I want to start with the former president of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Jessica Matthews, who, when she was president of the endowment, actually chanced upon a news report that pertained to Prime Minister Modi's invocation that India become a leading power, and was so intrigued by that report and the subsequent address that Dr. Jaishankar gave in Singapore, and invited me to think seriously about what becoming a leading power means. And in that effort, which has been now several years in the making, I was really privileged to be able to work with my colleagues, C. Rajamohan and Shivnath Tukral, who was at that time working at the Carnegie Endowment. And I really owe a debt to them for having started us on this path of reflection and discovery. I also want to pay a special tribute to my co-editors, Bibek Debroy and Rajamohan, and all the 13 contributors of this volume. You will hear from some of them tonight. The logistics did not allow us to bring everyone who contributed to the book to the table, but their contributions are now available in print and available for you to read. I have to say a special thanks to them because in many ways, they wrote and rewrote the book several times because of the delays that were imposed on us by the pandemic. But I believe the contributions are worthwhile. And if the book ever makes a difference to public policy, it really will be because of the efforts that they have put into this volume. I see Meru Gokhale here from Penguin India. I want to recognize her and her editorial team for the hard work in getting this very large and complicated manuscript into shipshape and bringing it so quickly to completion. I have a personal debt to Ashok Trivedi, who made a very generous financial contribution to enabling the book to be brought into being. Ashok represents the first generation of Indian entrepreneurs who put India on the global IT map and has spent the last several years giving back handsomely to the country of his birth. And we have been beneficiaries of his generosity. Finally, I must say I'm very deeply grateful to Dr. Jaishankar for his cheerful support to me over the years at a personal level, at an institutional level, and for supporting so many of our colleagues who are present in this room today. Dr. Jaishankar actually graced the original release of the paper, which mutated into the introductory chapter of this book. And so it's a particular delight for me that he has come back to release the book tonight at GTS, for which I also need to recognize and thank my friend Rudy Chaudhary and the fantastic team at Carnegie India that have made this possible. I don't want to take too much time here at the podium, and I hope you won't be too disappointed that I won't say very much about the substance of the book, because honestly, it is difficult to summarize a huge volume that traverses a diversity of areas like economic growth, state capacity, galvanizing ideas, foreign policy, and military transformation. These are the various dimensions that the book covers, and I cannot do justice to it in a few minutes by attempting to summarize the key themes. But I do want to emphasize what I think is the core intuition that underlies the work. And that core intuition is that India's rise to power is desirable. And despite all the challenges surrounding this ambition, it is actually realizable within the lifetime of many of the people who will be present in this room. But getting there will require many things, not least of which are good ideas that can shape policy in productive ways. And I hope this volume is a modest contribution towards that end. I hope many of you will buy the book tonight. I hope a few of you will actually read it. But even if you don't, I want to thank you all the same for being here with us this evening. Thank you very much. And let me use this moment to invite Dr. Jaishankar to the podium for our conversation. Mr. Minister, thank you very much for being with us here this evening and for agreeing to release the book, almost in some ways in the second time, because of the iteration and the history of this volume. I promised the minister that when we had this conversation, I would not vex him with more questions about India, Russia, Ukraine, and oil purchases. I intend to keep that promise. I want to focus the conversation this evening on the role of ideas in the making of India's rise as an emerging great power. And so let me ask you for a personal reflection, to start the conversation with a personal reflection. You've had a professional career that has taken you all the way from the erstwhile Soviet Union to Eastern Europe, to Sri Lanka, to Singapore, and to the United States. And you've done it with Japan and China thrown in. And you've done this at a time when the world itself has been in dramatic transformation and flux. So when you think back about this long and storied career, what would you reflect upon as being the principles that India employed or the objectives that India sought to achieve in its dealings with all these countries?
Okay. Actually, before I answer your question, first of all, let me congratulate you and Bibek and Raj on the book. I got the book 48 hours ago. I attempted some speed reading. And, you know, I really want to say something as a generic proposition regarding this book. Very often, when it comes to foreign policy, diplomacy, people tend to be very prescriptive in a very narrow sense. Okay. The interesting thing about this book, which I liked, was you kind of organized it with a vision, which is your chapter, with a set of articles which deal actually with the foundation, the base on which Indian foreign policy can or cannot deliver or partially deliver. So it's a kind of infrastructure to the superstructure of the diplomacy. Then looked at capacities. And I mention that because it's not often that any analysis of foreign policy tends to look at capacities. Then looked at the footprint.
Yeah.
So, you know, what is it you've done? What is it you want to do? And finally, there's Raj's piece about the, in a sense, the terms of engagement.
Yeah.
So my very, very sort of quick feedback, I mean, as your marketing agent to all of them, you know, it's actually a different book, because I'll tell you one thing very frustrating as a policymaker. You know, to get advice from people who are completely divorced from the realities of capacities, with the realities of your situation. You know, who will advocate, go do this, do that, confront this person, this country, take that posture. It can be quite annoying, you know. So to get something which is actually grounded, and in that sense, I mean, to my mind, the big thought I had, and I know I'm straying from your question, is it's particularly important in a sense to have a much more multidisciplinary approach to the prospects of countries and to the prospects, to the diplomatic and foreign policy prospects of countries. Because if you don't have it, I think a lot of that, you know, aspiration is frankly empty talk. Now, having got that out of the way, you know, your question, what over the years,
yes.
What in a sense are the enduring principles? I would sort of put it to you on a kind of XYZ axis. I think one part of what is enduring is a kind of ambition for India, that the x-axis, you have to relentlessly look at the international situation and say, okay, where is the space for me to keep growing? Okay. The y-axis, in a way, is the capacities, because people don't realize how often capacities constrain choices. You know, if you look at economic capacities, military capacities, even nuclear capacities, you know, the exercise of our nuclear options were often capacity determined. And that's not, it's not like, you know, the Chinese tested in '64, so why didn't you test immediately afterwards? Or the NPT got done, so why didn't you test? I mean, there was a very good reason why the first test was '74. It was a capacity influenced decision. It wasn't entirely a policy influenced decision. And in all of this, of course, there's the y-axis, which is between ambition and capacity. How do you keep growing your space? You know, that independence, so I would say, you know, maximizing your space, sharp elbows as you go up. How do you do that? Now, that's the kind of a big picture way. But then there's the statecraft side to it. And the statecraft side to it, the enduring side, is constantly how do you manage to harmonize or reconcile or somehow, you know, in some way optimize the short term and the long term. You know, the short term often puts pressures on you. You do not want your short term pressures to endanger your long term goals. You do not want your long term ambitions to actually get you into short term problems. So that's the diplomatic bit. But the constant bit is really, if, you know, a country like India, you know, if it's drilled into you, which it was into me, that, look, you're born in a country, this country has prospects, we're going to go up, this is what your life is about, You have to keep taking it up. And that has to keep you going. And in many ways, frankly, that has been the enduring principle.
And would it be fair to say that today, 30, 40 years after you first joined the Foreign Service and started doing this business, 45 years after you joined the Foreign Service, would it be fair to say that today India's margins for maneuver have increased considerably, and that the pressures that you identified, either structural constraints on India's ambitions or the capacity constraints, where would you judge India on that path? How much maneuver does India have today? What are the prospects for increased maneuver, say, over the next 10 to 15 years?
Oh, absolutely. I think the maneuvering space has increased because capacity has increased. The footprint has grown. The ability to influence the environment and other players has grown. But it's also balanced to some degree with more interests. And every interest has not a vulnerability, but a certain anxiety or a sort of a desire to defend that interest or advance that interest. The other change is also that the more you grow, there's the Newton's third law of politics. Your competitors will react with greater shall I say, sense of purpose. So you will draw upon yourself much more attention and possibly more than attention in that. So at one level, I mean, I would say it's more less worrisome existence if you are less of a player at one level. I mean, you have different worries. You have the worries of a lesser player.
Sure.
But as you go up the ladder, it's not like your worries come down. Different kinds of, not worries, but I would say calculations and, sort of thought processes. And that, as I said, I mean, this is an infinite, endless game of rising. So how do you keep going up? I mean, every day you ask yourself, where am I? What's going to come tomorrow? What's going to come next week? What's going to come next month? How do I prepare? Have I done better? That's really what it is about.
So when you look at the prospective future, you have a history of success now coming to this moment. You have attracted the attention of those who wish you well, and you've attracted the attention of those who do not wish you well.
Yes.
So what do you think are the pieces in play that you would want to see developed further in order to allow you to maximize that leverage? So over the next 10 years, what are the most important things that India has to do and get right if it is to achieve these ambitions of greater space, greater presence, and greater influence on rulemaking?
At one level, you could say, I'll give a short version of your question if I understood it right, which is really, what is it you're going to do to make the rise faster?
Yes.
So my answer would be, at one level, really to keep finding the right combination of partners to advance your interests. And I would emphasize that at one, you could say, well, I've heard various words used. I've used myself some words. It's not that simple because it would depend on the domain, as I said at my conversation at the beginning of this conference, your economic partners, your political partners, your security partners, your technology partners, your energy partners are not the same. So the weightage will differ, sometimes the combination would differ. But if you make a kind of a aggregate of all of this, you will get a clear set of outlines here. Not every country would declare this openly, but there are very few countries which don't have a sense of who their fundamental partners are and who their fundamental challengers are. Okay. So the way to rise, I would say, is to maximize that the opportunities, and the opportunities are provided by the contradictions of the world. You know, every rising power looks for contradictions, because if there were no contradictions, there's no space for the rising power to move. So it's not like what would you wish for. You know, I take the world as I get it. Yes, today perhaps a little more than I was before. I could shape some of it. But I'd be honest, I don't think I can fundamentally shape the world. I think there's still many other powers much more powerful than me who have that capacity. But I would look at the global contradictions and assess from that the possibility of utilizing that to my national advantage. Now, having said that, you know, there are times when you would hedge, or I would hedge.
Yes.
There are times when I don't think hedging by itself should be a reflex policy. It would depend on the situation. It would depend on the issue. It would depend on the moment. You know, so there are issues, I think, where we need to be much more, in a sense, simplistically in the middle. There will be issues where, you know, it would be foolish for me to be in the middle, because my interests are clearly sort of involved, and I need to actually shape the narrative, set the narrative. And part of, you know, what you said, to try to aspire or seek to become a leading power, is that ability of picking and choosing, you know, where to shape, where to actually get ahead, where to be a little bit prudent, where to be in the middle. So it's really a very nimble footwork, yes, if you would say. And it's a very 360 kind of vision of the world and its prospects. And I think that's really what is required for this country, and for some time. I mean, I still think we have good ways to go. I mean,
so let me ask you a question. When you, and I take the point completely, that having a stable sort of congeries of partners will be critical for India moving forward. How would you deal with these partners who wish you well at two levels? What do you tell them is the value proposition for them in terms of supporting India? Mm-hmm. And two, what capabilities would you imagine India bringing to the table that would make India an attractive investment destination, not in an economic sense, but in a political sense, for the partners that you envisage?
You know, in a way, actually, that's exactly what I do. I mean, if I were to go to any country or meet any other foreign minister or anybody else, most of my meetings are sliced up that way. I mean, the first part of it is, what use am I to you? And frankly, the second part of it is, what use are you to me? There is, I mean, this sounds horribly transactional. I don't want it to come out that way, because I think when we say use, it also means if you have beliefs. I mean, to me, utility is not a non-belief activity. There are beliefs, there are values, there are commonalities out there. They do matter very much, in my opinion. They certainly create comfort levels which somebody with a very different sociology may not give you. But a large part of the conversations of a foreign minister, certainly a foreign minister of a country which seeks to be a leading power, is really to put before your potential or actual partners what is the value proposition that India brings. And secondly, you know, what is it that, you know, why is it important for them, as you said, to invest in India? Now, let me kind of illustrate that with some examples, because this is now beginning to sound very, very philosophical. So I would say today, an India which is willing, in a sense, very an exemplar in green and clean technologies, or in India which is today sort of a successful, not an experiment, but a successful deliverer on digital goods, and which shares that view that, the digital era requires trust and transparency, or an India which is part of a reliable supply chain, or an India that on a certain set of strategic, which say works with other partners on maritime security. These would be examples. But I would also, one part of it would be, look, you and I can work together and we can do these things together. But the other part of my persuasion or projection would be an India which is economically strong is a strategic asset to a large part of the world. And India, for example, which is a first responder, bears a big part of the global burden. And India, which is today an innovator and a contributor, let us say, in space or cyber or nuclear, is part of a global effort to develop those domains in a certain comfortable way. So a lot of it is, it's not in that sense, yes, it's a competitive world, but the heart of my business is, in a competitive world, how do you create the commonalities? How do you take along other countries, so that they also reasonably calculate that their benefits and the global collective benefits are there. That's really what my business is about.
Let me ask you a sort of philosophical question, and it comes from the Prime Minister's, formulation of what he sees as a desirable world order. So it has always struck me that despite all the competitive elements in international politics that you referred to, the Prime Minister has still emphasized the idea of a common humanity, a common vision, and so on and so forth. In practical terms, what challenges does that impose? Because you have a vision which is very unifying, which sort of focuses on reconciliation among many competing entities on a very large and macro scale. And yet in your business, you have to deal with, the rough and tumble of the competition. So how do you work that out? The vision that looks for commonalities and the realities that are competitive, where, it's a dog-eat-dog world sometimes. And in your own neighborhood, the environment is not always conducive to realizing that vision that the Prime Minister has. So how do you balance this desire for cooperation amidst the enduring realities that there are some people who simply don't want to cooperate with you because their interests or their ambitions are different?
Well, there is much merit to casting bread on waters. So when you actually, this larger vision, I would argue that the larger vision actually yields concrete benefits. There is a larger vision, Today, we have this program called Vaccine Maitri, which is like vaccine friendship, by which we supplied vaccines to a very large part of the world, okay? And many of the recipients of these vaccines were countries who had vaccine production centers much closer than India. So if you go to many countries in the CARICOM, in the Caribbean, or you go to people in the Pacific, or you go to countries in Africa, many of them, their first vaccines came from India. Whereas, as I said, theoretically, they could have got it from alternative sources. I cannot overstate to you the goodwill and the impact that it has made on countries. And by the way, it was not an easy decision, because this was a time when we were vaccinating our own people. So somebody could reasonably have asked, saying, why are you sending vaccines out? But I think it was part of the Prime Minister's belief that, while, yes, our primary duty is obviously to our own people, at the same time, we should also make that additional effort and reach out. But the idea, the idea of doing good is not impractical. There's actually a deep practicality underpinning that. It's part of a certain brand building, of a certain image. Again, if you look at the last 8 years, the development programs that we have done across the world has really ramped up multiple X's. But it's not just the fact that we're doing programs outside. We've been very, very clear. Prime Minister personally has been very clear. He went to Kampala and laid out what he called the principles of development cooperation and basically told Africa that, look, we are prepared to work on your priorities, your programs, your projects. If you tell us what is of interest, we'll try and do what you want. Now, for the Africans to have someone come and say, look, you tell me what you want, and I'm prepared to tell you yes or no, I can or cannot do it, I think was very different from what they were used to. Similarly, if you look, you mentioned the neighborhood. Today we have actually, I wouldn't say transformed the connectivity in the neighborhood, but it's clearly changed enormously. But that connectivity goes both ways. I mean, we built a power grid to Nepal at a time when Nepal was power deficient. And, Kathmandu has gone through some decent years because of that. But today, the same power grid helps us to get power back from Nepal. So, we do not actually really have this. There are countries who have this nationalistic view of my nationalism versus the world. That is not the way we are messaging. For us, the idea of having global agenda, global good, global acceptability completely harmonizes with the fact that I'm also advancing my national prospects along with it. And I think that does set us apart. So in a sense, even though I know it's a absolute oxymoron, we have a kind of internationalist nationalism.
I want to ask you the uncomfortable dimension of that internationalist nationalism. India is a sovereign state. At some point, it may be compelled to use force to defend its interests. There is a vast area of cooperation, which you've elaborated. But as a state in a competitive state system, you cannot renounce the use of force. You cannot, right?
And we haven't.
So can you talk about how you imagine, what India imagines the legitimate uses of force to be? And as India grows in power, what would be the parameters with respect to the use of force?
It's a subject, it's actually a scenario with which we have been very cautious. We have been very cautious because if you look at the history of the last 75 years, mostly this country has used force defensively when it is threatened, almost always within its own borders. Okay, there's no problem with that. Tomorrow if the country is threatened, we will use force. There's no ambiguity there. The issue, in a sense, you're raising is application of force outside your national jurisdiction. We've had relatively limited experience of that, one of which was in Sri Lanka in 1987. I myself was with the peacekeeping force for 2 years. I can tell you it was a very, very difficult, very troubling, and a very, at the end of the day, a very counterproductive exercise. And that did scar, policymakers for for a generation.
Yes.
Okay. Don't get sucked into endless open-ended commitments. It's not unique to us. Other countries have had their versions of it. Overall, I would say countries tend to be cautious. There are some, like the United States, which, to my mind, are truly an exception. I don't think the US can really serve as an example for anybody else. It is a sui generis case. But most countries today would be very, very cautious about the use of force outside. They would like to keep it targeted. They would like to keep it, in a sense, very purposeful. And they would avoid getting sucked into something which they cannot see. Now, having said that, if you ask me, so where do I see this going? I honestly cannot answer that question, because if you were to ask me when I entered the Foreign Service, where would you see India in the next 45 years? I wouldn't have imagined I would be where I am. I wouldn't have imagined the world today which I see around me. So, since the pace of change is quickening, but I would say this, that for a country like India, our interests are growing. The fact is, the global environment today makes it more and more necessary for countries individually or in combination to secure their well-being abroad. So it's not like somebody else is going to do it for you. I think that expectation is less with each passing day. So if you take more capability, less global assurance, continuing, if not greater, competition, I think there will be situations which this country will have to face. But I can't really explicate on that. But it's certainly something which will be in our thoughts.
So let me end this conversation where we began, where we were talking about partnerships. And I asked this question primarily from the perspective of my own country, because that has been a truly transformative and novel development between the United States and India in the last 20 years. When you talk about partnerships, very often our experience is to use the words, but imagine that means something like an alliance. What would you educate us with respect to the distinctions between the two? When you think of partnerships, what do you mean? Because you know the history of American alliances, you know the history of American expectations about alliances. How far can we go in this bilateral relationship without it becoming the alliance which I suspect India wants to avoid, no matter how close it comes to the United States?
Not confusion, but the synonymity between partnerships and alliance is particularly and peculiarly American. And there's a very good reason for it. The reason for it is American history. So when you look around the world, because you have alliances, you have bilateral treaties, so you have, for you, when you say partnership, partnerships for you mean treaties and means alliance. Okay. That is something which simply doesn't harmonize with where India is coming from. We are a post-colonial society, very fiercely protective of our independence, wishing to maximize our choices, as I said, expand our spaces. So a lot of the talking past each other, which we've had for some years, is because there is this habitual superpower and this idiosyncratic rising power. And they are saying sometimes the same things, but in their own minds, they mean different things. Now, what has changed? Because I have a concrete proof that there is change. That change, to my mind, is the Quad. That it's interesting, policymakers in America, people in administration, have understood this. You know, I get more grief from analysts. I'm not pointing a finger, but you know, from people in think tanks and sort of the public space about what their expectations and their definitions are of what a partnership is. You know, so it's like, how can India be a good Quad member if the Indian position on Ukraine is not identical with that of the United States? That was never the basis of Quad. So policymakers, you know, I don't have a problem, talking to and interacting and explaining and dealing with the administration. It's much more, it's the public space. You know, this happened to us in a way when the nuclear deal got done. The government was the revolutionary force. The public space actually lagged behind. And, you know, and was sort of constantly questioning the pace and direction of the change. To some extent, I would argue that's happening in the US today. That the administration has actually been very pragmatic, very understanding, very much forward-looking about how to work with a country like India. And the Quad is very interesting because the other three are treaty allies. Right. Okay. Right. For three treaty allies to work with a non-treaty, non-alliance country is a novel experience for us as it is for them. So we are all having to change as we go along. I mean, we too have to, sometimes, shall I say, revisit some of our assumptions and try to figure out how this works. And the fact that the Quad has grown so much in the last 5 years, I think is a testimony, if I say so myself, to the creativity and to the far-sightedness of people in the governments of these 4 countries over the last 5 years. So, look, bottom line is this. I come back to my first answer. Yes. You know, when I said, to me, Indian foreign policy is about a relentless, unending quest to go up in the international order. And for me, sky is not the limit for that. And to do that, because I told you I have to harmonize my short term and my long term, I have to be very careful that the stresses and the challenges of the day do not fundamentally jeopardize my direction, my persona, my strategy, my sense of myself. Yeah. So I'm very much more confident in 2022 that this kind of working arrangement with a country like the US, because Japan and Australia, in a sense, are much more narrow in how they are plugged into. It is America which has a global vision of yes. Alliances. Yes. And, to some extent, I would say the critical inflection point where the events leading up to and the nuclear deal itself. But look at what has happened after 2005. Yeah. So if you were to ask me, saying, okay, in these years, what has been the really remarkable change in how India views the world in terms of relationships? I think there's no question it's our relationship with the United States.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is a wonderful place in which to end this conversation, because there is reason for optimism at both ends. I mean, the United States, and I see Lisa here, who played a critical role in
I was looking at her when I was saying some of the nice things.
Yeah, and well-deserved, well-deserved. The example of the Quad is really that great manifestation where the US is now learning to deal with institutional arrangements that are not natural to itself. And the fact that India is now very comfortable with that close relationship with the United States, despite the absence of an alliance, I think augurs very well for the future. So let me thank you, Minister, once again for spending time with us this evening. And I believe the next item on our agenda is that you actually formally release the book. So we will go through, the ritual of bringing up the books to you. And I would like to invite my co-editors to come to the podium as well. And then we can proceed with the actual ceremony. But thank you so very much.
Congratulations to all the contributors and editors on the release of the book. May I now invite on stage Ila Patnaik, Chief Economist, Aditya Birla Group, and Arjun Subramaniam, President's Chair of Excellence, National Defense College, to join the panel with Bibek Debroy, moderated by Raja.
Start? Yeah, okay. Thanks. I thought there was. Welcome. Thank you, all of you, for joining us for this second part of the evening today, the panel discussion on the book. First of all, I want to begin by, really noting that while Bibek and I contributed to this, bringing out this volume, much of the credit for conception, raising resources for this project and executing it must go to Ashley, who really put in a perseverance to actually get this through. So it's really a lot of credit goes to him. Second, I think, as Ashley said in the morning, there is also an intellectual context. I just want to say a few words before I go to the panelists about the greatness, which is the title in this book. Today, there is, unbounded optimism about India's prospects. The idea that India becomes a great power is taken for granted. But this was not the case before. So I think it's important to know how we've gotten here. I don't know how many of you know Gahor Rizvi, is a South Asia scholar, Bangladeshi diplomat later. He wrote how the scholars of India in the US and much of the West were discouraged to be optimistic about India. That India was really not going to make it because of all the problems that it has. That therefore it is better to be pessimistic about India rather than optimistic about India. And this view had a strong mirror image within India itself. Many of our friends argued that, look, capitalism is in crisis, new countries can't join it, and that latecomers will not be able to make it. Therefore, it's really not possible for you to get ahead in the international system in a manner that Dr. Jaishankar was talking about. So this pessimism is surprising because India was in the top 10 economies. I mean, today we talk about India being the 5th largest economy, but if you go back to 1950, India was in the top 10 economies, and it was there till 1970. But yet, the policy framework, the assumptions of India's trajectory were fundamentally constrained by a pessimism about India's prospects, both externally as well as internally, and that had a whole lot of consequences, I think. But today, in the last 20 years, there is optimism, there is idea that, look, India can become great, and that it can become a major power, it can become a leading power, and ideas that actually must say that Carnegie India was associated with it. Just actually when the Carnegie India was launched in April 2016, Mr. Jaishankar was the one who launched it, and that time the paper on India as a leading power by Ashley Tellis was published to mark that occasion. So I think while the idea that India is rising has caught on, there's not enough work on how do we get there. What are the challenges? What are the kind of foundations we need to go there? And I think that's what this book does. And that's where the contribution of this book is, not merely as, claiming a goal, but of looking at where we are today, what are the problems that we have, and how do we get there. And the book is organized around 4 broad themes. I mean, one is the economic foundations, one on state capacity, another one on international presence, and a bit on the military and foreign policy issues. So that is the way it is organized. And my sense is it had a number of authors. We managed to get some very senior scholars as well as younger scholars. So it's a great team out here that contributed to the book. Some of them are in the audience. I can see Dr. Rakesh Mohan and Kishore Desai here, if I'm not recognizing anyone else. So it's really a fabulous book, and I would say it's not somebody was saying it's a bedtime read because you can go to sleep reading in one page, but it is something that you take your time, read, and chapter by chapter, each one offers you some insights into the Indian trajectory and where India is headed. So what we have is, we have 3 panelists, and I'm going to start with Ila. I mean, you can talk about the economic foundations, and then I'll go to Arjun to talk about the military issues, and finally I'll come to Vivek to talk about the larger institutional issues which a chapter deals with. Ila, the floor is.
Thank you, Raja. So in terms of the economy, I think it is by now fairly clear that India is very fast growing. India has a lot of potential and is one of the most favored destinations in the world. So it is the fastest growing large economy in the world today, something that we hoped for, and as Rajamon said, something that the world was always ready to say that may not happen. Anything that went wrong, the world would step in and say, oh, now things have gone wrong. But that's where we are today, and yet it is something that we have to work very hard to keep that advantage with us. So, when we look at why is it such an attractive investment destination, is because we are the largest market. Everybody wants a foot in, whether it's from the demand side or the supply side. The demographics are something that is going to be there, So these are young people who have entered a certain age, and for the next 2 decades, the world understands that this is going to be one of the largest markets in the world. The world also understands that this is going to be the place where there is diversity of skills, of resources. And so even from the supply side, this is a place where you want to be. So you want to produce here, you want to cater to the demand that India offers. So not just is India a destination like what East Asia might have been, where those could be countries where you produce and export to the rest of the world. But at least from the point of view both of domestic investors and foreign investors, the fact that India is a very large market is one of the biggest drivers of investment today. Now, we can't take it for granted. And I think that's what the book is also about. And as Ashley said, that's one of the things that we want to keep being aware of, and that policymakers have to be nimble. They have to be constantly not just thinking of what is the long-term, what are the long-term reforms that we need to do, but also that all the time we are facing new challenges. There are short-term crises, not just in foreign policy, but also on the economic front. There are short-term challenges that keep arising, whether it's energy prices, whether it is carbon, which is, again, a long-term, as well as short-term pressures arise, decarbonizing. But with these challenges, we and policymakers have to constantly be nimble, respond, so that we don't lose the advantage that we have. So while we do have an advantage, but there are many, many factors that could easily, I don't want to join the band of pessimists and say that we can't do the things that will allow us to keep these as opportunities, and that will allow us to become great, but we do constantly have to keep working at it. Thanks.
Thanks for that succinct presentation. Arjun, the floor is yours, and you can talk about the defense and security challenges there.
Thank you, Raja, and good evening, everyone. At the outset, I'm delighted to be part of this wonderfully curated anthology, and I'd like to thank Ashley for the opportunity to be part of it. And taking off from where the External Affairs Minister left off, and when he spoke about the kind of environment that we actually live in, which predicates the necessity to build strong military capability. And I think none of us should have any illusions about the kind of securitized regional and international security environment that exists today. And that is the fundamental proposition that I begin with when I put together my framework for pushing boundaries, can the Indian military transform, as one of the key ingredients of India as a leading power in the years ahead. So there are three fundamental issues that I think are going to drive this desire and ability to transform. One is capability development. The second, is transformation and restructuring. And the third is being able to keep pace with the technology environment. And why this is going to be very, very important is because if you see the kind of asymmetry that is building up vis-a-vis India's principal adversary, military adversary, which is China, I think unless we engage in some serious leapfrogging, the asymmetry will sort of widen excessively. And that is the reason why capability development, I think, occupies pole position in the list of doable propositions that I offer in the chapter. And here again about doability, I think the very fact that I've been in uniform for 36, 37 years and thereafter made this transition into academia and writing, I think much of what I argue in my chapter is not in the realm of the undoable. They're all doable propositions, and the way in which I argue my case in the chapter is to examine how elements of a transformed Indian military could further Indian strategic objectives in a space that is restricted not only to the Indo-Pacific. And there again, if you connect the dots with what the External Affairs Minister mentioned, that with Indian influence growing rapidly, development of military capability to be exercised not just within geographical frontiers, but within a larger space, whether it is protection of interests or whether it is expansion of legitimate influence. I think development of military capability is going to form a very, very important part of this Indian rise. Now, another thing which has engaged me over the last decade are issues of proactive deterrence and some amount of coercion as part of our strategic lexicon, right? I've always believed that much of the flavor of deterrence that India has exercised over the last 75 years has been restrained, yes, but also at times restrictive and diffident. And I think over the last decade or so, we've seen this propensity to move ahead to a more proactive flavor of deterrence, embedded with some amount of coercive capability. And I think this is extremely important when one looks at our willingness to convert these ideas into concepts. However, let's be honest that there is a huge gap to bridge between intent and the capability to execute such strategies, particularly against more powerful and at times more nimble adversaries. So my section on the Indian Army, in fact, when you look at the Indian Army very briefly, I think there are 3 or 4 things that can very easily be achieved over the next couple of years. One is enhancement of firepower, because firepower allows you to cause attrition, and I think attrition is going to be fundamental to any short, high-intensity conflict that India may have to engage in the years ahead. Battlefield surveillance, rebalancing and reconfiguring offensive formations, and building better special forces capability would actually be at the heart of this transformation. But interestingly, the challenge for the Indian Army, I argue, is that a continued continental focus leaves little room for any radical downsizing, and that actually right-sizing may be the only option for the Indian Army over the next decade or so. My own sense about the Indian Navy in the years ahead is that notwithstanding its expansive maritime doctrine that positions it as a key instrument of military diplomacy and a preferred security partner in the region, actually accretion of warfighting capability and sea power discourse must not suffer. The Indian Navy is and must continue to be a warfighting Navy. As far as the Indian Air Force is concerned, my chapter reflects on how best to manage depleting offensive assets by reorienting roles and missions to cater to the no war, no peace paradigm and limited coercion, something that actually the Indian Air Force has been quite comfortable with in the last couple of years, given the Balakot experience, albeit with a few minor hiccups, and of course the very swift mobilization in eastern Ladakh. So now, I'm sure many of you would sort of be curious to understand about jointness. Jointness and integration is the flavor of the season. And the way I look at it is jointness is in the mind, and integration is what happens on the ground. And that interface between jointness and integration is actually the entire joint planning process. And I think when it comes to the transformation of India's armed forces, rather than straight away diving headlong into the entire theaterization process, which is a work in progress, I think this whole concept of fusing jointness and integration is the way forward. Now, among the several issues related to the Indo-Pacific, I highlight 3 central themes. First is the importance of militarily and geographically understanding what the Indo-Pacific means for India in terms of what it can bring to the table and what may be a bridge too far. Second is the urgent need for developing island springboards for military operations, such as the Andaman-Nicobar complex of islands and the Lakshadweep. The third and final proposition as far as the Indo-Pacific is concerned is to build on the tremendous interoperability that has been built over the years amongst the Quad members. And I argue that this interoperability is not enough. One must move forward to a concept that I call interchangeability, which means being able to operate with comfort with each other's resources and take the foundational agreements like the LEMOA and the COMCASA to the next level. Now, I think without any further ado, that's it, what the chapter looks at. And I'm sure it is in the realm of doable propositions that I offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun. Vivek, you had a chapter on the institutional transformation of the government of India.
Thank you, Raja, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You've probably briefly been able to see the cover of the book. In the list of editors, it says Ashley Tellis first, my name is second, and we have Raja Mohan as the third. That's exactly the way it is in the book. Ashley has written the introduction. Raja has written the epilogue. So, Raja, you should not have spoken so early. And I'm somewhere in the middle. As Ashley and Raja both mentioned, the seeds of this book are rooted in Ashley's 2016 essay. As Raja also said, and I cannot disagree with him, that Ashley did most of the work. We got our names in there, including the title. I don't think Grasping Greatness was a title we suggested, we endorsed it. But for me, the roots of the book go back even further. The precursor to this book was another book also published by Penguin, released, if I remember, either on the 9th or 10th of June 2014. The title of that book, again decided by Ashley and endorsed by us, the editors, was Getting India Back on Track. So in June 2014, we were thinking about getting India back on track. Now, 8 years down the line, we've accepted that India is back on track, and we are now talking about a rising power and grasping greatness. There is a motley collection of essays in this book, as has already been described. And it's a thick book. It has 651 pages. I had not realized it was going to be this huge. Motley collection of essays. In some ways, you could say all the essays are about reforms of one kind or the other. Except reform should not be defined narrowly in terms of the economic reforms lens. There are a bunch of papers, of which ELA's is one. On the economic side, Rakesh, who's here, has another one. If you look at whatever are the consensus growth forecasts, I'm not talking about the Economic Advisory Council's forecasts, but the consensus growth forecasts about real growth in India over the next few years, you will get a figure of something like 6.5% of thereabouts. I'm not talking about this year, which is why I think the book has 651 pages, 6.51% to be precise. So the essays are essentially about jacking up that growth trajectory from whatever it is, 6.5% to higher. In the economic parts of the book, as you'd expect, there is a macro essay by Rakesh, who's seated here, and there are essays on what you need to do to step up savings and capital formation, that's ELA, to enhance labor productivity, that's Surjit Bhalla and one of his colleagues, and what you need to do to get an extra engine of growth from integrating with the global economy. So it's an expected bunch of essays, expected themes, except, of course, what enriches the book is the scholarship and analysis these authors bring to the book. Economic reforms, however you define them, are embedded in a notion of a market, and that notion of a market is embedded in a certain society's history, legal background, context, the constitution. Quite often economists, and I am an economist, do not pay sufficient attention to the institutions. The paper that I have written with Kishore Desai, my co-author who's also here, is on a limited part of that. Because if we are talking about rising power, and if we are talking about reforms, we need to talk about the constitution. We need to talk about the functioning of the judiciary. We need to talk about the functioning of the executive. We need to talk about the functioning of the legislature, not only at the union government level, but also at the state government levels. Our limited essay is on what one needs to do to improve efficiency and state capacity at the level of the union government executive. This book, which actually did not say, since that earlier book was published in 2014, this book was planned for 2019. It got delayed because of COVID and the pandemic. I'm sure, although he has not told us yet, Ashley is planning another book for 2024. In the 2024 book, whatever be the title, I'm certain there will be greater focus on some of these other institutions that we have not been able to handle in this book, state level, judiciary, legislature, so on and so forth. Thanks, Raja.
Thanks, Vivek. I think I just wanted to add the foreign policy section. I mean, I think in a way, I have a long chapter at the end looking at how India's engagement with the world is changing and how India can change the terms of current engagement to raise itself up to a higher level of the kind that Minister Jaishankar was talking about. But in a deeper way, the foreign policy runs through the whole text. I mean, it is about India's relationship with the world in a sense, whether the nature of India's economic integration, the nature of India's defense relationship with the rest of the world, and the nature of, I mean, there are two separate chapters by Rohan Mukherjee, Rajesh Rajagopalan, and others who look at state capacity to raise India's international effectiveness. So the book covers a lot of the foreign policy, not in a traditional diplomatic sense, but I think there is a chapter on which is my chapter, but the rest of the book too brings together a whole set of factors that are fundamentally altering the nature of India's engagement with the world. Because without 91 and the reforms that took place then, we wouldn't be talking about India's greatness. We would still be in the pessimistic phase that so deeply permeated Indian thinking. And as I said, in 2000s, as India's high growth rates began, things changed. When we started talking about great power, India as a great power, I mean, I think the credit goes to APJ Abdul Kalam, who was a president, after he retired as president, wrote a book, India as a Developed Country. That was really a first attempt by a public person to say, look, we can be a developed country. For a country that had defined itself as developing, third world, for so many decades, you have suddenly, who's not a IR scholar, but it is an aspiration, a goal that is set for India. India can be a developed nation. But yet, if you see as late as 2008, there were leading political figures in India saying, no, we don't want to be a great power. We don't like it. We want to be a soft power. We don't want to be a great power. That's not India we know. In India, that does not seek greatness, but it is something else that we are satisfied with our status. So there was a lot of resistance to the notion that India can aspire to be a great power. I mean, it came from highest political levels, from a leading political party. And what has changed, I think, in the last few years, without getting too much into domestic politics, the nature of the aspiration of India has fundamentally changed. So when Ashley wrote the paper in 2016, that was about an aspirational, how do we get there in an abstract sense. But I think the book actually fleshes out a whole lot of assessments on where we are and how do we make the transition. And hopefully your next book will tell us what level of changes that we need. So I thought I'll just ask one question each before we go to the audience. Ila, I think, which Vivek talked about the reforms idea runs through the book, but the kind of reforms the international agencies and most Western say, these are the X, Y, Z you have to do, 20 reforms, but what India did was somewhat quite counterintuitive, whether it is on trade-related issues, whether it's on manufacturing, whether it is on the way you organized yourself, and certainly in the last 4 years, certainly after the pandemic, the nature of the reforms was very different from what was listed as the standard set of guidelines for India.
So I think what India did was to put herself on a path of formalization of the economy. And that was not something that had come to us from all the advisors that we had. And putting ourselves on this path of formalization meant reforms such as GST, because that kind of pulls people into the formal sector, into the tax-paying sector. Digitization, which we know has today, many of us don't carry cash in our wallets. There's a social security net which is based on the Jan Dhan Aadhaar mobile. The kind of direct benefit transfers that long ago we used to hear about from Latin America, and the World Bank would tell us about them, but what we did here and the scale at which we created a digital infrastructure for doing direct benefit transfers was something completely unheard of and not imagined by anybody else. So the kind of reforms we did through all of this, through the digitization, through GST, through various other reforms such as the Indian Bankruptcy Code, which actually allowed the system to get out of its old problem of public sector banks giving money to a few cronies who would then basically run away with the money by creating a system where they had to lose their money. So what we did was actually a very different path. We charted our own course, and in this journey, I'm not sure that all those advisors have even understood how fast we have moved and how effectively we have moved.
Now it gets a lot of praise, of course, all the digitization.
Yeah, after it's all done. But when it was being done, there was this sense of they don't know what they're doing. There was a sort of, I would say, looking down upon, this is not a clear strategy, because the strategy had not come from there.
Vivek, you want to add something on this reform agenda in terms of how it has played out in the last 4 or 5 years?
Well, I would react to it like this, that any reforms, any template of reforms must fundamentally be endogenous and must be devised within the country. Unfortunately, in that template of reforms that was projected from the outside, reforms were equated only with one item, which was privatization. If privatization happened, there was reforms. If privatization did not happen, there were no reforms. That entire paradigm is now under some question marks, partly because of COVID, partly because of what had happened before COVID. And I think everyone now acknowledges that it was many of these other reforms that India did, and Ila mentioned some of these, the provision of basic necessities. It was because of these, because of restraint, because of being fiscally somewhat reluctant to splurge on revenue expenditure and instead focus on capital expenditure, that we have not got into the kind of mess that some other countries have got into. So in a sense, the moral in all this is it is best to disregard any suggestions that are imported and implanted, especially if they reflect an imperfect understanding of what is going on within the economy.
Thanks. Maybe I'll go to Arjun. I think you heard the minister rule out an expeditionary type of role for the Indian Armed Forces of the kind that the US does, or we've done in Sri Lanka. But he's also presided over or actually expanding what we call military diplomacy, that of actually working with other partners, like the Navy does a lot in partnership. I think Army is somewhat slower, but they're also doing things, and Air Force does stuff. This notion that we need to work with others for our security and that there's room for that was alien to Indian defense policy well into the 90s. We starting with the Malabar exercises, we started in 92. Till then, we're alone, just as the complement to non-alignment and self-reliance was military isolationism. But has the military establishment, has the defense ministry, have actually gotten out of the sense of the look, we're a lone ranger, we're going to work on our own, though we do Quad, we do Malabar, we do a lot of things. Is there a readiness, say, that we can work with others and benefit from it, as well as expand our footprint, military footprint, our impact on the world through coalitions? Because the original premise of non-alignment was you don't do military cooperation with anyone, but we are doing it now. So that's a huge departure. But is that internalized
So Raja, fundamentally, I have a contrarian view on the Indian military's ability and willingness to engage with foreign militaries, right? There are two silos here. Since the 1960s and the 1970s, the Indian military has been flexible and adaptable enough to absorb Western strategies, tactics, operational art, and fuse it with its own capacities and capabilities to come up with a very credible, with very credible military responses. So the Indian military has always been open and flexible to ideas from abroad, from the West, from the United States, from the United Kingdom, from France, from Israel. It was a stated government policy in the past, to sort of ensure that an insulated, till the Indo-US strategic partnership actually took off. Now, I think the audience would be interested in knowing that the United States engages with the Indian military more than what it engages with its traditional allies in terms of military exercises. The military exercises have grown in strength, they've grown in scope, and I think the kind of interoperability and the kind of understanding that one has of what they call TTPs is exceptional. So I think the Indian military, and right now even the Ministry of Defense, is very, very open to partnerships in the military domain. And it's not that the Indian military footprint hasn't been visible globally in the past. The Indian flag on United Nations peacekeeping and peace enforcement missions have been extremely impactful, right? Yes, expeditionary, the word expeditionary is a no-no in the Indian military lexicon, but we're very comfortable with the terminology of out-of-area contingency operations. There is a willingness to think about engaging the military or using the Indian military to protect overseas interests. So I think, I think it would be fair to say that the Indian military, and we are at an inflection point wherein there is the willingness and the capacity to engage globally.
Thank you. I think we're beginning to see that not only in the exercises, but in military production. For the first time, we had the Tatas and the Airbus agreed to produce a C-295 military transport aircraft, which is really the first private sector aircraft production in India. Hopefully, it's just the beginning of expansion of India's defense production infrastructure, as opposed to merely buying from others. But I think we got about barely 10 minutes, so maybe I'll take 3 questions from the floor. Those of you who want to ask sharp, short questions, we'll take all the 3 at a time. So is there someone there? Yeah. Yes, sir. Can you just introduce yourself and be brief?
Yes, my name is Subhash. I am from the energy sector. My question is to Mr. Bibek. Recently, the environmental meeting at the Egypt has thrown a big challenge to India on the thermal power stations. The coal, we have to reduce the dependency on the coal. So in India, it is a huge infrastructure in the thermal power sector, as well as the associated.
So make it brief. I mean, we are ready.
Brief. So, and the mining industry. So my question is, in the next 10 years, what will be the status of the thermal power in India?
Thank you. We'll take the two more questions.
And
Yes,
one more to Arjun.
No, please. Look,
Okay,
there are two
thank
more.
you.
I think we need to close this. Yeah. Yes, but please be brief.
Yeah, sure. So thank you for the great session. I am a second-year student of political science from Delhi University. My name's Arman. My question is basically about the broader world order which we see India placed in. The sort of crisis which we see in the world order seem to be a result of internal legitimation crises within these sort of revisionist powers, and they themselves don't seem to have an idea of what sort of compelling world order they want to establish. My question really is that this sort of seems to be a world where we're muddling from crisis to crisis, and it seems to be sort of a sort of motion without movement. My question is that if we, as India, as a rising power, want to establish some sort of movement, not only motion.
Get out of the caveat. Give us the question.
If you want to establish some sort of movement, what exactly is our ultimate objective here, and how much are we willing to compromise for it, and how dynamic is that ultimate objective?
Thank you. Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Sweetie Kumari. I'm second-year student. I'm a philosophy student. So as we heard that all the essays talk about reformation. So is there any essay is dealing with ethical dilemma that come up with technological advancement?
Okay. You want to start with your Arjun? Then we'll come this way.
So I have, for the second question, I have a very short answer. That look, after a fairly long period of globalization and this proposition that the world is flat and the end of history and stuff like that, I think we are now back at a time when fear, honor, and interest seem to be dominating the public discourse in the world all around us. And that is why, if you recollect, I mentioned that unfortunately we are going through a period wherein I see a highly securitized global environment that is actually pushing back against a global desire for economic development. And our own long-term perspective is towards what the Prime Minister calls Amrit Kal and India transiting to a fully developed economy by the time it turns 100. So I think as far as India is concerned, it will have to play a very, very delicate balancing act between coping with this highly securitized regional and global environment and its long-term objectives of unbridled economic growth leading to a fully developed status. So it will be a tough act to sort of build on.
Ira, if you want to answer any. Yeah. But you can also give final thoughts.
Yeah, Ila always prefers final thoughts. Before reacting to the questions, some of us will recollect the Goldman Sachs dreaming with the bricks. What was the real growth rate projected for India in that? 5.5%. Today, if the real growth rate in India is 5.5%, in terms of its aspirations, gloom and doom will descend. It is more or less the consensus, as I said earlier, that India will do 6.5% or thereabouts in the medium term. Ashley's introductory chapter has a very interesting table. And that table has projections made by various people of what India's GDP is going to be in dollars in the year 2050, not the per capita one, the aggregate. The range collated by Ashley is from 7 trillion to 41 trillion. In a different context, Dr. Jaishankar said that many things that happened he did not expect. Exactly similarly, anyone who projects is bound to be wrong. But the point is, what these essays stress is if you do A, B, C, D, you will be closer to 41 trillion. I don't think we'll be anywhere, we'll be much beyond 7 trillion, so forget that. You'll be closer to 41 trillion than to 25 trillion in 2047. This is what the book is about. Does the book talk about values? No, we'll bear in mind that for a future book. Crisis, India has not been responsible for any of the recent crises. All the recent crises that emerging market economies have faced have emanated from elsewhere. I doubt very much, even if it becomes a great power, India will ever trigger a crisis. Question about thermal energy, very interesting one, but question should be restricted to what the book talks about. So I quickly checked what Rakesh's essay was on. I thought I knew what it was on, but I checked it. It does not talk about thermal energy. You have a perfectly valid question. Look at the wonderful papers that are published by Rakesh's center. They will answer your question.
Thanks. There was one question on order. I think we are closed with the questions. There was a question on order which you raised. Look, idea that there's an end state in the international system, I think is fundamentally mistaken. If you look at last 100 years, every 20 years there was serious structural changes, constant churning, constant shift in the distribution of power among major powers. If you look at last 100 years, many empires collapsed. You saw the rise of new nations and the 2 world wars that came in. Yet the so-called order that was established in 1945 collapsed within 4 years, once the military conflict started. So when we talk about the liberal order that came in after 45, that was really within the Western world. Soviet Union opted out. A lot of developing countries resistant, not fully part of it. So this notion that there is a single order, that we're going to get there, for us, recognize the nature of change that is unfolding in the international system, which is constant, as India's own rise points out. As I said, if you go back to a book called Asian Drama in the 1960s, it was said, look, Asia had no future. Asia was dead. It's just going to be triage in the great European competition. But yet you saw today, the rest of Asia rose, finally India is also rising. Therefore, this notion that it will be a static system, we're not in a static system. So far, the only static element has been the share of American economic GDP in the global world. But the rest of it is constantly churning. So for us, how do we get to a position where we can generate more prosperity, well-being to our own people, and at the same time, shape the international system in a way that satisfies the largest number of people? It's not easy, as the minister said, we still don't have the capacity, but it is through coalitions and other partnerships that we begin to influence the international system to the extent that we can, because you need to influence the rules. As your size grows, of your population, of your economy, you need to rework the rules in a way that benefits you and the larger international system. And I think it's a continuous effort. And there is no clear end point that you can just go there. Look, we said globalization was irreversible. That was just 30 years ago. Tom Friedman was writing Flat World. We're in a more complicated world. People said, look, America, Russia, China will always get together. They don't. So I think it is to be able to see the shifting currents and responding to it is the challenge, and not political science. Of course, their job is to keep, inferring potential things, but that is a heuristic device. That's not the real world. Real world is where policymakers have to deal with continuous change, and I think that is the challenge for states and statesmanship. Maybe I'll stop here, and I think I want to thank all the 3 panelists, and please join me in giving a big hand to our 3 panelists here, and invite, Rudra, you want to close this?
Thank you so much to our panelists for this incredible discussion. There couldn't have been a better way to conclude the 7th edition of the Global Tech Summit.
Our warmest gratitude to the Ministry of External Affairs for the support in organizing this summit. We would like to particularly thank Dr. S. Shankar for his continued guidance and encouragement. We are deeply grateful to the PP&R division, especially Dr. Sumit Seth, Ms. Kajari Biswas, Krupakar, and Ambarish. Additionally, we would also like to express our humble appreciation to the government of Karnataka for all their continued contribution and support to the summit. We would like to thank all our partners, without whose support the summit would not have been possible. Our philanthropy partner, Tata Trust, other partners, Salesforce, Meta, Amazon, and Intel, NPCI, Microsoft, Google, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, NTI Bio, Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, and the Rainmaker Group, Indian School of Public Policy, Kautilya School of Public Policy, and IIIT Bangalore. The discussions have engaged tens of thousands of people around India and the world, and this has been possible due to the efforts of WION, AsiaNet, and The Print. A special thank you to our director, Dr. Rudra Chaudhary, for his leadership in guiding and shepherding the summit. And a special word of thanks to Mr. Alok Kumar, our center administrator, for being our pillar of strength. Finally, we are indebted to all the hard work by members of the Carnegie India team, and I would really like to request you all to have a great round of applause for the team. And thank you to Tantra, especially Sonal, Darshan, and Shivani for making all our time at the summit so much better. We would also like to acknowledge the work of the staff, the Oberoi Group, as our venue for the 7th edition. For our GTS Young Ambassadors, many of whom have been asking probing questions from our panelists, we hope you've had a great learning opportunity and conversations of substance that you'll take back. Thank you so much once again for joining these 3 days. I would request your company for 3 more minutes. We have a small wrap-up video, and we would want you to join us for that video.
If you look at India's geopolitical positioning, I would say it should be a kind of a net assessment of politics, of energy, of economics, but increasingly of where our technological interests lie. The rise of India is deeply linked to the rise of Indian technology.
To my mind, the policy from the old NTP that I have worked with to where we are today has been a progressive one, taking into account not only the needs of the society, but importantly, the massive shifts in technology.
As India takes over the presidency of G20, it has a unique opportunity to create a complete package of these digital platforms and deliver them to digitally transform the world.
I think the creation of InSpace is now helping with better access to resources such as ISRO's facilities for environmental testing.
I think the balance is to ensure that governments do, of course, discharge their duty, their right to regulate the online world, but do it in a way which preserves ingenuity and innovation.
In the course of my public service, I felt that we were lacking an Indian perspective on China and that the public discourse was both superficial and prejudicial.
I'm going to coin a word called digital neighbors. It doesn't matter in terms of how close a nation is with you. It matters how close the nation is with you in the terms of trust.
I think GTS is more important today than it has ever been in the past.
It's been a brilliant series of panels, meetings, conversations, particularly at the eve of India's G20 presidency.
This one is as good, if not perhaps better.
Useful place to come and convene with people, policymakers, technologists, for talking about technology governance issues across the board.
So I think official forms of dialogue are constrained because there are certain agendas and certain results and outputs to be derived from those. and a summit like this really helps with that.
Beyond this edition, we need to keep the conversation going. That's probably one of the takeaways that we should have. So, we keep the light on.
We hope to host you again next year. Until then, take care. Good night. Thank you.